Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today. On the day we find ourselves a few days after Thanksgiving with our waistlines a little wider, stomachs poking out a little bit more, and yeah, we're on a little bit of a dour mood over our Seattle Seahawks as they look to still now hopefully find their way around this season to turning around what looks to be a little bit of a backward slide, a dip, if you were, as we get into the later portions of this season. And there are fun shows that I get to do here that we get to talk about a lot of fun topics. And sometimes there's those topics that we have to delve into. I don't like often doing it because I do know it does cause a lot of strife and turmoil out there that I definitely respect and understand. But nonetheless, we are covering the Seahawks here on this channel. And if you cover the Hawks, you got to cover it in all of the manners by which it needs to be covered, both good and bad. And when things are riding high, when things are riding low, we might want to be just asking, why is it happening? Why is it occurring? And I'm going to be going into some pretty finer tuned details here. So I'm going to probably go pretty long here as far as my chat's concerned. Bear with me as far as getting over to you guys as far as questions go, because it will probably take me a little bit of time here to work my way around, and I'm going to go all over the place. I'm going to go from here to 2013 and in between and up and down to try to kind of present a little bit of my worries to you. Let's also set the stage with this appropriately. I'm not trying to call for anybody to be fired. I'm not even calling for a Waldron to be fired at this point. I don't think there's a lot to be gained by yelling for that at this point right now. I think that there is going to be an assessment going on right now with everybody. And when we get to the end of the year, I definitely will reach certain conclusions at that point. But I'm perfectly happy and hopeful to let this play out and let this turn around and let these Seahawks find their footing and work their way around back to giving us optimism both in the here and now for this season and of course on into the future, because that's really where I want to start my point to begin things with here. As again, I want to make sure, because I don't want to set people off, and I know certain things like this can trigger people. I'm not calling for anybody to be fired. I'm not saying this needs to happen. I'm just saying let's have an open, honest discussion on some of these issues at hand, so we can number one, bring up some ways that maybe the team can find a way to correct them. Or at the very least, I just don't find myself sitting here feeling like, Will Ferrell and Zoolander.
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
We find ourselves with Coach Carroll having issues in this season that are propping up that are becoming more and more discouraging from my mindset, because we are in year 2 of a rebuild and we do have a young roster. And I was okay with the thought process of this season being a little bit more of a middling one, where you have a young roster trying to find its footing, work out the kinks, get through all of those young man blues to get to where they're going to be in their prime and they're going to be awesome. I was open to it. I was hopeful for it. I was looking for that. And so that meant you might see the youngsters having their, growing moments, growing pain moments and whatnot. But it was the other things that needed to happen in addition to the youngsters getting better. This rebuild is not simply merely about getting more talented. Yes, that's a big part of it. But it's also about the coaching taking the step forward with it. Acknowledged by Coach Carroll changing out his offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator in the last couple of years, and pointing in large part to those very, very details I just spoke upon as to why those changes were necessitated. And so when we come to the first part of it, I don't have as much issue with what I look at as far as the young players taking their appropriate steps forward, showing you that you have a core and a nucleus here that you can feel very good about now and then on into the future. Where my issue lies is I don't see the coaching staff as a whole taking these steps forward. And my worry is I don't know it's as simple as just saying, let's blame it on a coordinator and call it good. The one little underrated part here about Coach Carroll over these span of this 10-year period plus is that he's gone through quite a lot of coordinators. He goes through coordinators like Leonardo DiCaprio goes through girlfriends. He likes to go through coordinators. And it's not simply merely that he can just point to the fact that it's other teams plucking away his guys to go be head coaches. It is sometimes just merely that he is turning off of them, or they're wanting, as we have with Schottenheimer, a mutual parting of ways, which you rarely do here. But we'll get into the coaching, the individual coaching of that. Let's look at the season right now. We are 6-5. Okay. We've got a team that coming into that Browns game that got themselves to a 4-2 state. Their collective opponents through those first 6 games of the season are, when you remove our games out of the mix of this, by the way, win, lose, or draw, just remove us from the mix, their games against the other opponents this season, those first 6 games of the season, they're 20-36 collectively. So we can't really just point to the first part of the year going, well, we were just so really good there. See, that's why you should feel good about them, is they were just so really good there. Because then you barely were able to scrape past a Browns team that was down Nick Chubb and no Deshaun Watson at home. And you were the same against a Commanders team a couple weeks after that. And then you got absolutely boat raced by the Ravens and the 49ers. So though we have a 6-5 record here, I don't know that we have a good team at this point. And that's the best part to maybe start out with this is where this team really is at currently, is that they're not in contending mode and they're not really even in necessarily good mode by what we're seeing. They've got a negative point differential, which is somewhat of a good indicator sometimes. They're not something end all be all, but these are all worrying signs and some of the markers of this. And a lot of people will point to and go, well, yeah, it's just the offense. At least the defense is rounding into shape. At least the defense is doing good this year. And to that, I go, is it? We're 22nd in yards allowed coming into this week here, 22nd in points allowed, 21st against the run. That's not a monstrous improvement as a defense. They can, I guess, point to some of that of the offensive ineptitude, certainly. But it also isn't necessarily playing at its best either on the other side of that. And so we come down to that first 2 things I'm trying to pay attention to here. First, do the young players take their steps forward? Do they get better? And does the coaching staff go forward? Carroll flipped out Ken Norton, longtime coordinator for him a couple of years ago, saying we're going to modernize, telling us about sort of hinting at a cover 2 shell Vic Fangio-like scheme coming in that'd be hybridized. That hired Sean Desai. Another guy, by the way, interesting, that these coordinators move on so fast, only was here a year before he was moving on out the door. Assistant head coaching position, given things like control over the game plan and even having a say in the draft discussions and who the players are bringing in. And yeah, I mean, technically coordinator, I guess, is a little bit of a higher point at that point, I guess. And it's certainly the Eagles team is an attractive job, but it's still another guy being willing to move on quickly out of here. And I'm going to get to a point on this coordinator stuff, but do keep that in the back of your mind as we discuss this a little bit. So we've made the change to this defense. The results aren't there in the defense of this change now as we're into year 2 with these young players who we can't necessarily lean on and say they're not playing up to their form or their abilities. It's bad drafts that have got us here, I tell you. Because that's a little bit what they would tell us in 2017, 2018 when we were having not a lot of the great results when it came to playoff time is, well, we got to get more talent. We got to get more better. 2020, we got to get better. Okay, so we've got the more talent in here now, and they are performing. Young guys like Devin Witherspoon and JSN are balling out. Charbonnet's doing his part. Walker's doing his part when he's in there. Young guys are doing their part. But you got a defense not rolling good. And boy, when we get over to the offense, it's even more miserable, of course, right? Take a look at this. Here's a Geno heat chart. As well as you can see it, I'll blow it up a little bit. But here it is overall first. And if you go to this chief chart, we're going to go to the first one here, which is this part right here. And that's going to be, if you look to the left of the overall capture here on the right, look to the right, which is the 2022 wild card weekend. And if you look at the heat chart here, the green dots are going to show you where Geno's throwing to. You got a white incompletion, red interception, right? Do you notice anything in that 2022 wild card game that stands out to you about where they're attempting to attack? And I'm going to go now and I'm going to roll through and scroll for you. And I'm going to show you these game by game here as we're going to go week 1, 2, 3. And I'm not going to delve over there. I just want you to casually kind of watch this with your eyes and look at what these games look like and look at the heat charts and look at where the offense is attempting to attack. This is where, or at least where Geno's attempting to throw to. And so you have, for instance, here week 2, there's actually, again, more of trying to work the outsides of the field like we saw in last year's playoff game. Heat charts look kind of very similar here. We got some games where it gets even worse. What stands about on this little set of 4 is that when you look to the right, you look to the far left, and then just second to the left, again, a lot of the heat chart short to the right, short and very far out to the outsides, right? Nothing in around the hash marks really. Then you have a game like week 6 where you actually kind of pepper around in on the hash marks, and look at the success Geno has with it, 323 yards. We keep going up. Again, we get all the way into week 12 this last week, where, again, to me, it's just not much of hitting anywhere around in the middle of the football field. And that's fine. Your offense doesn't have to push to the middle of the football field. But here's the thing about that. It makes you pretty predictable at that point as far as where you're going to go, offensively speaking. And that has been the name of the day here with this offense. I'm sure many of you have had a chance now to see the all 22. And yeah, I don't restore the feeling. I don't know what you're trying to do there with spamming the chat, but definitely I've instructed my mods not to have people spamming. So appreciate you. People are weird. So we come back into this a little bit and point this forward now to, okay, team's not super great this year. That's okay. Not the worst result to have happen here. It's, stuff happens. But let's get down to a little bit of some of the issues here. And I want to read for you guys a few of these issues I've kind of wrote down, that these were things from my notes that I was taking from, let's say, 2017, right around that time period, where this is the stuff that you would have seen from the team at that time. And so we're talking about the coaches taking new steps, bringing on new people. Are they going to take forward steps as far as that goes to start to, get that a little bit more improved, modernize their approach, as they said that they needed to do. This is not a fan saying that. This is something the coaching staff said that they needed to do. So this is something I'm just asking them to live up to their own words on the things that they say they're going to try to apply. We've got a pretty much simple and unimaginative offensive attack at this time. There is not a lot that it's bringing into bear here. You've got offensive route concepts that are painfully basic. They fail to challenge opponents with any serious misdirection or creativity. You have an utter lack of offensive consistency across the board. You can barely put a quarter of football good together. Again, very similar back to the Russ days. A lack of fly sweeps usage. Anybody remember us? We never used fly sweeps. 19, 20, 21, it was just like it is now. You might throw it in there just a little bit. You might put it in once a game, but you weren't going to really try to put it in there a lot and really try to make it a keynote part of your offense, as so many offenses across the sport are doing so. Even after you drafted a guy like Eskridge, who seemed earmarked to fit into that very role. This last week, that man, Eskridge, who you put a second-round pick on, who you passed Creed Humphrey for, had a 10-yard gain on a fly sweep. It was the most beautiful thing you ever saw. I tell you, it was awesome. And they never went back to it again the entire game. Never once again going back to that item of it. But it's strange that you have a Waldron guy coming in who comes from the McVay system who won't use something that is an absolute staple within McVay's system. Did he forget about it? Does he have amnesia? Is he unaware of the type of playbook that he brought to bear here in Seattle? Some people might just say he's a bad coach or not a good offensive coach. He was untested, they'd tell me. He had never had a chance to call plays before. Now you're seeing, and now you're known, and known is half the battle. But nonetheless, it was an issue back 4 or 5 years ago when teams were starting to really utilize it heavily, and it remains a completely underused aspect of this offense. The lack of pre- and post-snap motion is wild to watch. Our receivers on the outside, more often than not, stay basically in a stagnant position. I'm going to be trying to hunt down when I can find it, the motion numbers that we got. I'm sure we'll get them presented somewhere here on one of these analytics sites. And when they do so, try to take a little bit of a closer look at what these numbers are saying about what it seems to be on the eye test to be very little run versus what other teams are running in the sport. And I tried to show you that heat chart being one where you can see the passing attack only really looking to go outside. It's kind of short and deep, a little bit like what we saw last week. So you're leaving out the middle of the field, then you're leaving out any of these pre and post snap motion. And the problem with that then is when you start to run a fly sweep guy, right? You're not really running that pre-snap motion much, so they can now be a little more signaled to the guy running it when he is going to run it. But you don't even run it for some reason. And the post-snap motion is a lot of the same way. Very little of it run, though a lot of the 2 and the 3 tight end success would come out of that. You'd have, let's say, 2 tight ends on either side of the formation. You've got Geno with the play action under center, another thing that's completely gone out the offense. That tight end basically wheels around, whips around post route, gets out into the flat then as Geno's then rolling out. Geno hits him in there for an easy play. Those have been startlingly absent for the playbook. And if you went back to 17 or 18 or 19 or 20, that would have also have been the case. No easy completions. And this was true for both Russell and for Geno. When Russell was here in his prime, there was very little easy completion structured within the offense. It was all hammer the run game, and then have him drop back and throw moonballs sometimes. And it didn't have as much structure onto it to give him those easy completions I just talked about with the post. I lost my train of thought here. The post-snap motion back across the formation. You didn't have a lot of those easily structured plays for Russ. And a lot of that old offense, like I showed you with the heat chart there on Geno, was really with Russ not about hitting short and in the middle of the field. So you're removing from your quarterback sometimes those easy throws just to get him into that rhythm, and everything becomes a high leverage throw. One of those throws that's, one of those, they do those little percentage points now where they're like, there's 13.5% this throw will be completed. It's a lot of those kind of throws structured up in this offense as they were years ago. Simplistic offensive attack, especially in the ground game. You hammer the A and the B gap runs, A and the B gap runs, A and the B gap runs. You're not big on outside zone. You're not big on pitch plays. I already told you about the fact that they don't utilize fly sweep plays. Why is this also missing from the offense? Why are we not seeing this put into play when this was something we thought we were going to be getting over here from the Rams? But it is just kind of missing. It's not here to be found at all. They'll run it a little bit, but again, it's a very peppering in, and it's very predictable for defenses. And the predictability is here what stands out. I know where you're going to pass. I know where you're going to run. It's like I know exactly where you're going to be every play almost at times. And it feels like this when you watch especially the All-22 and feel how much the flow of the defense is going to the play pre-snap, as opposed to getting misdirected and fooled, which you just don't see a ton of. But something that, again, carries over when we go back to 2017, 2018, 2019. That was also something that was not a big part of our offense. Remember that? Chris Carson, right up inside the A-gap. Let's do the old Marshawn Lynch runs. Let's replicate the beast quake every time if we can. Let's just keep hammering that, and eventually you'll break the defense's back. It had a time and place, it did. But the problem is that we're not trying to do the old stuff. We were supposedly about doing the new stuff right now. Updating, modernizing, evolving, adapt. That's what we thought we were doing. And that seems to be what's missing. But again, worse yet, this is going back for years now that this has been, that you've not utilizing these components that so many teams use just by standardized approach, not by being so just smart and all over it and ahead of the ball of things, but just this is a standardized thing that's across, it's standardized in college. It's to that level. How about third down struggles? You guys remember how hard it was for us on third down through some of the Russ years there in the late teens? Feast and famine. How many 3 and outs we got through there? Again, we find ourselves again this year amidst no ability to really convert the third downs. You get a couple a game. That's what you're probably good for on third downs right now. How about we go over to the defense? Same thing's true over here on the defensive side of the ball. Updates really not happening. You can talk to me about bare gap pressure fronts and a nose tackle getting angled a couple yards to the right. But the bottom line is, as I just said about on the rip on this, you're not stopping the run really all that much better than last year. It's not horrific as it was last year, but it's not like you've elevated yourself into where you started the year out in that sort of top 5 area of things when you were playing those opponents that were really bad. When you're playing a litany of backup quarterbacks. Soft defensive zones. How many people have been screaming red in the face for 6-7 years about the lack of effectiveness of these soft zone defenses? How many? How many have proclaimed, like, can we not do something else? Can we not try something else? Why are we not willing to do anything else? Dear God, please, just stop getting cut to death like this. This is like slow. It's a slow death. It's like Oppum and Saving Private Ryan. Remember? The guy that didn't want to, shoot, just kind of the frail guy. And he doesn't go help his buddy. He doesn't bring him the gun. His buddy's getting the knife, and he's like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. No. And that's what our defense feels like every week. It's literally what it feels like. And yet again, we find ourselves with really a lot of zone defenses still being played right now. We're not really willing to go to man. We saw the stats with Brock Purdy and the 49ers on how they dealt with man versus zone. We ran a huge amount of zone. It was by far what we ran this past week. And again, to the lack of success you had against Purdy running it in that wild card game and the first game you played him of the season. But that's the only note we seem to know to try on any of these quarterbacks, even if it's going into the quarterback's strength. Purdy slays zone coverage. But I think you can at least make some hay there if you get him with man. And Purdy didn't cut you up, granted. It was really about McCaffrey and what he did on the ground. But, Purdy also did his part too. And he made his throws. And you didn't make him feel all that uncomfortable, as you've been unable to make any of these quarterbacks feel all that uncomfortable. And the problem with the soft zone defenses in how many guys you're trying to just drop into these zones and squeeze these windows is then you're trying to trust the front four who aren't getting any pressure and aren't getting any pressure on a weekly basis. We'd lean back into thinking that maybe the team would dial up a little bit more blitzes and pressures this year, having guys like Bobby Wagner and Jamal Adams and Devin Witherspoon, guys that are showing themselves to be really, really good blitzers throughout their career at least. I mean, Devin Witherspoon's the highest graded defender out of this whole last draft as a pass rusher, according to PFF. But look at this blitz rate. We start out, no, that's not the blitz rate. We start out, let me get it up here. We start out the year kind of cooking with this a little bit. Now, granted, at the time, it was only 5-man pressure fronts. So it wasn't like you were blitzing a lot. That's for sure. But we started out the year actually looking like we were going to be willing to utilize some of these blitzes a bit. We got up from last year being like 30, I think we're 30, 31, 32. We had ourselves up around something like, I think we were like 13th or 14th at some point this year when we were really rolling in the early part of the year, frankly. And then slowly they've been backtracking. And then when you dived into the stats and looked into it even deeper at the blitzes, you came to find that when you were blitzing, it was on the back of only the 5-man blitzes, which are not super effective. They're really blitzes to try to get one-on-one opportunities for your pass rushers up front to eliminate double team blocks. They're not going to overload a pass protection unit in the way that you'd like a blitz to do, in the way that you'd like to challenge the offensive line and the quarterback, in the way that teams have been doing to our offense for the last 4 weeks ad nauseum. So when you look at the deeper numbers, they're actually 32nd in the NFL in sending 6 people or more. So not really going super blitz heavy here, kind of just sending a guy. They'll kind of just send a guy, which I wouldn't say is blitzing, and I wouldn't say it's a change from the other old ways that many people were calling for change. And Coach Carroll himself said, we've got to change because this old thing isn't working anymore. Again, I'm not taking anything out of context out of Coach Carroll here. These are his own words he said a couple of years ago, which are not being applied right now and weren't applied when we look back 6 years ago. Tackling remains an issue. Tackling 5-6 years ago, absent Bobby Wagner and maybe KJ Wright, was an issue. Tackling right now remains an issue. Undisciplined football across the board. This is another one where definitely having an issue with this, and it's a struggle for me because we look at where's the positive turn on this a little bit. Here's where the Seahawks have been as far as the blitz game go, or as far as their penalty rank goes for about the last 10 years. So in 2013, went to the Super Bowl, won it, you were first. Went to another Super Bowl in 14, first. Great. You're going to Super Bowls. You may be first in the NFL in the most penalty yards of anybody else. This is not the good side of first, by the way. This is, you were the most penalized team in the NFL in back-to-back years that you won the Super Bowl. Then you were 9th. Then you were 7th. Back to first in 2017. Then you were 16th, 16, 22, and 23 over the next 4 years. So it looked like maybe we're starting to get in the land of maybe correcting or getting this fixed up or cleaned up a little bit. You slid back to 6th in total penalties last year. And we currently find ourselves number 1 in the entire NFL today as it currently stands. So it would not appear, if I was to look over this 10-year period, that though there's a little bit of a couple-year flyer in there that look pretty nice, that you're not going to get the most discipline to play from Coach Carroll teams, especially when it comes to the penalty situation, that this is just something that's going to come with him now and into the future that we've got to expect, which wouldn't be as we saw with the 13 and 14 season a death knell in itself, But when you have a lot of other problems that you're stacking on top of that issue, when that just comes right in the door with them first thing, then there starts to be more of an issue with it, right? Because it starts to compound just a little bit. We got a couple of new issues. These are things that I don't think we could have said in 2017 that are now starting to pop up, which again, just is part of my worry here. We're not getting the most out of our players. Don't know if that was something that I could have said about Coach Carroll in 17 or 18 or 19. It seemed like a talent issue at that time. It seemed like some poor drafting issues at that time, a lack of being able to re-inject the Legion of Boom in the offensive line and find an answer for Marshawn Lynch. But you got the most out of what you got, what you had. You didn't have a lot, but you got the most out of what you had. Red zone struggles. We used to be a pretty effective team in the red zone under Russell Wilson. Now we're suddenly not an effective team in the red zone. Lack of team identity on both sides of the ball. We didn't always like our identity in the late teens with it being somewhat rudimentary, and we're going to hammer you in the run game. We're going to hit you deep. Russell's going to do something creative at the end, and our defense is going to kind of hold on in there, play it safe. But that was an identity. It was your thing. We didn't like it. Some didn't like it. Some loved it. People were, but now you don't really have an identity you can lean on as a team on either side of the ball. Very little fire to be found. Another thing that's getting me very concerned about watching this Coach Carroll team is that players have always played hard for Coach Carroll. I'm watching players at times this year, seemingly not all the players, not even a majority of the players, but there are some out there that I'm watching going, I'm not sure if he's totally playing full fire here, full force, every play. I'm not sure. I'm not saying it's the way it does sometimes appear. And at the head of this is a new issue that was still an issue, I'd say, even back in 17, is no ingenuity. You're not pushing the ball forward here. What do the Hawks do that is trend-setting in this league? Just the one thing. What is the one, you could say maybe the usage of tight ends, I guess, but they don't stay committed to it. That's part of that lack of identity thing, is that you kind of want to be everything everywhere all the time without being any one thing that can be just really effective, leaning onto it as a bit of your identity. I bring all this stuff up and come back to this as well with these items. And I mentioned back since 2017 because I think that's a key point to look at with that. That's a lot of time. We're 6 years deep after this season from that period. And when you look at the playoff record, though, the team's got a relatively good record through that period of time. They've won more games than they've lost. I've contended that they've not been an elite team. I'll back that up by saying since 2017, you're 1-5 in the playoffs. Your one win coming on the road against the Eagles when they lost their quarterback about 2 drives into the game. And a game that came down to the end of the line, where you came very startlingly close to having Josh McCown beat you with a half of a hamstring. I understand these aren't fun conversations. I understand for some that this isn't going to be one that they want to hear about, but I do think that this is one we got to have, which is, again, not to say people need to be fired. But I want my chat, I want you guys to give me I give you guys a lot of ray of light and optimism and all that. You can be on the other end of it on this one for me. Because I've taken some time the last couple of days trying to think this one through, contemplate it, consider it. How do I find, if this fits to form this season and these things that I mentioned hold true? How do I believe that they become resolved and fix themselves when I can point back to 6 years ago, them lasting that long, when I can point back in between that time, your coach himself saying, we've been arrogant in our ways. We've got to change our ways. We've been too stuck. We've held on to this for too long. He himself was acknowledging at that time. It's the part that just jumps out to me on this that cannot be undersold. He himself told you in that combine interview. I went back and watched it again today. He said, yeah, we've held on to the old for too long. We've got to move forward on this. And none of what I've mentioned here today is about making Carroll change his whole base philosophy of who he is as a coach or how he motivates teams or how he puts a program together. But it is then that structure of modernizing your approach on both sides of the ball, which the team seems to be still very, very reluctant to do. Take a look at this, for instance, article. guys remember Coach Bevel? Remember when Coach Bevel was fired? Back in the day? I can get it up here. See if I'm bringing it up for me. There we go. 5 reasons the Seahawks fired Darrell Bevell and Tom Cable. Let's look at reason number 1. Slow starts. Carroll, who most of his 8 years of the Seahawks has professed it doesn't matter which quarter points are scored as long as Seattle ends up scoring more, finally seemed fed up this year with the team's seemingly slow starts. Seems like we've still got some more slow starts. Reaching Russell Wilson, well, that didn't work too well, did it? This was, of course, before, maybe if I just did it this way, that would work. All right, folks, live show here. What are you going to do? There we go. Let me just scroll down. A stagnant running game. Boy, that sounds familiar, huh? Sounds familiar. Changing blocking schemes. And this isn't Schottenheimer. This is Bevel to Schottenheimer. So this is you going from Bevel to Schottenheimer. Got to change up those old blocking schemes. What happened following 2015 season is the NFL outlawed chop blocks, which are essential when one offensive player blocks a defender below the thigh area, while another offensive player has the defender engaged up high. Chop blocks were viewed as particularly key part of zone blocking schemes, which was the predominant Seattle scheme under Cable. Pro Football Focus judged at midseason this year that the Seahawks used it 72% of the time, 5th most in the NFL. So we had to change that blocking scheme. Still aren't really adapting the blocking scheme, are we? Especially in the utilization. I mean, we are kind of in reach blocks and whatnot, but not in the utilization of outside zone or getting to the edge it out. Accountability. Number 5. Carroll was frank in his assessment about the season when he talked about to reporters last week, saying, "It's frustrating for us and disappointing that we are here talking about a football season and in our minds we should still be playing. But we didn't get the job done to get that done. And so what's important is what we're going to do now. There will undoubtedly be major change to the roster this offseason, but one source said the team knows that veterans might raise a few stiff eyebrows if change is made only to the roster and not to the coaching staff." In other words, Carroll can't preach accountability without showing it's more than just the players who are being held accountable in the harshest way possible with their jobs. Wow. One more time, I want to read that sentence. I'll read it fast. But one source said that the team knows that the veterans might raise a few stiff eyebrows if change is only made to the roster and not to the coaching staff. In other words, Carroll can't preach accountability without showing it's more than just the players who are being held accountable in the harshest way possible with their jobs. This article, again, we're done 6 years ago. Not talking this last week. That's not an article from the Times this past Sunday. But the same old problems revolve around. I'm not bailing on this season. I'm not bailing on this team. I'm merely raising a question and presenting a point to you. And hoping maybe you guys can provide somewhere where I'm being an idiot on this, where maybe there's the blind spot I'm missing on this whole thing as I'm trying to put this together. Because I don't come into this wanting to see Carroll not do anything but ultimately be successful again. There'd be nothing more magnificent, more awesome than to have a final point that he finishes up here with his career, once again getting back to the mountaintop, once again reinventing himself as a head coach. It would be a story unlike we've ever seen in NFL history. It would be marvelous. But I can't go there blindly in my belief of that happening, especially when there is so much reluctance for change. This offense and defense on both sides of the ball and the way that it's structured seems to be the same as it ever was. And there was a time and place that both of those sides of the ball with the personnel and the talent that you had in the building could work. And it worked wonderfully. But those days are over with. You've got to modernize. And as coach, your coach has told you, I've got to modernize. And we're going to see over the course of these upcoming games if they're going to continue to lean back into this old approach, or if they're just going to at least try to bring something at least new out now in the sake for maybe of just desperation at this point to try to save the season. And maybe it's too late at this point, quite frankly. But I don't understand why you can see something as a coach like this that you need to adjust in your ways and you don't do it. And I don't know why there's this game going on where it feels like you're telling us, telling me everything, you showing me nothing. And that's what I feel like is going on here. We got told at that time of those coaches that here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to set out to accomplish. Here's how this is going to happen. And instead, it's not. I did a behind enemy lines with Jesse, Niners channel, and talked to him, and he had Niner fans in there. And I asked a couple Niner fans, I said, okay, you guys are unbiased. You're not Hack fans. None of you are married to Coach Carroll. None of you are married to Seattle. You guys watch this game this week and tell me how much this offense looks like the Sean McVay offense. Because after all, the Niners play the Rams twice a year, don't they? They get a chance to see that offense just every bit as much as we do on clear display. I put that question to them, and I got responses back across the board that it looks nothing like the Sean McVay offense. Nothing. And they got no dog in that fight. So my fellow 12s, to the chat I present to you today, to those who will post in the comment section below, how do we just put this on merely the youthful ups and downs of inconsistency that you get with those kind of players who are just trying to find their way versus understanding week in and week out, it feels like you're getting out coached. Week in and week out, it feels like your coaches are behind and the other coaches are ahead of them on the play and what they're doing with them. And sometimes you got good enough personnel to overcome that. Sometimes you're just talent. That's why it's hard for me to go necessarily to the talent of this team. I think a large part of how you get to the 6-5 here is a lot of the talent kind of pulling it up at that point and making it happen. The Bobby Wagner's and his instincts in the run game, the second-year developments of Boye Mafe, the Devin Witherspoon playing like a wonder child out there. But it doesn't feel as much to me that you're putting these great adjustments in the scheme, these great modern adaptations in the scheme, and that if they're not happening now, if they didn't happen 7 years ago, why will they happen next year? How do I have faith? How do I regain faith that this fits the type throughout the rest of this year and thinking, okay, no, Carroll's the guy for us going forward. I can trust in that. When my chat presents to me and they say, Brandon, how far is Coach Carroll going to take this team this year? How much faith do you have in Coach Carroll this year? If we're going to get me out of a place of not having to lie to my own chat, to actually give them a place of giving them that same, you give it to me now. Tell me where I am wrong and show me the right light. I'm open to being not right on this one. I don't want to be right on this one. If I'm right on this one, it means we got a lot to do, as opposed to we're a lot more closer and maybe just a couple little turns and adjustments away from getting there. But the backslide this season has coincided with them sliding back into their old approaches. And they weren't really leaning into even the new approaches all that much to begin with. It's just now it's kind of hard-lined here kind of the past couple of weeks. Let's see what you guys think here in the chat, though. I'd love to see your guys' thoughts on this one. This is where I find myself here a couple days after this loss, not bailing on the season, not looking for anybody to get fired, but also starting to look for where we got some answers here. I want some answers more than blind trust. I don't want to just do this in Carroll I trust and that he'll just figure it out when he's not really showing any sort of intuition to try to work it out, to try to fix it. And the going through coordinators thing has been a little bit more in the forefront of my mind in recent weeks and thinking about this. Why are there so many firings in there? Why is it with Schottenheimer's, mutually agreed to part ways? How do you get to a coach who mutually agreeing to part ways? Well, you think about that final playoff game. We got a key fourth down in that game. You get to a delay a game penalty call that we learned afterwards. You had Schottenheimer calling a play and then Coach Carroll in his ear trying to change him off the play call. And I think the reason why, if I think about with this really all breaks down to the bottom line of why isn't it changing? Why isn't it changing from 2017 despite all of the changes over coaches? I read an article to you from Bevel. You've had a Schottenheimer. You've had a Waldron since then. Why the same lack of change? Well, I think it comes down to you have a coach who runs this show from the top down in every way. And he doesn't hand the keys to his coordinator and say, take it on the open road. And if you want to put the pedal to the metal, put the pedal to the metal. I think instead, he's standing there with a hand on the steering wheel. And I think it's making it very hard for these coordinators to do this job. And that's why I think you end up going through a lot of different coordinators too. Because notice, none of the offensive coordinators who've left Seattle have gone on to a promotion. Some of them have been offensive coordinators again, but nobody's gone on to a promotion. Word was last time when you were trying to hire Waldron that there wasn't exactly a lot of candidates that were chomping at the bit to come in and coach under Coach Carroll. I don't know if that's true, but I'd ask you, why would that be? Could it be that maybe there's a little bit of too much control being exerted by a head coach over a coordinator that goes outside of the bounds of what you normally see from head coaches throughout the league? I'm not presenting to you that I have all the answers or the conclusions here. I'm just presenting to you some of the questions that stir in my mind on this and make me wonder about this team and where I can derive that confidence as we go on into the future. I want to have it. I want to ride high on this team. I want to think that everything is going to get itself fixed out and corrected, but I can't do it blindly. I just can't operate that quite way. Not after watching football all these years, and not after watching situations that have been going on now, growing into what's going to be the betterment of almost 10 years here. I mean, after the season, if we keep doing this stuff, that'll be 7-8 years deep into just, oof, goodness. All right, let's see what you guys think here. I've yacked enough. Thank you guys for watching tonight. Please do hit that like button. I appreciate you guys watching. I know we may not have a lot in here as a kind of a later stream this evening, but nonetheless, I do thank everybody for riding along throughout the course of this year. We've had a great season here. We'll continue to keep riding here at the Hawks Nest, no matter what goes down. Megan says, Hawks Nest ruptured my muscle in the back of my leg sitting on one due to being a fair amount of pain doing yesterday. Not talking Pete Carroll. I get it. No worries, Megan. I understand. It's good to see you in the chat, though. Free Truth, how you doing? Wolverines, hey 12s. What's up, Wolverine? Wolverine. Jeffrey O'Kelly, we should honestly cut Trade Quandary. He's too much of a cap casualty for the play he's been putting out for us. Then go draft Tyler Nubin, Cam Kitchens in the second round. I think Quandary is going to be it's going to be a situation they're going to have to figure out what they want to do with it. It could get a little bit muddled up, Jeffrey, because of the Jarek Reed injury, because it would precipitate, if you move on from Quandary, that you have to then go and make a draft pick of take a high guy up there because you're going to want him to be a starter immediately, which kind of pushes you into that space a bit. Maybe you could also count on a little bit there, Jeffrey, of having Julian Love slide to free if he had to. But I think it's a possibility with Quandary. I don't think he's playing bad football. I think that, he's not necessarily giving you a ton of playmaking early on, but there's been some bad moments on tape, but overall he's been solid. It's just that is he having the impact for the money like you mentioned? And that's the key part of the question there is it's not just a matter of how the player's playing, but when they do take up a substantial cost and he is at top 10 safety money right now, then it has to be factored in, especially if there are significant savings to be had, because you kind of got to get a level of play there when you're paying that kind of money. You know what I mean? At the safety, especially the safety position, especially when you're spending so much money on the other safeties on the roster. ADL Williams, our success was not in coordinators, it was in players. We have Spoon. We need a fast, hard-hitting free safety and a big, strong safety who lays the wood. Bring back that funky cover 3. Yeah, I just find myself, ADL, not believing that the cover 3 is going to work anymore. I think it's hard to replicate the level of talent that you had on the Legion of Boom. That was a historic defense at the level of talent that you put together there. And that's a very hard go of it to try to duplicate those kind of results again. On top of the fact, I think it's a different, and I've said this recently, and I know it gets some people upset, but I don't think the Legion of Boom would have been, not like they still wouldn't have been pretty good. I don't think that they would have been as dominant as they were back in 13 now with running the same scheme. I think the scheme has in large part been solved, and that there are plays within the scheme that can beat this defense, even if it had a huge amount of talent. I think in the modern NFL, you've got to have a scheme that can help its players out and can put the players in a position to succeed. I just don't think you can sit back and go, well, it's on the players, get it done or not. I think that's a simplistic approach, and it's part of my issue here is that we've leaned too much into the simplistic rather than the complex, hoping the simplistic can carry the day all the way along the lines. Run game, keep it simplistic. We're going to hammer A and B gaps. Passing game, keep it simplistic. Short or long. No intermediate, no middle of the field. The simplistic is not the way of the new NFL. Kyle Shanahan calls a football game offensively where he will challenge you on every inch of the football field. He doesn't remove whole swaths of the field and say, I'm not going to touch that all day. I'm not going to have one attempted target over there. I'm not going to try. That's, and that's, I think it's standard issue now that you got to adopt this a little bit. Big Country says games did not go our way today. Falcons and Rams winning blows. Yeah. Rams are joining the Packers is starting to come on strong here. Dean Reeves says 100% Pete has to go. Pete isn't going anywhere. 100% Pete isn't going anywhere. Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily going anywhere anytime soon. And that's why I wanted to, not that that's the reason why, but I also want to give them the full season to figure this out and what's going on. And if they can find some answers, Dean, that's for sure. But I think you're probably right. I'm not sure that this is going to get into a place of getting corrected or fixed at any point here in the near future as it stands right now. And that includes with Pete. I think he's going to remain whether he changes his approach or not. But it will at least give me some, I don't know, maybe feel a little better that I'm not seeing things. KUJ says, yeah, we have to completely turn a new page. And I'm one of Pete's biggest fans, but he's still the head of the LOB era that we need to get out from under. And I do love Pete. Okay, I do. I hope I don't sound like I'm just trying to throw Pete up under a bus. I'm really, really not. I'm just trying to wonder on these questions why they won't push forward. And that's like what you say. I think he's in that era. It was such a successful era. It got them to such heights. He wants to drive back to that maybe a little bit. And it's just not really possible to go back into that same lane again. It's just, you can put the old outfit back on again, but especially after this Thanksgiving, Belly's going to push it out a little bit, I don't remember this fitting so tightly. It ain't going to work quite the same way. Jamie, I think I remember Pete saying he doesn't like the shorter passes. Yeah. I mean, they will throw shorter to the flats for sure. And to the outside of the hash marks, especially, but definitely Jamie short and inside. That's a no-go range, especially from the heat chart you can see with Geno. And if you Google type Geno Smith heat chart, that'll come up for you as the first thing if you want to get another look at that. Kind of a closer up look. I know on the screen it gets a little small. William says, Pete's philosophy, run it up the middle and throw towards the outsides. Bingo. Preacher says, trading Adams sounds good, but would take his glass knees. I don't think you're going to have any kind of market for Adams in a trade. He still carries a decent amount of base. You wouldn't get any kind of draft capital back anyway. The way to go with Adams would also be, the problem with trading him is that the bonus accelerates completely at that point. And so the full cost of the dead money hits your books 100% that season. The only way to keep it into a place where you could stave the cost and separate the cost between 2 years is if you make him a post-June 1st designation. That would be the way that they would look to go if they're going to move on from Adams at that point, which could very well be possible, if not a restructuring or something, if that's even on the table as well. Alexander says, what's the score this upcoming Thursday? Man, 24-10 Cowboys. Doesn't bring me happiness to say that. Reckless Speed says the Rams will end the season with a better record than us. Yeah, that's the two Ram losses definitely hit a little different. And I would say that looks like that's the way this thing is going to steer at this point. Absent the Hawks making some major moves. James says it's been the same old song and dance no matter the coordinator. It has. That's where I come back to. I try to bring into this a logical deduction with it. It's not like it's particularly brilliant. But the deduction is, I've gone through 6 different coordinators and on both sides of the ball through these years. If Waldron's on his way out, and yet both sides of the ball look very, very close to the same with some minor changes within them. Why is that? And it seems like, well, that now would seem to cement that there's a coach coming in or somebody coming in telling those coordinators to do a certain thing. And I go back to remember this, folks. You can Google search it, and I think and still find it. I think it was Brady Henderson broke this. That reportedly Schottenheimer, when he walked into the door, inheriting that job after Bevel was fired, had to take on 70% of the playbook that was currently in place. He could add like 30% extra on. Again, further proof that the coach is telling the coordinator what to do. And that would be okay if the results were bearing something out that was good, but it's not. They aren't. It's hurting the offensive structure. You have way too much talent across the board on this offense to not having them perform better than they are. It just don't make no sense. I'm behind on it. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Pete Carroll, it's been real. It's been real fun. But right now, it ain't real fun. No. This is definitely one of we're in one of the more darker instances here with the team. Despite them being 6-5, I think people are fairly well recognizing that these being one game better than 500 aren't exactly the results out of what we're seeing on the field from this team, which is one that is struggling to find itself. And it's going to be interesting to see how Coach Carroll answers this. If I was to guess, I would say that he's going to keep trying heavy amount of cover 3, sprinkle a little quarter half in, and hope he can, that they're going to start having some luck break their way, I guess, a ball bounce their way, a tip pass happen or something like that, and that'll change the day on this. I don't think they're going to start dialing up the blitz game because, as I showed on those blitz numbers before, they've gone from probably week 4, they're at 12-13 to now they're at 25th, 24th, something like that in the league, back to the old non-blitz grind, so to speak. Thank you, though, William. Megan Gock-Roger, thank you for 24 long months as a Hawks Nest member. 2 years. Thank you for that, Megan. So you know where I sit, but great points, Pete. Indeed, I do, Megan. And I don't expect, that's why I want to say today is not really about just coming to a conclusion on Pete and saying, I want him out. I'm done with Pete. I have my fella Pete. I'm not trying to say that. Just merely, I'm trying to start to raise some questions in the hopes that we can have some of this conversation push forward into understanding maybe why I'm not seeing some of the answers that are truly there. That maybe there is something I am missing within the structure of their development this year in year 2 of the rebuild. Thank you, though, Megan, for 2 long years as a member of the channel. Washington Quest, thank you for a $2 donation. It says, Pumpkin should be intern, coach. She doesn't lose. Pumpkin never loses, do you? You always are winning. You always win. Yeah. What do you think of Coach Carroll? You got any thoughts? She's got no thoughts. She's just going to purr. Fish Quest. Thank you, man. Pumpkin never loses, indeed. I'm about to get a pumpkin shirt for the store, by the way. Fish Quest did another $2 donation. Says, as soon as I nominated Pumpkin for head coach, she took off. Oh, man. Well, she can be a little jumpy. She knows it's a hard job. Yeah. She's not big on schematics either. She's more of a gut girl. She likes to operate off her gut. It's a big gut. It's a big gut. Thanks for the donation, though, Fish Quest. She'll take the job. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? With a $20 dono drop. Thanks for that, brother. Says, I've always been a Pete supporter. Best coach in franchise history and all that. But I don't think we'll be more than a first-round exit team at best. With Pete moving... I don't think we'll be more than a first-round exit team at best with Pete Carroll moving forward. The one constant in all these offensive coordinators is Pete Carroll. Keep John Schneider. Well said on your part, Randall. I'm been a supporter of Pete, and he did earn for me some goodwill, especially back on the other side of the Russell trade with the returns that they were pulling back, appearing to be on the right side of it. Wondering, and it was a hard thing to kind of pull through at that time because you wondered on some of the modernization that you were looking for offensively. What was Pete? What was Russ? What was the offensive coordinator? You were trying to kind of at that time figure out which one is it that's making sense in this. And I think as we've gone through with time, that did earn him a little bit of goodwill with it. But then we do start to understand that rather than it being an either or thing, or it's the offensive coordinator, or it was Russell Wilson, or it was Pete Carroll, it was really kind of all of those factors probably coming through and together to make that happen a little bit. And so, yeah, he has been the one constant here, Randall, with these OCs. And these are not OCs that are graduating on, they don't fall out of the league either, by the way. They do get other jobs, but they don't get promoted. They're not moving. This is not a stepping stone coming to this job. And I do remember when Waldron was being hired last time, a lot of reports coming out that there were coordinators, some of the higher profile coordinators out there were not as willing to come to Seattle and be an option. There was rumors that Coach Carroll was even flirting with Adam Gase as a possibility to be brought in here. And that's one of those things that after 10 years will get around in the league. If you are a coach that's going to override and be in your coordinator's ear like that, guiding them through, you're the head coach and you're kind of the OC and you're kind of the DC, well then that's not going to make the job super attractive to the best guys out there, because they're going to want you to trust what they do. Hey, you're riding with my scheme and my mind and my supposed brilliance. So let me be brilliant. Don't hold me back. Don't put the reins in the bit in my mouth and pull. Let me run free out there. Let me go. But John Schneider's been, I think, very good. I like what he did with the Russ trade. I love what he's done with the draft picks that he's made. I think the team is in a good position as far as the talent-wise goes forward. I think that the thing that holding this rebuild back at this point is not going to be, can we add enough talent to get there? I feel pretty assured in that. It's more about, for me, do we have the schemes on both sides of the ball, the commitment to those not just the scheme in place, but the commitment to the scheme to make it happen. Appreciate you, Randall, for that $20 donos, though, man. Very kind of you. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, would you keep John over Pete? Well, I was right in tandem with Randall's. That was perfect, man. I would indeed keep John. I think John has turned this rebuild around in a really good fashion. I think that he did what I would have wanted a general manager to do at the turn with Russ, which was get out of your money at that point, get out of any bad contracts at that point, move this forward, clear house as quickly as you can on this, which will help you turn around the rebuild faster. I think that he's had 2 excellent drafts. I wonder if a little bit of his control has been handed to him and pulled away from Coach Carroll at the time of the Russell Wilson trade and the talks that were going on. There was rumors at that point that maybe Carroll had some of the vice presidential duties pulled back from him. I don't know if that's the case or not, or if John's finally gotten the final say, but it is clear that the team has changed its draft style over the past 2 years. And that's what we come down to on this, is it's not about, I want to see Coach Carroll go and be fired. I just want you to just change the ways that are broken. Change the ways that are obviously broken. Change the ways that have been obviously broken now for years. And with John Schneider 2 years ago, they came to their own little fork in the road in that same way. We've been drafting for need for years, and it's failed us in our drafting approach. How about we try this draft to value? Went to value, found tremendous success with it, and it looks like we're going to be able to turn this rebuild around faster because of it. Yeah, I would at this point keep John. I'd like to see John be able to have an opportunity to be the top dog, to hire his own coach, and see what he could do with that. See John run completely unfettered, as it does feel like a lot of the other components on this team under Carroll as the vice president have not necessarily been able to be run unfettered. That there's always a finger in their particular pie that's not their own. KJ says, I actually don't think the defense is really an issue. It's an offensive play calling and not converting on third downs, forcing the defense to constantly be on the field. I think it's a fair point to be said on that. It's a fair point. Maybe they're not as bad as the bottom line stats would seem to indicate. 22nd in yards allowed, 22nd against the run, 22nd in points allowed. Maybe they've gotten them more to a middle of the road defense. But to me, it's also gotten more to middle of the road defense by just mainly running the same stuff you've always run defensively, and just happening to have better talent this year than you had last year. That's why you've had the jump to me defensively as far as the performance. But I think that it's a very fair point to say that when you have an offense that fails throughout the course of through the course of most of the early part of the schedule and the early part of the games, and and puts the defense out there for a large part of the game. You get to the third quarter where they start to fail and they're gassed. All defenses would get gassed in that situation. This is also, though, kind of a point as to why, in my opinion, it's so much better to go get an offensive-minded head coach. Because one thing works one way, but it doesn't work the other way. And what I mean by that is, if I have an offensive-minded coach and an offensive-minded coach who knows how to run a really good offense, he can always put points on the board. He can naturally always challenge the other side of the ball by being able to put those points up there. But he's going to usually be able to run the ball, the offensive coordinator, or at least control the clock with the modern good offensive coordinators, which keeps those defenses off the football field, helps to keep them a little bit healthier and fresher as you go through the course of football games, just naturally by those kind of mechanics. And that's going to help those defenses. Let's flip it the other way, though, now. What if I have a really good defense and then I have the middling offense? Well, the middling offense is going to remain middling. The defense is going to start out kind of dominant and able to hang in there through the first couple of quarters, but they're going to get gassed. No defense can go 4 quarters having to play every quarter all the time, 3/4 of the quarter, because their other offense just can't get any first downs, can't move the chains, can't get any conversions on third downs. That's why, to me, you come back to why an offensive-minded head coach is the way to go in this modern era, because defensive-minded coaches don't get that. They'll always try to, let me build my defense. Let me just build my defense, and we'll just get by on the offense. We'll get by on the offense, and it's not enough. Your offense will end up letting your defense down with it. That's a totally fair point. Greg says, Brandon, no flood zone either, or forcing defenses to adjust to what offenses does instead of the other way around. Great point, Greg. That was on my list, but that's one that you can add. And I'd say on both sides of the ball, you don't try to really utilize flood zone concepts, which is a mainstay of the McVay system. And defensively, you've never really found any adjustments to the flood zone concepts against your soft zone defenses. The flood zone seems to be the scalpel that can cut apart your soft zone defenses with ease. And Coach Carroll has never really had an adjustment that they've seemingly been able to apply that's worked here over these last couple of years and how to deal with it. Wolverines, give somebody with us a second round for Jamal. No, you're not going to get a Jamal. You're not getting a second round for Jamal Wolverines, because he's got a huge injury history. He's got a base salary that's really high. Teams around the league don't pay safeties a lot of money. And again, that post June 1st designation, you might get for Jamal right now, best case scenario, maybe a 5th round pick, maybe. But that would be the top end you can pull. The injury history is ridiculous on him. You know, Cameron says maybe we all owe Bevel an apology, laughing out loud. I think we all owe all the coordinators that have come through here an apology, because I think that if we sat them all down in the room and asked them these questions, did you get to run your offense the way you want to run it? Do you really feel like you got a true, honest chance to put your offense into form? Did you feel like you had a head coach that was there with too eager of a hand in the process? I go back to a story that just kind of blew my mind when I heard it a couple of years ago. And you can probably find Brandon Marshall on YouTube talking about this. But he spoke to his time here in Seattle about a time in training camp between him and Russ. And he was here for a year, if you guys remember. I know it was just a cup of coffee, but he came in and he was at the end of his career, but he could still run a good go ball in the back of the end zone. Like, he still had that in his bag. And him and Russ were working on it. And they were doing really good in practice with it. They were really honing it in. They really had it locked in. And Brandon said that Coach Carroll came over at one point and he said, I don't want you to run the fade that way. And Brandon's like, huh? And he goes, yeah, I want you to throw the fade like how Russell used to throw the fade to Jimmy Graham. Throw the fade like that. And Brandon Marshall's like, yeah, but this works really good. Like, this could be really effective. And then Brandon said Russ started to make his argument. He said this argument kind of broke out between Russ and Coach Carroll in the moment as they got into this debate about whether he could throw this ball in a fade route a certain way or whether Coach Carroll was saying no. And you start to hear about that level of control that the coach has in on it. And it does start to make your mind run a little bit, going, okay, he's really putting a lot into play all across the board on this. This isn't just a little bit here and a little bit there. This is everywhere. Everywhere. Snap out of it says, hi, pumpkin. Snap out of it says, hey. She says, hey. Cameron says, I can live with losing on Thanksgiving, but we won against the Rams, but losing both games against the Rams has made me lose all faith in Pete. The Rams losses do sting for me heavier than the Niners one does. I can understand losing the Niners where they're at, but the Rams one is just, especially the Rams end up with a better record than us. They're sitting on $50 million of dead money in their books this year. And not only do they beat you twice, but they end up with a better record than you potentially as well. I don't know. That's a tough pill to swallow. Wolverines, I was laughed at for the reason I think, but nobody wants to hear. So the things is when I mention it to their fans, they think it could be a very reason. There's about 4 words, I think, Wolverines in there left out a little bit there. Yeah, about it. Why do players excel when we trade them to other teams? It's happened a little bit. There's been times you traded guys who've done worse too, where you got the best out of them. I think it is a reasonable question to ask. I mean, for instance, why are you going to take Draymond Jones this year heading into his prime, and he's going to give you the worst season of his professional career? What happened there? Did he just go in the bag after the contract extension, or is he being potentially not utilized best? Where's the reason in there? Jamie says, you're speaking to the truth to this realist, and I agree. Thank you, Jamie, man. As I said, I wanted to try to kind of probe where you guys are coming from on this and see if your minds are in the place that I'm in, or if I'm seeing this right, or if I'm taking those crazy pills, or, maybe I am maybe I'm on my rocker with it. I certainly have been I got my share of takes that I'm sure I've been on the end of the branch on my own on those. But I do feel like there's something here to this. Cameron says Pete lied during the 2022 Combine. It's possible at this point. It's very possible. Jack Maloney, here's the thing. Yeah, the team isn't good, but it's about the process. My team, the Canucks, were a joke for years, crippled by bad contracts, but management cleaned it up. Seahawks got a great GM. Great GM. Got one half. That's true. I think we're in agreement on that, Jack. A variety of us. Randall was there as well. A couple of us I do like our GM quite a bit. And sometimes this stuff takes some years to figure out, Jack. You're right. Sometimes it can just take a little bit of time. We jump, kind of tap our foot and go, win. But it isn't going to happen overnight all the time. And I especially think when it comes to Coach Carroll, if you're going to waterboard me on this one, I'd say he's probably not going to change his ways, and you're probably going to get held back by that. But you'll get overall better as a team. Can the talent overtake that lack of better word, schematics? I don't know. I'm reticent to believe it can, but I'd love to be proven wrong. Henry, Brandon, you've been clamoring for how Geno is great. How are we feeling now? Well, it's one of the reasons I wanted to be at the point of this show of kind of starting to look more towards coaches before I get to players on this one. It's not to absolve all players of any guilt or anything like that. I don't want to seem like I'm letting anybody off the hook here. But I do want to look at it as a priority issue. What's the biggest priority in my mind? Is it to go look at, for instance, DK Metcalf and whether he needs to be traded or not, as I'm hearing some profess want to see? That may be something that we have to look at or deal with down the road, or even is a possibility for some. Really, it's not for me, but it's not really it's not the thing that's right now at the forefront of what, to me, we should be discussing. That's the biggest issue at play. And I don't want to deal with little issues out here that aren't, to the biggest deal. When it comes to Geno on the contract he's on right now this year, making the 17th amount most of money in the entire NFL. Is he playing worse in recent weeks? Yeah. Is he regressing? Yeah. Is this whole team across the board regressing? Yeah. That's where I go to. Should I lean to then just picking one of those players out and going, see, it's this guy? Or should I go back to the coaches and say, well, that's a coaching problem then? You have players across the board that are underachieving, who should be playing better, who are playing not their best football this year, in a lot of cases when they should be. Why is that? What's the reason for that? And that's kind of what I'm doing with this. We're kind of more, it's, to me, pushes back more the coaching. When it comes to Geno, he's been, just regressing is the best word I can put it. I don't think he's been playing bad throughout the whole course of this year. I think that there were times, and there have been games like the Ravens game, where he's been under an onslaught of pressure. There was a statistic that was posted recently that showed that we have, I think, the 28th best offensive line in the game. There's nobody that can point to me first with Geno's performance and not first have to kind of acknowledge a bit that your offensive line has been the worst or one of the worst in the NFL. And it's all across the board. And that's going to really highly impact the quarterback position, whether this is Geno here or Russell Wilson there or anybody else. And it's, again, not to absolve Geno, but it's to say that I just don't, it's the cart before the horse, chicken before the egg. To me, I go to the first place on this and I come back to coaching. Your scheme has been predictable, easy to prepare for the opposition. You completely ignore the middle of the field. You have no pre and post snap motion. You have no fly sweeps. You have no ability to deal with the blitz. Those are not Geno issues, but those are all issues that Geno is affected by. But then we come down to, and we start trying now to get to the nitty gritty of, okay, how much do I pull away from those issues that are applying to Geno, and how much do I now have to kind of hold him over the coals for the issues that he does have, for those times that he is, not getting the job done. And when it comes down to Geno, you got to make, like the coaching staff, in my opinion, the assessment at the end of the year here, because right now it's fine at the price he's at. This is part of the good contract he's on, is that it's a year-by-year deal. And if we get to the offseason and Geno has regressed all the way through and he looks like a shell of what he was through those 12 games last year, then I don't see a lot of reason to have him on the books for $32 million after the year. If he can reclaim some of that former glory and get back up onto that horse, he's still under a pretty contract-friendly deal for both him and the team now and into the future, if he can play at that kind of sub-top 10 level performance that he showed an ability to play at last year. But I don't know if it's coming. But it is hard to pair between the two for me on that. Dean Reeves says, let's just hope John's getting as frustrated with Pete as the 12s are. I hope he is. I'd imagine he is. Got to be frustrating. Wolverines, I'm willing to keep John because I don't know how much power he actually has, but compete. We aren't competing, maybe against each other, but not the other team. Greg, he's the only wide receiver having a 1,000-yard season and on the team. Oh, sorry, Greg, you're responding to them on that. I have a hard time getting into the DK stuff because I know there's a lot to talk about with this team, and I'm on board with talking about it, but I feel like we're getting a little, like DK is not even a big problem on this team right now, Cameron says, good research, Pete. Thank you, Cameron. I wanted to try to back up what I was saying rather than just making it all seem like it's coming from an emotional standpoint. Snap out of the press doesn't hold Pete accountable either with all their softball questions. No. I would present to the Seattle media, and I've said this a couple times, remember what you're there to do. You speak truth to power. That's your job. That's what a journalist does. That's what, when you were going to your journalist school back in the day, you were supposed to be, buoyed by those thoughts and that type of idealism. And if you've reached the stage of that idealism where it's completely been eroded to the ground, where you're scared to ask even a semi-difficult question of a coach and press them in a manner, what are we doing here? What are you doing here? And I'm not trying to tell another man how to do his job, but I hear this a lot from people in the chat. If there's somebody in the Seattle media listening, this is something I hear a ton from in the chat. Why will you guys not ask harder questions? And if you guys are unable to, give us an SOS sign. One of you guys on Twitter come out there and give us how about this, Seattle media right now? Just give me a white flag on your Twitter post if you can't say anything, if you can't ask a tough question, or you'll be having your access removed. Just give me a white flag on your Twitter tonight, and then we'll know that that's the reason. Because otherwise, much like the decisions on this team right now, a lot of it doesn't make sense to us. So ask them the tough questions. Coach Carroll, you said 2 years ago you're looking to adopt these two schemes. Why do they look like they're still straight out of 2017? Well, you can't ask that. That's too confrontational. You can't ask it that way. I'm sure there's a nice way you can come up with asking that question as a journalist to where you can still get it across. Why is the lack of change? Why is the lack of adaptation? Why is that through these years, you move through all these coordinators, yet everything seemingly always comes back to these similar things? Lack of discipline, lack of ability to convert third downs, no complexity, always the simplest thing on both sides of the ball that you lean into. Is it that you don't trust the player's ability to think from a complexity standpoint? So you're trying to keep things still simple? That was a bit of the driving force back in the day for why this defense is leaned into it like it was. It fit to the old kind of jock stereotype of the guys go, me big and hit, me run fast, me no play complex defense. I think players are a little smarter though now. I think they're capable now. Cameron says, take JSN off the field and just bring back the 3 tight end sets for God's sake. I'm with it. Jeffrey says, imagine we fire Shane and Clint and bring in Lincoln as offensive coordinator and prime time as DC. That would be bonkers. That'd be awesome. That would make me a lot happier. Even though I know Coach Carroll would try to do his part to stymie them a little bit. That'd be pretty awesome. Henry said we extend days over another 5 seasons. Alexander Brandon, honestly, not giving up is a great thing, but we both know there's no change coming, and this is my first season since 1980. I have no hope. We're done because Pete is not going to change ever. I get it. And Alexander, you're not alone, man. There's been plenty who have come into my chat over the last couple of weeks and voiced exactly that standpoint. And I can't push back against it. I can't. I'm going to remain, if not hopeful, just kind of watchful, a watchful kind of hope, if that makes any sense. But, I just presented the case to it, and I think I presented pretty well, and I don't see a lot of people in the chat so far that's been able to put or even tried to push back on what I'm trying to present here, which is that things have been unchanging through years now. And I think Coach Carroll is the greatest coach we've ever had here. He should be revered forever. Put a statue in front of the stadium. All those things should be absolutely true. All those things can be true, and at the same point in time, I can ask the question to say, hey, you haven't had an elite defense in 10 years. You haven't had really an elite team in 10 years. You're 1-5 in the playoffs since 2017. I can go through a list of coaches. Ron Rivera, for instance, is going to lose his job this year probably. Never being given a quarterback there who could really get it done. Right? Having Dan Schneider there that he's had to operate under, and when he first walked in the door there, he signed up for it, so it is on him a little bit with that, granted. But he's going to be ushered now out the door here probably, just after a couple mere seasons there of having a chance to establish his culture and a chance to win. That's the NFL, moving fast. Brian Daboll will end up this year with as many playoff wins as Coach Carroll since 2017, having been just recently hired there, and he might very well get fired after this year with the New York Giants. In fact, it's looking very likely at this point. He got, much like Ron Rivera, he got married to Daniel Jones. Like Rivera, you signed up for Dan Snyder. He signed up for Daniel Jones, but nonetheless, it's not like he was given a great quarterback like he had with Josh Allen in Buffalo to execute his offense. Still, no sympathy for him. No giving him 10 years to figure it out. He's on his way. Josh McDaniels, John Gruden, Raiders moving off coaches every which way but loose. How about Doug Marrone, Jacksonville Jaguar coach who has more wins in the playoffs since 2017 than Coach Carroll with the Jaguars, but he was shown the door. Mike Zimmer, more playoff wins than Coach Carroll with Minnesota, shown the door. Jason Garrett, as many wins as Coach Carroll, shown the door. Dan Quinn, Frank Reich with the Colts. We can go through a lot of different coaches here if you want to talk about being unfair, or that, like, is it unfair to consider them? Like, we've given you enough time. Look at all of these coaches in all of these other places, not having these teams sitting there, giving them 5, 7, 8, 9 years to find their way. And maybe there's something to be said for being patient and letting a coach kind of find itself a little bit. But that's where we get to today, where we wonder whether or not we're at the end of the patience point, or that it's still time to exert a whole lot more. Watch Visquest. I do think Shane is largely running the O. I don't see Carroll abandoning the run game like that. It's on him to straighten that out, though. Like last year, Russ overcooked, and he pulled him back. Yeah, I'm not sure with Shane. I'm really not sure, Fishquest. The thing that I don't understand with on that is I don't get why the offense looks so different than McVay's system. That's the part that doesn't add up to me on the Carroll not necessarily having a lot of influence on the offense. Is you have an offense that you operate under in your tutelage and understanding of for a coach who's gone to the Super Bowl, who his orbit is so bright, you don't even need to be an offensive coordinator to then go get an offensive coordinator job with Seattle, just because all of the coaches around him are going to be viewed in such high order at this time. And so you take that playbook, you take what got you this job, and then you come here and then you don't apply any of that playbook, but instead you're applying a playbook, Washington Fishquest, that looks very, very similar to the playbook of 2017 and 2018. That's where it's hard for me to say that it's not him influencing that offense heavily, because that's a huge leap there for me to have to broach between that as being logical. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't quite add up to me, Cashmere, Pete has like two seasons left on his contract. Let him finish unless the wheels completely fall off. I think that's probably where it's going anywhere. Whatever we may come to as far as a conclusion of having confidence or no confidence, Cashmere, I think it does probably just play out that way, where it's going to, he'll play out the last couple of years of his contract, and absent him retiring inside of that time period, that's just the way that this will go. We'll see. Wolverines, Pete's like the driver's ed teacher with his foot on the brake at all times. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Greg, you can add DK to the scapegoat list. He's basically the redhead stepchild that gets hated for no reason. Yeah, he gets mentioned quite a bit in my chat on the folks having issues with him. I feel like as much as he gets mentioned for people wanting to trade him or the issues that they have with him, I'm like, is he like, I feel like he would be on pace for like a 400-yard season or something. And I know he's not necessarily playing amazing, but there's so many other bigger issues on the team. Snap out of it says Pete's a helicopter parent. It's not wrong. Nate, who's another good offensive-minded coach to take over if Pete was to leave? I hope he does soon. Or I'd love A. Quinn with his own, Dan Quinn, I think you said, with his own OC here. I would very much, Nate, lean towards an offensive-minded head coach, because I think an offensive-minded head coach can help a defense. I don't think a defensive-minded head coach can necessarily help his offense. And there are, of course, exclusions and anomalies to that as a general rule of thumb, but overall that tends to be the case. As far as a good offensive-minded coach to take over, I don't really think that at this point, Nate, because of the level of talent that you've stacked up on this team and where the talent's going to be at as we go forward, it's not really going to require somebody who's specifically brilliant to make this offense run. It's going to require somebody who can run a modernized offense. And the willingness of the team to be completely embracing that will bring success. You insert any given level name of a guy who's just on almost just any garden variety offensive coordinator in this sport, and they'll be able to probably provide that for you. This is a bevy of talent that you've got to work with. There are coordinators in this league who, if they had Jackson Smith, DK, and Tyler as the threesome they just start out with, would be over the moon in their ability to start to manufacture and generate offense. You add into that 2 bookend tackles, 2 great running backs, at least a tight end or 2 still at that point rolling. I think that's going to be a very attractive job. Is there an offensive coordinator I can think of right now sitting on the open market? Not as of yet. I haven't given this a lot of consideration with it, Nate, but I would just simply look to find a guy that's embracing completely the modernization, pre and post snap motion, you attacking horizontally as well as vertically. It's really that's the most important key than it is the exact name. Greg Kemp says Bills offensive coordinator that got fired, maybe on him. Remember with him, he took over for Dayball and then didn't do as good a job for Dayball, taking over basically the same exact crew and unit that Brian had to work with. So I'm not as big on Dorsey necessarily as an OC, but I'll try to think if I'll try to start to do a little bit of a deeper dive, because it certainly looks like whether or not Carroll stays here in the long-term future, it doesn't look like Waldron at the very least is maybe long for the Hawk world at this point, just be himself. But I'll start to try to maybe take a look at deeper at some available candidates out there. Can we steal Pep Hamilton from the Texans? Henry, imagine firing Pete and keeping Geno. Literally wouldn't change much. Yeah, I don't think you need to get a quarterback of the future here. That's one way or another. Callie Tangerine says even Pumpkin looks disappointed. She is. This season has wore her out. Big Country, I just looked at the playoff odds. Hawks at 34%, Rams at 38%. You got to be kidding me. Wow. Vegas doesn't miss often. You know what I mean? And this thing started to backslide on us real quick, Big Country. William, what's the point of getting a new head coach if Jody is going to sell the team soon? I believe that we're just going to have to ride this one out until the team gets a new owner. I think that your conclusion is probably correct. I don't think that you necessarily have to be hindered in going out and getting a coach because of a sale being included. I mean, if a new owner comes in and a coach is kicking butt and taking names, I think that they're perfectly happy to inherit that. But certainly new owners are going to have a quicker trigger too if they don't like what they're seeing. So I would say I get your total conclusion on that. I would hope it wouldn't prevent them from looking or considering it as a way to go, instead of just sort of sitting here treading water for 2 years, if that's the alternative. If it is, I'm not saying it is, but if that does become the alternative. Wolverine says, I remember that they kept 70% of that playbook. I remember. Yeah, widely pursued story was Brady Henderson that first, I think, tweeted it out back in the day. But that is so completely ridiculous and dumb at so many different levels. You hire an offensive coordinator to call plays. These guys have their playbook. In Schottenheimer's case, that's a playbook that's going back to the 80s with his father. It's like it's literally the equivalent of hiring Kyle Shanahan and then telling Kyle Shanahan to toss away pretty much all of the West Coast concepts in his playbook. What are we doing here? And that's what you did with Schottenheimer. And if you did it with Schottenheimer, why would they suddenly not do it with Waldron? Especially when I look at the offense and absent those every once in a while looks we'll get where they'll do a 2 tight end backfield thing. Absent those looks, everything else looks so stunningly similar to those old offenses from a formational standpoint. Dean Reeves says, John's killing the draft. Pete's killing us on the field. Same, not the same. Nate says, keep John, bring Dan. Hopefully Dan Quinn brings a good go-see, but what would make Jody Allen to fold in firing Pete? Do we have to start a hashtag fire Pete on XB? I don't know if she would at this point. I just don't know if there's I think people that are mentioning this in the chat, Nate, that are saying, look, we're going to be probably stuck where we are for 2 years, wherever it goes, are probably right. I mean, it's in the best impetus of all of this for Pete to just have the light bulb wake up one morning. He gets out of bed and says, F it, I choose violence. I'm going to go out there and I may lose, but I'm going to lose trying something a different way than We've been applying it here for the last 7 or 8 years and to failing results. I'm going to stop having the Legion of Boom dancing in my head like gumdrops in a child's mind the night before Thanksgiving. It's not coming back again. You know, it's like she's not coming back again. All right. I know you loved her. You did. She's not coming back, man. You got to move on. I can't, man. I love her. She was so beautiful. I know, man. I know, bro. But you got to do it. It's not doing you no good no more. It's hurting you, man. No, it's not. I love her. It's beautiful. It's beautiful love. No, it's not. It's not, dude. William, go back to the press conference with Pete and John after the Russell Wilson trade. They opened with how they have a philosophy, and it's always been about the philosophy, and they're sticking to the philosophy. Well, it's a philosophy. Happy birthday, Megan. How about that? Happy birthday. Hope you feel better. Washington Fish Quest, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, why don't they run the golf darn ball more? Sorry, I might have missed that there. A little late on acknowledging it. Why don't they run the ball more? I don't know. You started out this game with 3 straight passes. And remember when we started this game out, you started out with a quarterback keeper on the first snap of the game. They kind of looked like a broken play. And boy, wasn't that just a perfect little omen for the way the game was going to go. But you started this game out with essentially that, a broken play, and then 2 passes. And the team bails with Waldron off the run all the time. As I go back and was doing the research for this, you know, and looking at why other coordinators have been fired out of here, Fish Quest, you'd be surprised on a couple of these coordinators how running the ball gets mentioned, like it was, for instance, with Jeremy Bates, about run the ball more. You know, I think part of it is a bit of the issue comes into play on this Fish Quest where you're not getting the third down conversions. You're getting so many 3 and outs. Everything is getting limited down to where you can run first down, run second down, and then just try pass third down and then be out of it, and you'll technically have run more. But you've got to move the chains here to give yourself these opportunities to get into running a little bit more, to get more plays up, to have those opportunities a bit. But there's also a lack of commitment. It's in combination. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Garth. Good to see you in the house, brother. I'd have felt a lot better giving up 2 first-rounders amongst other picks for Kyle Hamilton instead of Jamal Adams, but Jamal was available for a reason. Yeah, I certainly would have as well. I love Kyle Hamilton coming out, Garth. He was one of my dogs in that draft. So if they had found a way to do that instead, that might have made a lot more sense with how much you've been paying and having 5 years of club control with Kyle versus the Jamal trade. Jamal was one that was made out of desperation. And when you make moves in desperation, you don't tend to make very smart moves. You know, it's, if you're in a state of panic, you're not going to be, it's like what they always tell you. You're out in the open waters. Don't freak out. Just stay calm, lay on your back. You know, we were definitely not in that state of training camp. We were thrashing about in the water, Garth. We were taking whole heaping drink of water in our mouth as we dip beneath the waves, trying to stay above them. But yeah, that one doesn't look too good in retrospect, especially because this might be Jamal's last year here. Deep Space, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Deep Space. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and thank you for jumping aboard. Randall McDaniel, thank you for a $5, the double donation tonight, man. Very kind of you. November of 2021, we started having the Russell Wilson convo. Will Hawks Nest speak this into existence as well? I don't think this convo is as divisive. I'm interested to see tonight on the chat, and it's been good to see that I'm not off my rocker on this as far as what I'm feeling from the chat a little bit here. I guess we'll see on the like to dislike ratio on the video. We'll probably speak a little bit to that too as well. And it's a hard conversation, and the Russell Wilson one was a hard conversation. And these aren't fun. People love these players and love these coaches, and they should. They have been the best of our, not just era, but of our organization's history. And they deserve to be revered and spoken about with a level of respect. I truly do believe that. But they are conversations I think we got to have, Randall. And I think that they have to start to become more of a bit of a commonplace in our look at this, because We talk about this in every angle of this. We try to discern what's the reason this happens. Why did this good thing happen? Why did this bad thing happen? Was this trade good? Was this trade bad? Was this signing good? Was this signing bad? We try to determine all of this, and we look at it through a pure lens of acknowledging at times that you have the coaching staff that can get it done on the back end of it when you're looking at the front end of the deals just on the scope of the player or how good they are or what you're adding to the team. But if you can't have that confidence on the other back end of it, it's very hard then to make those assessments on the players of the front end and what they are bringing, especially if you're not sure if your coaches are going to be able to get the most out of the talents that they're bringing to bear. That's really the big problem there at that. So I hope so, Randall. The only way, I hope so unless they can turn it around. I don't want this conversation to be out here and continue if they're able to solve these things and fix these things. But if stuff continues to perpetuate and continues to fit to form as it has for years now, then I think it's going to get there. And I think that this year has been more of a breaking point for fans than I've ever seen in the past for Coach Carroll here in recent years. As I've said, this has been going on for 5 or 6 years. So there's a lot of this fan base that has been very patient with what they're seeing on the field, especially the fan base and the contingent of the fan base that really understands in the X's and O's of what they're seeing. Really understands how simple it really is, how very easy it is for teams to prepare for us, how easy it is for teams to know what we're doing pre-snap, and so that they're a step faster post-snap. And that's something that's, I think people are really awakening to, and I think rightfully so. I don't think that they're seeing unclearly here. I don't think that there's some magic, it's like what people are saying, the jazz notes, it's the notes they're not playing, man. It's the groovy notes they're not playing you got to hear, man. I don't think it's something like that it's so subtle. And no, I think that I think this is accurate, some of the stuff we're looking at here, Randall. So we'll see. I think you'll know that it's getting to the point where the conversation's a real one and willing to be had when you hear the Seattle media start to do that thing that we don't see them do often with him, which is, press now a little bit more. Thank you though, Randall. Appreciate the donation. Hope you're having a good night, man. Rogers Green says, same old thing with Carroll. No matter the OC or DC, they're only the same. He's Bud Grant coaching in 2023. I think it's a fair way of putting it. His old mentor back in the late 70s, early 80s. And that was Bud Grant's defenses were the front four, but you had the purple people eaters up front. You had 4 dogs up front. You want to run your soft zones on the back end? You want to drop everybody into coverage? Fine. You got to have the dogs up front to get it done then. And since the end of the Legion of Boom era, we've never had the full complement of dogs up front. We've had a couple of Rottweilers, but we always sneak in a few Chihuahuas, a Pekingese in there. It's never a full-on just 2 Rotties, 1 Pitty, 1 Sheepdog. Yeah. DW American frets. Pete changing the play call, causing delay of game, says a bunch. I had no idea. Pete should be told that is not acceptable. Running on first down, way too predictable. Yeah, it was one of the plays that stood out to me in that Rams playoff game a couple of years ago that just absolutely made me so mad because you had a 4th and 1, I believe. And so it's 4th and 1. Schottenheimer's trying to call the play. The play clock's winding down. Play comes in. Carroll fights him on it in the headset. The play call winds down. I believe they take a delay of game penalty, or they had to call a timeout. I think it's a delay of game. And so then they're pushed back to 4th and 6, and now they got a punt. Because it's just one of those moments where you're going, these little things, points happen where you're like, what are we doing there? You were so insistent on the play call you wanted that you then draw it into a place and now you got a punt? Why not just let him call the play then? Or, Greg Kemp says, Brandon, by the numbers, where does Waldron rank from previous offensive coordinators? You were like a 22 offense first year. You were like an 11th, 12th offense last year. You're back down to being like a 30 offense this year. I don't think that there was ever those big of dips in our offense. I don't think our offense was ever elite necessarily in those Bevel Schottenheimer years. But but nonetheless, I think they were better than Waldron. With Bates, and this is the thing with Waldron too that I've got to say, go back to Bates. There's a very interesting thing to look at with Bates that has me again. This is on this line of thinking that it's like a detective being on the case of something. You know, you start to pull that, you grab, like I'm looking at the desk and I'm pulling this page forward. And I caught this page here and I'm pulling this forward. Remember with Jeremy Bates in that year, offense was not good in that year you got to the playoffs. Remember, we ended up 7-9. Offense could never really find its footing throughout the year. Supposedly a lot of friction between Bates and Carroll. And then in the playoff game, you came out and you just threw the ball all over the field. You ran like 8 bubble screens in that Saints playoff game at home back in 2010-ish, 9-ish, something like that. And it was startling. Matt Hasselbeck might have played the best game of his entire life as a Seahawk. I mean, he was throwing dimes all over the field, but the offense was also being called with a lot more of a diversification. Just it was hitting everywhere, all over the field. The Saints defense could get no feel for it, the former champions from the prior year. And even the next week in Chicago, the offense was still very pretty. The defense kind of ended up failing the week after that out there in Chicago on the road after you got that win against the Saints. Did Bates get to go into those final 2 playoff games, getting an opportunity to finally run the offense fully freely? Was there a point that he came to Carroll at the end of that and said, see, when you let me run the way I want to run it here, look what I can do. Look at what I can produce. Let me do that again next year. No, I don't want to do that again next year. I want you to run the offense. I want you to run. Okay, then just let me go. Just let me go then. Did it go like that? Did it go like that with Schottenheimer too? Did Schottenheimer sit down with Carroll at the end of that year after that 4th down call that I just talked about, and they sat down and Schottenheimer's like, what are you doing there? We got 4th and 1. The game's on the line. You're not going to trust me to make the call in that moment? You try to overrule my call, and then you do so to the point where we've got to get a delay a game call so that we don't even get a playoff then, so that then we just end up punting. Why'd you not trust me there? This isn't going to work if you're not going to trust me. Well, I've got to have the opportunity as a coach to be able to come in, Brian, and tell you when I need to tell you what you need to do. And you need to go and do it when I tell you what to do. Well, no, because I'm going to take the heat when it fails. Everyone's going to look at me and say, why'd you come up with that crappy ass call on 4th down, Shotty? And I can't tell them it was your call. I just wonder. I wonder if that's a little bit of what's happened. I don't know, but I wonder. Barry Satoro, thank you for the $5 donation. Says hashtag fire Pete, hashtag hire Harbaugh. What better ending to Pete and his hubris than hiring Pete's arch nemesis? Yeah, I would estimate that it would probably rankle Pete pretty good if you brought Harbaugh back in here to replace him. That'd probably be a pretty bitter pill for Pete to swallow. But as Harbaugh has shown, and I've been a guy who's long been a proponent of Harbaugh there with Michigan and the job he's done there. He's doing great work there. I know that it's been bumpy this year with some of the stuff they have surrounding the program as a whole, but that does make me wonder if he's going to try to get back to the pros sooner than later. And he would be, of all the potential candidates out there, probably the number one guy I would look to if we were looking for a new coach right now. I think he could come up to this NFL program with this talent as it stands right now. I think he could instill in discipline, which is missing across the board. I think he could allow you to make decisions that could be a little bit more cold-blooded to fit what needed to happen. And I don't think that he would have the same issues that he had with Trent Baalke in San Francisco with Schneider, because Baalke can be just kind of more of a go for tools kind of guy rather than football players kind of guy, where that's not how Schneider's necessarily cut. That's not his cloth. Thank you though, Barry. And that would be that'd be pretty crazy if that were to go down like that. That's for sure. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. Hey, Brando, a little off topic, but have you tried any of those automated litter machines? Looking for one for my sister, but I personally don't have a cat. So you must be meaning like the automatic vacuum kind of machine things is what you're talking about, Taker. And I haven't. And the reason why is because I got 2 cats and those things fill up really fast with the cat hair. So you have to get the ones that are like built for the hair on the animal, because otherwise you'll be over there cleaning it out every couple of hours. You know, it's going to just be like, so I just go through when I do my vacuum once, twice a week. I try to do even every couple of days, just hit the floor hard all around, all over the place with the vacuum that way, and then, go that route, because I don't trust those small ones. But if I would use one, I would get one taker if I didn't have pets. But I just think that they get too clogged up with pets. It's, who wants to be cleaning that stuff out every 2 seconds, right? I'll just vacuum once or twice a week. They need to have those things, like have an automatic thing to like go into the trash can and then dump itself in the trash can and then come back down. And then they'll be ready for me at that point, taker. Appreciate you though, man. Thanks for the donation. Very kind of you guys. Noob. The Buffalo game was brutal to watch. It felt like our defense was a JV team. Yeah. You had a Buffalo team that, and remember in that game, that was a game where Carroll said, yeah, we came into this game expecting them to run the ball a lot. Who in the name of God has played Buffalo the last 3 years thinking, we got to worry about their running game today? It's that Buffalo rushing attack that'll get you. Cameron B, those would be great shows if you could get those ex-OCs on to tell how it was. Oh, I would be dialed in for that. Make that happen, Captain. I'd love to do it, man. It's hard reaching out to these people, getting responses. I'm trying to just get like a behind enemy lines for the Cowboys game this next week, and you can't get any responses. Everybody's busy as hell. So I'd love to. I'll try to. I reach out to these folks fairly on the regular, be it players and even a couple coaches, but some aren't always the most super responsive. And in Bevel and Schottenheimer's case, they're both still in the league right now, so probably not as willing to let the lips go loose a little bit on those. They might be a little tight-lipped on that one to me. A says, how do you feel about DK? Our offense isn't clicking, and that could be multiple things, but when you're top 5 money and not top 20 in any stat, tough. Yeah, I have a hard time putting it necessarily on DK, and it's coming off a game where he might have had his worst game of the year with the two drops and the play where he wasn't able to get his feet inbounds deep. I don't think that that's been the story of DK throughout the course of this year, though. I think that he's played good to pretty great football. If you look at the PFF scores on a weekly basis, he's usually one of your top graded players on the offensive side of the ball. I think that he's being inhibited by the problems offensively that are sweeping and inhibiting a lot of different players, offensively speaking. I really don't think it's smart to move off of DK. I think he's a talent that's hard to find or hard to replace. And I don't think that he's going to get you back the returns that you think you're going to get back necessarily via a trade. And so if that's the case, I just as soon as hold on to him and try to find a way to make it better work with him. I think that the thing that stands out to me with DKA is that you have a team that has a really hard time of manufacturing touches for him, where so many other receivers in this league that are true blue number one receivers have teams that will manufacture those touches for them over the course of the game. It's not always about you have to get open on the deep route. You have to get separation on the post route. It's sometimes we're going to have some stuff structured up. We're going to run a flood zone with you as the caboose, and then you're going to sit down with the other two players running in front, and you'll have a nice, easy 8-yard completion early in the game and working those into those guys. We don't do that with DK. So it gets it harder for me to get to the point of saying, well, it's DK and he's the problem with this, or he's so overpaid with this. I can't do that when you're not really trying to take advantage of his skill set fully, offensively speaking. Greg says, Brandon, I want to know what made Pete get rid of Shoddy and the wide receiver coach after DK broke the team's yards records, made Pro Bowl, All-Pro, Tyler, and set the team record for 100 catches. It doesn't make sense. So there was that moment, Greg. It was a really rough playoff game against the Rams anyway, offensively speaking. And then you have that kind of crowning moment that year with Schottenheimer having the moment between the call and fourth down. And remember this too, Greg, is that was also halfway into that year where Coach Carroll put the breakdown on the offense. He wasn't going to let them throw as free and easy as they had to start out the year. He had determined by that Buffalo game that the results are starting to be diminishing results. So we're going to go back to our old stylings. And maybe Schottenheimer was like, look, you just saw it work finally. Why are you going off of this? And remember with this, Greg, is it wasn't a firing of Schottenheimer. It was a agreed mutual parting of ways was the PR note that we got, which is a bit of a nod to the fact the coordinator was like, no, this is both of us wanting to leave this. This is me as well being not happy with this. Rogers Green, are we about to lose 4 straight? Hard to see how we don't. we're playing our worst football of the year going up against the toughest part of the schedule. I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer. But it ain't looking good. Dean says we got what we paid for with Geno, middle of the road money and middle of the road quarterback. Yeah. And then again, by outlet of that, Dean, not the big issue on this team, or not the big problem to speak of necessarily. It's not that you feel great about what he's bringing for that, but it's fine, and it's something that you can certainly deal with at the end of the year if it is a continuing issue. A little bit. I want to thank, by the way, folks, just want to thank really quickly, if I can. They've been so very kind to me this year. I want to thank the sponsor of this show. That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. There's still time this year. Take advantage of Underdog Fantasy. And even if you don't want to just do football, you can do basketball, baseball, hockey, a lot of different contests you can get in and utilize. They're going to be sponsoring this show throughout the course of this year. If you click the link in the top of my description section, that will take you directly to their site. When you sign up, they will match you up to 100% of $100 of your first deposit. So $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you through Underdog Fantasy when you use my link or the code NEST. And you support the show, help yourself out, and maybe go out there and win a little bit of money. They're giving away $200,000 a week as we're going through this NFL season. You get into these fantasy matchups, going up against other players for money. You can do the over and unders, which is what I love to do in there as far as those kind of prop kind of thing goes. So thank you, Underdog Fantasy, for sponsoring the show. Thank you guys for utilizing the code as you have. There are restrictions in the state of Washington, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can utilize your app within the casino and all of that, and you'll have the full go, and you can utilize that code. But hey, $100 on me through the Underdog Fantasy. I want to thank them for sponsoring the show tonight. Barry Satoro, thank you for the $10 donation. Wow, very kind of you, Barry. Appreciate the dono. Says, I can picture it now. Harbaugh walking into his hiring presser, wearing a pair of massively oversized Nike Air Monarch 6s. I hear I have big shoes to fill. He just comes walking in, Barry, with some clown shoe Nike Air Monarchs, you know. That would be awesome. That'd be great for Harbaugh to do that too, because if he was hired, that'd totally diffuse what would probably be a little bit of tension initially if he was hired like that, and get people laughing, you know, a little bit. But that's hilarious. Oh man. Hey, they're comfy. It's like you're walking on air, Barry, you know what I mean? I'm with Harbaugh though. He's the one that stands to my mind. Is he's been at the pro level. He's had success at both pro and the college level now. I feel like he's evolved as a coach and updated himself from where he was with San Francisco, especially as far as his offense and his approach there goes. I would be very, very good with it myself, Barry. Thank you, man, for all the donos, though. Appreciate you. Deep Space says, as an Eagles fan, I'm rooting for your Seahawks to win. Let's go, Gino. Hey, we'll try to pull it off, Deep Space. It's been a bit bumpy up into this point, but we're trying. DW American Frets, from what you just said, either Pete goes or he gets ultimatum about not interfering with the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. Simple, but not easy. It's the place I've said with Pete that I wish he would lean into a little bit more, because I've had some of these instincts that this was playing out this way, DW, up until this point prior to this year, and that Pete, just be a coach at this point. You can, yes, advise and help and all of that, but I got to put all of my fingers in all of the pies. No, you don't. And not all coaches need to go to that level of extreme level of control that some would call almost micromanaging level of control. You've got to trust your people. You've got to trust that you've hired the right people. And if you're going over the top of them and constantly self-correcting them in what they're doing, constantly trying to guide them the way you need them to be, you didn't hire the right guy, or you don't have the faith in them. And neither of those two are very good conclusions for us to be reaching. You know, let them go out there and let them sink and swim on their own accord. I go back to Waldron, and one of the only games we've gotten to see of Waldron where I really felt like we were watching more of a McVay offensive-like scheme of the Rams was that opening game against the Colts with Russell Wilson, the first game of the year under Waldron. You guys remember back to that game? The movement, the bubble screens, the pre-snap motion, the use of fly sweeps with Eskridge. He got knocked out in that game after a couple of them, of course, but they used him. That was kind of the most unhindered I got to see of him ever. That was amazing. And they really never went back to it. Roger Green says, bad, bland schemes on both sides of the ball. Yeah, it's fair. Fair way of putting it. Deep Space, welcome to the Nest. Thank you for subbing up. Do me a favor, folks. Hit that like button if you could for me, if you haven't already. It does help out the channel. Noob says, we're the Steelers of the NFC. I don't know if we're even as good as the Steelers of the NFC. I mean, they play good defense. I know they have a good defense. We might have a good defense. Maybe. We might have an average defense. I don't know. Dallas says the buck stops with Pete. His approach is no longer working. Time to move on. I think that there's an argument made for that. Seahawks QJ, with as much talent and speed that we have on the offensive side of the ball, we shouldn't be that predictable with our offensive play calling. Third down is our kryptonite. No, we should not. When you got this much talent, really what you should be able to do is what I thought we would do coming into the season, which is that you can basically catch where every defense is leaning. And every defense leans into a different direction. Some defenses are going to lean into a direction that will change snap in and snap out. Some defenses will lean into a direction that they try to prevent on a snap-by-snap basis. You know, for instance, we're going to run the cover 3. We're going to protect deep on a snap-by-snap basis. So therefore, as an offense, you can know if you want to attack short, you want to attack in the middle of the field, there's probably going to be some openings there. But every defense has a natural hole created by the scheme that it's designed around. And so it's about you finding where that hole is on a play in and play out basis. And then it's also about having the talent to get to those holes in the defense, especially when we talk about the passing attack. This team's got that. You're right, Seahawks fan. It's got way too much talent to be able to attack all of those weaknesses wherever they may be on any given defense, and yet on a weekly basis, they're struggling to find an identity, much less actually find the method of approach to attack a given defense. They don't have an answer for whatever a defense is doing to them. There is no adjustment, and there really isn't. To me, I struggle to find the excuses here when you are putting together such a talented unit as they've put together here. Crispy Chris says, fire Pete. Greg, it's not DK's fault. Hawks don't give him top 5 targets while paying him top 5 money. Why don't people complain about him not getting the ball more like they did for JSN early this season? I don't know, Greg. The thing with DK, I don't get. He's long gotten a good amount of shade from me. I've long found myself for years now, oddly and strangely at times, feeling like I've got to stand up for the guy not a little bit, because he does get a lot of shade at times in the chat from folks, but I don't have much sense I can make of it. I do get a little bit frustrated by it too. Nate says Seattle media is never aggressive on these press conferences. No, they're not. And it's odd. It's again odd that they're all so thoroughly that way. It makes me think that they've all been told at some point, don't ask tough questions. You guys want access, just underhand softball it up to Pete up at the podium. And let him put it up in the second deck every time. It's weird because other media places across the country are willing to ask tough questions, are willing to hold feet to the fire. A says even with the stat that take into account not getting the ball, catch percentage, he's not top 20. The problem with the catch percentage of the ball, A, is that he's gotten so many errant bad throws thrown his way from Geno, though, that then don't take account into that in the stat. It's a problem. Both of you don't have a way of targeting very often at times. And then when you do target it, you got Geno limp dicking his throws to DK's feet. And then that counts as technically a target. But DK had no chance of catching it. The number of, especially down in the red zone, the lack of catchable throws to DK are pretty startling from Geno on that. But again, on this too, I just think it's Concentrating on DK at this point. There's so many other things to concentrate on. Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs, Draymond Jones. I mean, these are the items that should come ahead of DK if we're talking about not getting the production for what we're paying for before we even enter into a discussion of DK Metcalf. But like I was saying above to Greg, I know that he's kind of captured the imagination to a degree and he kind of just rises to the spot in people's mind, and that it is going to be there, I know, and at the forefront in certain respects. Big Country, one playoff win against Josh McCown, who's old as dirt. That's right. Bad Guacamole says one and done as a wild card is barely in the playoffs. Agreed, Bad. That's why I say it's been 10 years since we've been an elite team. It's been 10 years since you put an elite defense together with a defensive-led head coach. Hey, it says DK's 21 in targets, mind you, 43rd in receptions, 170th in catch percentage, 20th in yards, 76th in success percentage. Went back the past 2 seasons, still not the top 21 in so I'm seeing. I mean, it's going to be an arbitrary on this, It's arbitrary with this and how we pick it. The offense has not been a super good functioning offense. That's going to affect everybody down the line. I'd say it's affects to Tyler Lockett too. But from my standpoint, looking at just merely the targets, number of targets he's weighed, let's look at the catchable balls thrown his way and the actual opportunities he's getting, because it's a combination of lack of catchable balls, and then there are other games there's just a lack of targets. There's not a lot, as I pointed to specifically, if you're asking what you're missing, in my opinion, when I look at other number one wide receivers, when I look at a Tyreek Hill or a Jefferson or a Cooper Kupp, or I look at the kid Diggs out at Buffalo, these offenses have ways of manufacturing easy touches, easy completions for the receivers within their offense. We've not done that over the past couple of seasons. That's going to majorly impact DK Metcalf and his production. I don't know why they do it. It goes to the lack of creativity from the coaches. But again, this is where we get to a little bit, where for my problem and my issue on this is that we get stuck on an individual player here, and this isn't a player problem, it's a scheme problem. And that's maybe where our difference of opinion would lie on this, is that I'm looking at this more at the big picture spot than I'm looking at down the low lens, micro level of individual players. We can do that, but I don't think that we're then really solving the major issue at play here. I think if you have an offensive coordinator that actually had a modernized approach here, that was actually running an offense that should be built for this 2023 game, DK Metcalf would be soaring and taking off. But the fact that you have a 1987 offense makes your receivers not as productive as they ultimately could be. That's my stance on it. I could be wrong, but that is my take on this one. And I think going to just catch percentage, success percentage, it takes out and removes out completely the eye test of what we see. And if you've not been watching this year and seen the amount of errant and misthrown balls by Geno Smith to DK Metcalf, we're not seeing the same game at that point. Because every week I'm watching 3, 4, 5 throws. It wasn't necessarily even this week, but every other game this year, there's been 4 or 5 throws that he'll whistle 10 yards over his head or limp dick down at his feet. And you're going, what's DK supposed to do with those throws? Technically, your stats that you just present will bend that in away from DK and paint DK in a bad picture, in a bad light, those kind of throws in those situations, while he is then getting targets, technically speaking. But it doesn't mean he actually got a chance to make a catch in those moments or have that impact. He also is still one of the most double-teamed wide receivers in the sport. He will finish this season, I guarantee you, top 10 in this sport being double-teamed. So I guess let me present the question on what you're not getting. Let me ask you back to this. If DK Metcalf's not a top 20 receiver, if DK Metcalf is just not that good, if he is just tremendously overrated, why is it over the last 3 years, every year he has been top 10 to top 5 in being the most double-teamed wide receiver in the sport? Why do all of these defensive coordinators throughout the sport, 31 other defensive coordinators throughout the sport, disagree with these fans who say he's not a top 20 receiver? Because you're not going to double-team a receiver who's not even top 20 at a top 10, top 5. In 1 year, it was a top 2 rate. You're not going to see that. It's only the receiver that's going to strike the fear of God in the hearts of defensive coordinators who's going to require those kind of double teams. So you got to take it all into account, I think, a little bit here. I don't think it's down to just a player. I think we got to get more high level on this. And I'll push back hard on this because I think the longer we spend here flipping through a little bit of the minutia of DK Metcalf, it's that much less time that we're really talking about the problem that is really the overriding factor on this organization's back at this point, which is the lack of modernization. Bobo says Schottenheimer is in Dallas, saving McCarthy's job for at least another season. There we go. I think to your point on that as well, Seahawks QJ, or a Bobo, I think to your point on that as well, Bevel, if I'm not mistaken, is the passing game coordinator down there in Miami with McDaniel. So both of those guys finding some success away from Seattle. Seahawks fan QJ, Ben Johnson in Detroit could be someone who you can target in the offseason. He's going to be a head coach guy for sure, but he certainly is a guy with his star on the rise, that's for sure. Dustin Ruth, Pete ain't Nathaniel Hackett. Chip Kelly, Urban Meyer, he's timeless. You need the right team to coach, and I hear a lot of contrived conversations right now between Pete and offensive coordinators. Okay, so Dustin, I don't know anybody I'm not making any comparison between Pete and Nathaniel Hackett. I've not made the comparison between Chip Kelly or Urban Meyer either. I don't know what you mean, Dustin, by he's timeless. What does that mean, brother? He's timeless? You need the right team to coach. So you're saying it's just a talent problem. None of these issues that you're saying then, Dustin, I guess I might need you. I know you have a lot of conclusions you're drawing in your statements, but you're not kind of explaining your standpoint very well there, Dustin, or elaborating very well on what you're meaning. So you're saying you think the talent is there and it's not on Pete, or it's not on any of or it is on the OC. You have to kind of elaborate a little bit. Can't quite draw out what you're saying there in your post. Bullpup, how dare anyone question Pete? So what they all say on this, like I said at the top, I want folks who can push against me and say, no, this is how you're not seeing this correctly and right. So, Dustin, I'm with it. If you're pro Pete, I'm with it. But please don't go to things like he's timeless as your reasoning for why he needs to remain. That's not a winning argument there. I need a little more meat on the bone than that. Give me something a little bit more than that. That doesn't mean anything. Relax, I'll give everyone a big dose of reality. The Rams and Packers, one or both, are going to zoom by, placing Seahawks at 9 or 10 in the standings in NFC 3 weeks from now. That's where we're headed at the current rate. New Blacks, amen. Jordan says, Pete is the issue. I don't know how you come to another conclusion at this point. The offensive issues have been the same with every offensive coordinator when they got fired. Well said. Very well said. Jordan with a $5 donation as well. Thank you for that, Jordan. Appreciate all of that support on the channel, man. Awesome of you. Do you think if we lost Thursday, Pete will let the coordinators do exactly what they want? There's been a part of me, Jordan, on this that thought that Pete would in certain places get to a spot where he'd eventually say, F it, let's cut it loose. What do we have to lose? I've hammered my own philosophy into the ground. I've hammered it into dust. I've tried every angle on the old philosophy I have. Every minor little iteration of adjustment I have attempted to apply on the football field over years of a period. You would think you'll eventually arrive at the point of new tactics. And so, for instance, I thought, Jordan, last year when we got into the playoff game, you were light on nose tackles. You had played that year with the soft zone defense. The second Jamal went out, you bailed on any blitzing whatsoever. You're going to go soft zone defenses, front four. I said, man, this is what Brock Purdy has sliced and diced throughout the course of this year as he's gone on this magical run. How about you come into this game now on the road in a rebuild year where nobody thought you were going to go to the playoffs, Pete? Nobody thought you had a chance to go to the playoffs. You got to the playoffs. Look at the job you did. Now you're in the playoffs and no one is giving you a chance. You look undermanned as hell. You got injuries across the board. So how about, rather than applying the same strategy that's not worked particularly well for you defensively this year, how about understanding you're the underdog coming into this game? Why don't we try to maybe take it to this Niner team? Why don't we try a bit of a different attack than the one we applied the previous few weeks ago when we played Brock Purdy and we lost to him at home, lost to him by a good amount? Why don't we try to play more maybe man on the outside, or at least a little bit more man, or a little bit more blitzing? Did you take that approach last year in the playoffs to Brock Purdy and Niners? Did you try to, hey, we're playing with house money. What do we got to lose? If they blow us out because we went blitz heavy and they throw 9 routes over the top and we lose 44-21, no one's going to say the season's a failure. No one's going to say that it was that you made a bad choice or that it was an error to try to take that kind of aggressive approach. You'll get lauded. People will be like, hey, at least they tried a strategy there where they were going to try to do something and mix it up. You got to, they knew they were outgunned. So you got to do it by tactics and strategy if you're outgunned. If you just try to go mano a mano, you're going to lose that war. If you take them on directly on the battlefield, it's done. And yet still now we go play Brock Purdy again this year. Did we alter their style? Did we change that approach? Did we take it to him this past week? Did we go more blitz heavy now with Jamal back into the fray? With Devin Witherspoon with his 90 PFF pass rushing grade this season so far? No, you instead decided literally not to rush Witherspoon once in this past football game. Not one time. So, yeah, I would love to see him do it here, Jordan. I think that if Pete did start to lean a little bit into this other approach, he would find a lot of success for it, because I think a lot of the teams that play us are leaning so hard into this old way. And this old way is what they're counting on us to play on a weekly basis, that if you threw them the curveball of going the opposite direction, I think that it would have a very beneficial effect. But I don't know if we are getting to that, reaching that point where I don't know if it's in Pete's bag to maneuver in that way. It seems like the signs here are that he is so embedded and so married to the style of play and what we are offensively and defensively that it has to happen by this way or no way at all. That's the way it kind of seems right now. And I hope I'm wrong about that. I really do. But where it stands right now after the season of watching it and watching this team so closely through the years, it does seem to be where we are a little bit here as at least where this is trending to. John Stillwell with a $50 donation. John in the house. What's up, John Stillwell? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well, John. And thank you so very much for the $50 drop. Brother, that is very, very kind of you. Complicated scheming is done by teams without talent. With all the mental errors this team has made this year, putting them in a position to not have to think so much would seem to be the way to go. Certainly that would. And the mental errors have definitely been pretty readily apparent there across the board. I would wonder if a little bit if the mental errors are coming by them being complex, and maybe that is. Maybe they're trying to run some of the complexity in there and it's just failing, and simplifying it would be easier to go. I think in your simplification, John, this is where I would go to saying an adjustment to try, and what you have personnel to run right now is leaning more into, let's say, man coverage principles. You mentioned like the mental errors. We saw a lot of it on the miscommunication and handing off zone coverages throughout the year at times. If you're playing man, you don't have to hand off coverages as much. You just stay stuck on your man. It's simple. It's easy. This is what you're doing, to your point of it at that point. You know what I mean? We're not trying to do a whole lot of extra stuff. And I mean, John, would you say too, though, with the complicated scheming, it's like the Niners have all the talent in the world and they're very complicated on their scheming. The Rams last year the Rams a couple of years ago when they won with Stafford and they had that offense running like it was running, that was really complicated. I think you're right in the respect of if you've got really great talent, you can lean on that talent and just trust it. I think that we're not at a place right now with the talent that we can lean on it and trust it as much, to a degree. Though again, I think you're right on the especially from a man coverage principles. Run a little bit more of the blitz game. You've been dialing back the blitzes in recent weeks. If you dial it up a little bit more, run a little bit more of the man on the outside, take a little bit more risks with quarterbacks maybe hitting you over the top because of how tight you're trying to run the coverages on the front end. I think it could bring some success, and it certainly wouldn't be putting those players in that position, John, like you talk about, of having to think too much at that point. And especially because then they're playing more with an aggression and sort of just, taking it to the team in front of them, which I would love to see. But I think you've got to, from my standpoint with it, John, and I could be wrong with this, but it feels like to me in the modern NFL, just running super simple style football on both sides of the ball, I think is going to get you exposed eventually, where coordinators solve what you're doing, know what you're doing, and then they can counter what you're doing. And if you just keep hammering that same thing, they've got the counter in place. And then it's back to you to, pivot back to the other another way to counter, be able to kind of always counter to what they're leaning towards doing a little bit. But you're right. There's definitely been a lot of mental errors this year. And there's been some mental errors, especially with the coverages. That's the part though, that drives me maddens me a little bit with it too, John, is you have these soft zone coverages, but then you see so much of the miscommunication and how to hand off the zones. And it's in something that is actually really simple becomes really complicated when it shouldn't be, where especially you get him pointing and you pick him up, you get him up, you pick him up. He's coming through me. You're over there. I got him here. You're over there. And all this stuff's happening at times. You're watching the all 22. It's all happening post snap. You're seeing these pointings and all this going on as the play is live, as the quarterback's dropping back to let it rip. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Definitely if you simplify things down, that can help things out, especially on the mental air front, especially with a team like this that's had its share of disciplined issues, especially. John, man, unbelievable though, brother. Appreciate you on the $50 donation. Hopefully you're strumming that sweet guitar tonight, man. That sweet, sweet guitar. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Says timeless, as in he's out of time. Kasra, thanks you, Taker. Well said. Appreciate you for that. Kasra, thank you for the $5. I have 2 weeks of faith left. If we have a bad offense, even with Abraham Lucas, then I truly lose faith in Pete. I truly lose faith in Pete. This much talent cannot be this bad. Very well said, Kasra. And I think we've all got a little bit of our own time slot is how we look at this and where we're looking at Pete to get this turned into a right direction or a better direction or improved direction. I'm going to myself wait into the end of the year to make a final conclusion about whether I'd like to see Pete go or stay. And I'll give him that time to figure it out with the young crew, and maybe the adjustment will eventually be made here where he starts to go, okay, let's dial this up a little bit. Let's turn this up a little bit. Let's pivot a little bit off of the old into the new, lean into the new, just maybe a little bit more. But give it that time to let it all kind of go in that way. And certainly Lucas coming back is going to be a big aid to this offense when he does return. Hopefully he can return to full strength. And certainly we've seen with Charles Cross coming back, he's playing at an even higher level crosses than he was last year if you look at his grades, especially with PFF. So if Lucas can give you that on the other side, there's some hope there for this. As I wanted to say it from the start of this, I'm not trying to say this in the realm as it might sound like this with my tenor, that I'm bailing with the team or bailing off in my faith or hope that the team has any chance of finding their footing this year. I'm not trying to say it like it's like that. I just think that it is a conversation that we need to start to have about Pete in both the short term and the long term, about where this team is going and how much confidence we can have of this team finding its footing to reach into becoming a contending team, a team that actually is going to be one of the really true teams at the top of the rung that can start out a year or play out through the season and say, hey, we really are a Super Bowl contending squad. To get there, I think you're going to need to have the coaching staff being able to have the back of the players. I don't think it can just happen by expecting the talent itself to carry the coaches on their back to getting you to that Super Bowl state of mind. I think both of them have to be both doing their part to get you there. And I'm not sure that the coaching element side of that right now is necessarily doing their part. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. And hope you're having a good night, brother. Brando, on behalf of these Niner fans defending Pete, I will say I've not heard of bad blood from any of those fired. No, I haven't heard any bad blood from any of those fired as well. So that is a good thing. I think that you do rarely hear about much bad blood from any coaches fired anywhere, because even if the coaches have a bone to pick, it's just not in their interest to raise the bad blood because it looks bad on them and they're trying to get jobs into the future in the sport. And it's always better that you just kind of put on a stiff upper lip, and just sort of take the shot, even if it's not altogether fair. If like you're getting fired, for instance, you end up taking the full hit, even if you're not deserving of necessarily taking the full hit, you'll still kind of keep your mouth shut about it because your other employers are going to be aware of. If we hire this guy on, is he eventually going to, use us as a scapegoat, as an excuse for why he's not going to succeed? Which I think is valid. I think that's right. But that also doesn't mean we necessarily, from that standpoint, either, Garth, get necessarily the honesty from these coordinators when they leave out the door, whether or not there's something like that indeed kind of existing in the dynamic between the coaching staff. Thank you, Garth. And John Stillwell, thank you again, man, for that huge $50 donation drop. Unbelievable, brother. Unbelievable. Ski Nation, thank you for the $20 donation. It says, hey, just got here. I don't know what's been said, but I want to note that Brendan this week showed ESPN articles that Pete shot down a Russ trade to Chicago and did everything he could to stop the Denver trade. He gets no credit there. Well, I'm not sure on the Chicago trade. So that's a news article, and I'm a little bit skeptical on an article like that coming out 2 years later, that he shot that trade down. Maybe that is the case, that did indeed occur, but I don't believe that that's probably the case. The thing to remember about that Chicago trade was that you're going to have to eat $38 million of dead money to move Russ. Yeah, you were going to get the 3 first-round picks, but you weren't getting any really good players in return. You were getting kind of kicker players thrown in that weren't going to be a very much value to the team at that point, / they'd be almost, released. So it was only going to be the 3 first-round picks. And you look at that haul with the $38 million of dead money versus the next year after that getting the 2 first-round picks, 2 or 3. Yeah, we got the 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and you got the players. I think that the returns, you can make the argument, were a little bit better overall by what you got out of that. But, I don't know. I can't quite, that's the only articles, our only source to go off of from that. We don't have anything else to go in there. But it was as much to give him credit to Ski Nation about, at the time, the credit with the trade is that they were on the right, collectively, John and Pete were on the right side of the trade. Whether it was Pete or John, they got to a stage of going, okay, this is the move to make. So there is a little bit of, got to give them both the credit for being willing to move that trade. At the time, then, instead of $38 million, you waited a year too, because the part that this factors in is there's a $12 million difference in the dead money year to year. If you'd done the 3 first-round picks to Chicago, it's 38. The next year with the 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks, it's only $26 million, which is still a big chunk, but $38 million would have really have stung trying to make that work. So I give him a little bit of it. It's as much, though, I'd also giving him credit at that time, Ski Nation, for the adaptations that they were seemingly going to bring into play with the offense and defensive side of the ball. Bringing Waldron bringing in a McVay scheme, and then bringing in Hurt, or at least upgrading Hurt to defensive coordinator to utilize more of a Vic Fangio scheme, with Sean Desai brought into the house as well. But then they didn't sort of take those steps. And that's where that goodwill starts to get lost a little bit, as you brought the coordinators in, but you didn't exactly adopt the schemes you said you were going to adopt, instead leaning back more onto the old. And that's more of a little bit of the center point there for me on that a little bit. But we'll see. We'll find out if that is the truth down the line, Ski Nation. We'll definitely learn if Pete did indeed shoot it down. Those kind of truths eventually do come out. I just hadn't heard. I knew the Chicago 3 first rounds were there, but I always thought the Seattle didn't really like the players they're getting back, and didn't love that it's only 3 first-round picks when there is so much of that dead money, which had to be a component of the assets you got back from Russell included in that deal, was the dead money hit. Brian Stewart, thank you for the $2 donation. Why is Shane on the field and not in the skybox like Clint? Some coordinators feel best on the field. Some feel better in the skybox. It seems to be a preference issue when it comes to coordinators. There have been great coordinators on the offensive side of the ball who've done it on the field and have done it up in the box. So it doesn't seem to be like there's a tried and true rule here that you have to be in one or the other to be a good coordinator. Both offer different pluses and minuses. You get the field view from the top. When you're on the field, you can talk more to the players, easier to get a kind of an on the field feel for what's going on. But I think even in Clint's case, for instance, Brian, I think he started out on the field. So it's I guess you can kind of end up going to a bit of both. I think if you're a guy like Shane on the field, it's probably because as much you trust the guy that's up high watching the high field approach who can give you the proper information that you would be deducting if you were watching from above. And so that maybe he has a bit more of that faith in that. That's a guess, of course, but maybe what's happening there. John with another $25 donation. Thank you, John. Appreciate all your donos, man. Very, very kind of you, brother. The only people that the Hawks are confusing is themselves. If the players have to think too much on the field, they won't be able to play instinctively. And in my profession, I'm sure it doesn't work. No, players thinking is definitely a pathway and approach to failure for sure. Because you get a player thinking in this sport that has milliseconds occur between deciding to do one thing or the other. And that's the amount of time it takes for you to get beat one way or the other on the offense or defensive side of the ball. I would say for sure, when it comes to the zone coverages and the handing of players off, John, this is why I go more to that man-based coverage stuff, for instance, is you have the flood zone concept. And so you have a Bobby dropping back and he's dropping back into coverage in a spot drop. And he's not thinking now. But then now he's got a player run through his zone. How does he pick up that player in his zone for just enough time to then hand off to the other guy within there not needing to necessarily be communication on that, to where they both read that in the moment and the handoff can occur? Because that's where really the thinking seems to be going on is, oh, I thought you were coming into my zone. Oh, I thought you were handing him off into my zone there and you were staying with him. Oh, I thought, it seems like when you're watching their zones and the attacks in the zone, it's kind of like the coordinators are finding those in-between spots that is making those players think, like you say. And then that's bringing them into that spot of they seem late in their reactions then because of it. But that's where I go to more of the man could help them. It's also where I go to say, John, that the zone defense, which is trying to prevent these chunk plays, is actually giving up these chunk plays because of those flood zone-like concepts that teams can run, where they get these players from being in a position of it being simplistic at the start, where I spot drop, I've got my 5 yards of space I cover, pretty easy, pretty straightforward. Here comes a guy, he's coming into my zone. I pick him up in coverage, pick him up. Now I got to hand him off. Now I got to hand him off to the next guy because I'm at the end of my zone. If there was a bubble here, I'd be hitting up into the bubble. But our guys either want to pick that guy up too far into the zone, and it just takes like 2 or 3 steps out of your zone to open up then the receiver coming through the back, or they just don't pick up the front receiver and they're getting more onto the backside receiver. And again, coming back to me, the in-play communication is more, rather than it just being instinctive and them just feeling each other, it more starts to feel like different guys are on different pages a little bit back there with this, the simple coverage. That's where in the simplicity, it's a little bit it's gotten complicated, which is a little bit ironic, but I agree, John. I agree. You get guys thinking and you're not going to get them playing at their fastest or get them performing at their best. I certainly think that. Thank you, man, for all your donos, though. Very kind. Very kind. Hope you're having a great night, John. Real life exposures until the Niners get to the NFC Championship and lose all their quarterbacks and run the ball the rest of the game. There we go. Mason Dale says our third down conversion rate every year since our 2 Super Bowl seasons, 2015 third, 16th, 15th, 17th, 20th, 18th, 18th, 19th, 15th, 20th. 2020, we were 27th. 2021, we were 23rd. And 2022, we were 20th. And this year in 2023, we were 29th. Absolutely putrid, says Mason. That is absolutely putrid. We have a hard time on third downs. Big time. I watch this exactly. What's the point of coordinators if you just overrule their play calls and defenses? I'd be fine with Pete if he didn't meddle in their strategies as long as they're competent and creative. Yeah, it's the thing that I've always thought of. You hear about CEOs, and the coaches usually tell you that is a big part of what brings them their success is not that they're so brilliant and they're so genius across the board, but that they are certainly very smart and capable and able and great leaders, but they also know how to hire the right people that they can then trust to do their jobs. And there seems a bit of a lack of trust in these guys doing their jobs a bit because of the level of control that he has to exert over the top of them to make sure they're doing it right. And that part doesn't make always a lot of sense to me on that with Pete a bit. Megan says, I'd tell Ollie I said hi, Megan. I don't know, Jason Myers. It's hard for me to put a whole game on a kicker. I think it's completely fair to say we'd like to see him make some more kicks there this year than he's made. And I'm not saying Jason's done his job this year, Jason, but I think when we get to the place of we're blaming the kickers, we've got bigger fish to fry a bit. Jordan says, I really have to start blocking people again. It's going to get a little bit tough here through this offseason. I'm already anticipating it's going to get salty a bit, Jordan. Got to strap in. Bobo, can you imagine if Patrick Mahomes had Metcalf and Lockett? So, yeah, the problem is Geno Smith and Pete Carroll. Yeah, so I can see you're pretty hard on the DK's not top 20 thing. And I know I'm behind on my chat, so I'll look for your response down below. Definitely just respond back to, and I can provide, I've seen a ton of stats on this. DK is one of the more double-teamed wide receivers in the sport. So if he's not a problem, if he's not an issue, if he's this guy that's, a mid receiver or just a little bit better than average, then why does he get double-teamed so often? Especially when you've got a guy like Tyler Lockett on the other side from him. What would be the reason those defensive coordinators would do that if he wasn't a problem or he wasn't an issue out there? They don't seem to be getting this note that he's not a top 20 receiver. And it doesn't seem to be just one or two defensive coordinators. As I said, 2 years ago, he was number 2 to Devontae Adams in the league. At 26.5% of the time he ran his routes, he was being double teamed. That's second in the entire NFL. Were all those defensive coordinators smoking crack that year? Did they all put the little white cakey stuff into the pipe and light it up? Are they just not seeing it as clearly as? Mason, did you watch Carroll's appearance on 710 on Friday? If you haven't, I recommend it. It was refreshing to see Pete being asked some legit questions. Salk asked him some tough questions, but there's not really any follow-up, and they'll let Pete get away with a political answer that doesn't really inform you a whole hell of a lot. But I will watch it. I did see some notes from the presser, but that was some of what I saw from some of the answers I was reading on it. It was a little like, and you can only press him so much in Salt's case. It's not Salt's fault. At least he asked the questions. Jason sees Shane Waldron needs to go. I don't know, Jason. I don't know. I think we first have to address why does the offense look like McVay's system in bringing Waldron in? Is that because Waldron didn't implement it fully? Or is it because Carroll prevented him from implementing it fully? And the reason this question, of course, becomes important is because if Carroll's not letting Waldron implement his offensive scheme fully, much like you told Schottenheimer he's going to inherit 70% of the playbook that he was going to get coming into the house, then why will we think that a new OC is going to fix the problem if they're also going to inherit a 70% playbook situation? AZ Hawker, the inability to run the ball is a big reason the Hawks look so anemic on offense this year. Doesn't take Waldron and Carroll off the hook, but all good offenses around the league play complementary ball. I do believe AZ Hawker, we should, the lack of running commitment has been a problem that's been at play there this year, no doubt about it. But a little bit more grander, if I might just kind of widen that a little bit more further beyond that, you don't run fly sweeps, which are common throughout the course of this NFL alleyway. Every NFL team has them built into it. A lot of them run it 4, 5, 6, 7 times a game at times. We will run it once every 4 weeks. And that comes in tandem, AZ Hawker, with a lack of utilizing the ground game on the outside to the edges, no pitch plays, no outside zone runs, or very few of those over the course of the game. Much like the fly sweep, they're sort of just peppered in very, very little, just tiny, itty bitty. Your run game becomes A and B gap runs. And so what you watch when you look at especially the all 22, you really can see this from the background end zone view, is what you see is you'll watch these defenders come down in the box, and then you'll watch them start to squish down into the A and the B gaps as the snap is occurring. So snap, 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 ball's going into A and B gaps, and everything looks completely clogged up, and you have penetration across the board. And from a standpoint of a fan, it looks like, they're just not blocking it up very well, are they? But then when you watch the 22 and really go, wait, the defense is exactly on. They're exactly primed. They're exactly targeted in to where the ground game is going to attack on that play. They know it's a run, and they know where the run is going. This shows up on the all 22 AZ Hawker again and again. So it becomes not just merely you got to run the ball, it's how you run the ball. And then in the lack of commitment to it is a part of it. It is. But then it's also the lack of commitment to where you are running it. Because if you're that predictable with every run, with 90 to 95% of your runs being A and B gap runs, it's going to put you in a stage from an offensive perspective where defenses can predict where you're going to run the ball. And then that makes it so much easier to then stop your ground game, your rushing attack. Twelfth North Chat, AB, who do you prefer now as the OC, Shoddy or Waldron? Again, this is a problem I come back to, 12th North Chat, I think we get lost on the coordinator, this one being better than that one. I don't think either got to put their system in place. This is the key here, folks. This is the key. Schottenheimer, reported by Brady Henderson, an actual live reporter for the Seattle Seahawks, governor of the Seattle Seahawks, said Shoddy got 70% of the playbook when he walked in the door. He came in with his playbook. Carroll took that playbook, tore out 70% of that playbook, threw it in the trash, handed the playbook to Schottenheimer, and then handed him 70% of the old playbook and said, that will be our offensive scheme. How do we know he didn't do the same thing here with Waldron, especially when the scheme looks so very similar to the offensive scheme utilized in 2017, 17, 18, 19, 20? So it becomes hard for me to pinpoint on the coordinators when I'm not sure they're being allowed to run their scheme the way that they need to be allowed to run it for it to have the ultimate success. And thus, even to make much of really any judgment on those coordinators, because so much of what the coach is doing is having a very high level impact on their ability to call the games. I could be wrong or off on this, but that's the way it does feel to me right now at the moment. Dustin, I think Pete has a good, let's just stick the 40. Boa says Jim Harbaugh wants to stick it to the 49ers for firing him. There's bad blood and Seattle can give him that opportunity. I'm happy to do so, Bobo. I'm happy to do so. Lord Boom, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the house. I hope you're doing well. Cameron Robinson says, for some reason, I'm drawn to Deion Sanders being head coach. Thoughts? I think he needs a little bit more time baking in the oven as a coach. I think there's some more time that he needs to kind of find his footing a little bit. It would be a little bit of a too quick of an ascent for me, Cameron. I think he's on the path, but he hasn't quite had enough time to really, I think, nail in his whole game there. Power Code, the reality is Pete won't be fired till an ownership change or a fan boycott. It's so disappointing that we will just float in this state for years to come. Indeed, very well could be the outcome of what we're looking at here, man. It's a very feasible one at that in Power Code. I can't push back against it, man. And it may be the possibility we're looking at. Jason says Saban is better than Harbaugh. Maybe. I don't think Saban's leaving college football, though. I think he retires at Alabama. Herbicide, is Ben Johnson any good? He's been a good offensive coordinator for the Lions. I don't know if he'd be a good head coach. Kelly Tangerine, why'd San Francisco fire Harbaugh? Because him and Balky got into a pissing match. And Trent Baalke and Harbaugh, I don't think were really two guys that little bit of an oil and water situation there. Mega Hawk says Jim Harbaugh's a joke. James Peters, Schneider is garbage, bro. We wasted a second on Hall and Mafe and Nwosu. We should have taken a top-ranked guard or another tackle and moved Lucas to guard. Man, I'm not sure about the Lucas to guard thing's been brought up a lot, James. I don't know if it would work tremendously well for him. He is 6'7". It's hard for guys about that height to get moved into guard and be able to win because so much of it's a leverage war when you get inside there. And he has been so good for us at right tackle. I'd much rather lean to just finding a good guard than, potentially hindering or hurting two positions in one at that point. Schneider got you. Devin Witherspoon's going to be the defensive rookie of the year. He drafted you. Kenneth Walker, who was runner-up to offensive rookie of the year last year. Boye Mafe in his second season is looking like he's going to become an impact edge in this sport. JSN starting to come along as a player and playing well. I think he's been doing just fine. Nwosu was having a really good year for you, James, when he went down to a torn pectoral. So I don't think Nwosu is an example of Schneider failing. It's very hard to anticipate guys having injuries as they're going into their prime years of their career. That stuff's going to happen from time to time. I don't think too many general managers can predict it. And when it comes to Derek Hall, you could have said the same thing, James, about Boye Mafe last year. I don't know. You say, James, we wasted a second round pick on Mafe. I don't know if you're being serious on that. I'm going to bypass your comment on it. I'm going to have to skip through some of these comments on some of these because it's just like, really? Come on, folks. Come on. Big Man Zamp, our offense looks horrible all game, then always looks really good on that last second desperation drive. It's really frustrating. Consistency's been a hard thing to find. Got a lot of Niner trolls in the chat tonight, which is interesting to see. Very interesting. Sarah Small, hey everyone. I like Pete Carroll. Nothing wrong with that, Pete. Nothing wrong with that, Sarah. He's a good guy. Been a great coach for us for years. Austin, do you think we can truly make a run if we get a quarterback in the draft and get a good offensive coordinator? For me, my belief is that for us to make a Super Bowl run, Austin, getting a quarterback could help, sure. Getting a new offensive coordinator could help, sure. Above that, I think the main issue is modernization. You need to modernize your offense and modernize your defense. If you take those two steps, you can become a contender. You can go on a Super Bowl run. If that requires hiring an offensive coordinator, great. If it requires drafting a quarterback for those things on both sides of the ball to happen, awesome. But those things above an individual player or a coordinator are the things that need to occur here. And these are in my opinion, and that's the high level issue kind of leaning on this team, in my opinion, a little bit like a weight. Arthur Mercer, is Jody going to sell the team? I think she is. The problem too. I don't think that she's looking at selling anytime soon, at least not in the next couple of years. Dustin Ruth, you keep mentioning 80s offense, etc. What I'm saying by timeless is that we go down forever having a talent, creating a culture players embrace. Can't elaborate when don't have a mic like you. I appreciate that, Dustin. I understand that it's the character count's restricted, and if I could, I would open up the character count so that it wouldn't restrict you guys in that way. That's why I don't turn on slow mode to give an opportunity for if you do need to put a couple of comments back to back, you can. I obviously don't want to, to spam on this. When you're speaking on things like timeless, creating a culture players embrace, and I know you can't elaborate on that, so I'm not trying to hold, there's a restriction level here. But I don't know what those things mean exactly. Good vibes, a positive culture, a place where guys smile and laugh and feel happy. Yeah, does that. It hasn't been the greatest of places to necessarily recruit for, to bring players in that are past players who once played for you. That much is true. The timeless thing as well doesn't have anything to do, like you're saying, as you mentioned, mentioning the 80s offense. The reason I mentioned the 80s offense stuff is because that's what you're running. You're not modernizing your approach like all of these teams in the NFL. You're trying to go back on something that's decades prior. And you can have a timeless culture. You can have a legendary head coach by what he's accomplished. You can have a level of talent. The argument I'm making on this stream right now is you can have all of that, the things like you're kind of speaking about. But if you have a scheme on both sides of the ball that's holding you back, you're not going to be able to reach to a contender status. I don't believe that that's possible. And those things you're mentioning are really hard things to measure as far as value things. How do I find how much value I can derive from that? Because Dustin, since 2017, I'm 1-5 in the playoffs. My one playoff win being against a Philadelphia Eagles team that didn't have their starting quarterback in that game. I've not built an elite team nor an elite defense in 10 years. I love the fact this coach brought us a Super Bowl. I am not calling for Coach Carroll at this moment to be fired or saying that he needs to be on the hot seat or anything else. I'm just bringing up these questions that are very specific questions about the modernization of the offense on the defensive side and the offensive side of the ball. Let me read you a quote again on this, Dustin, just because so you understand. It's not me just saying this, because I know sometimes it can sound like it's just me as the talking head here on YouTube that's actually, spouting off on this, and it's without anything that's got any backing. So let me reference an offensive coordinator who played you this very season, who played your defense this very season, who played your timeless Coach Carroll's team this season. We've got to go out and execute our offense better than they execute their defense, Eric Bieniemy said. They're not a defense that's going to cause any confusion because they're going to play straight up and try to beat you with their best. Our job is to make sure that we can go out and do what we do best. So when this is something to back up, Dustin, when I say 1980s offense, 1980s defense, this is what I'm talking about. When you have a coordinator leading up to playing that team that week saying, yeah, they don't do a lot of complicated stuff. They just kind of line up and that's what they've done. And that's also what you've done for years. That's not you adapting and modernizing. And you can then say to me, well, he's got a timeless scheme and he's just trusting in what's worked forever. The problem with that then becomes, Coach Carroll told you 2 years ago, we got to update these things. We've held on to these old principles, these timeless principles for too long, and we've got to modernize it. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because he said one thing out of one side of his mouth, he's doing something else on the other end of it. And that's inconsistent, and that doesn't add up to me. And I think it's okay to raise an alarm bell on this a little bit, because I think it's going to be preventative from us being able to take that big major step forward to becoming a contending team into the future. Not just this year, but into the future. And I could be wrong on that, but I do feel pretty strongly about it. UE2K says, welcome to the fire beat land. The water's just fine. Jason C, is Pete Carroll just a figurehead at this point? No, the opposite. I'm arguing it's the opposite, Jason. It's more micromanager than it is figurehead. Long live the king. Just said it last season, joking, but now I really mean it. We should petition to change the name to the Seattle Zone Hawks. Real life exposures, too much soft zone. Pete afraid of getting burned over the top. Indeed. Ryan says, I don't understand why people chalk this up to Pete's scheme. The offensive play calling has looked quite different between coordinators. Pete would be living and dying by the run if it were him. Well, I start out the show at the top, Ryan. I definitely am going to not do the repeat game right now. At the top of the show, I spend 40 long minutes trying to make a case and showing you a connectivity of things that you see going through and running through between all of these coordinators. And yes, though the pass to run rate has had a bit of a discrepancy from what we've seen from other coordinators in the past, I don't think that the calling of the offensive scheme is, let's just take the offensive scheme, Ryan. You hammer A and B gap runs, you throw short, or you throw deep. There's no attacking the intermediate. There's no attacking the middle of the field between the hash marks at all. And again, if you want to, I did an elaborate 40-minute opening on this at the start that really went and dived into this. That's just the offensive side of the ball. And that's something that I could have said about this team in 2012 all the way through now. When they were effective, when they weren't effective, that's the way you ran your offensive scheme. No bubble screens, no fly sweeps, no attacking horizontally, everything north and south. That was the way you ran your offense. That's the way we still run our offense. I don't see a big change between all of our coordinators in that fashion. And Ryan, I posted, even to like Niner fans last week, posted it on them when I was doing a behind enemy lines. I said, hey, there's a lot of debate amongst Hawk fans on this. So let's ask you guys. You don't have a dog in this fight. You guys watch the Rams every week. Twice a year, you guys have to play the Rams. You see Sean McVay's offense. You're going to play our offense this week. Tell me after this game, post in my comments after you watch this game, and tell me if this scheme that you're watching from our Hawks this year looks anything like the Sean McVay scheme. And I've gotten some responses back, Ryan. And the answer is no, nothing. It doesn't look anything like McVay's scheme. So this is just the offensive side of the ball. I don't see the changes really through there. How many 9 routes did we run against the Niners last week? 8? 9 that we threw? Wasn't that what we tried to do during the Russ years? Wasn't that all? You hammer A, B gap runs. Maybe you throw out here into the flat occasionally, but then you're taking the deep shots. Defensive side of the ball, I don't know how we see they're doing anything differently defensively. We don't blitz, soft zone defense, trust your front four, barely run any games with your front four at all. When you do blitz, it's only a 5-man blitz. It's been that way going back for years. So again, I don't see the differences of the play callers. There could probably be some little idiosyncrasies that you could find within there. But I think in the big picture stuff here, it's pretty much the same as it ever was. Near and Mark, Pete could be a good head coach if he hires good coordinators and let them do their jobs. Agreed. If I was advising Pete, that's what I would advise him. Hire the good job, hire the good guys that you trust, and then let them do their jobs. Stephen Chun says, pretty obvious Pete's past his prime. Evan says, thoughts on drafting Jaden Daniels? Do you think he will make it to our pick? He's rising like a bullet right now in the early pre-draft process here with the season that he's had. And I think that he's probably going to start to elevate himself into first round discussion, if not higher first round discussion, if we keep going further in. He's also going to test probably really well. I'm okay with it if they want to take him in the first round, if they fall in love with him. I haven't done the super deep dive on him yet, going game by game, but I have liked, I've watched a couple of his games and I've liked his growth this year. His arm strength has come forward. I think his accuracy has come forward. His decision-making has come forward. I like that he can really utilize his legs as a threat, not just merely being upwardly mobile, which I think is more of a prerequisite for these young quarterbacks coming out. So I'd be open to taking him. I'm still not sure, Evan, of exactly where his landing place is going to be in this draft yet, though. He has still a bit of a wide range of variance on where he could fall, in my opinion. Brian Stewart, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, did the LOB play zone as much or more man-to-man versus Tom and Gronk? You played more zone, I believe. Because there was no, with Tom at that time, it was just about dropping as many people into zone as you could and squeezing the windows. It was mainly what you were looking to do. But no, you played barely any man with the Legion of Boom. Remember, with the Legion of Boom, not only did you not play, you might have played man like a couple plays a game, maybe. But remember, during the Legion of Boom time, too, you're playing cover 3 probably 90 to 95% of the time, or some offshoot of cover 3. So you were definitely likely to be really just in zone, no matter what. Tom Brady or anybody. For sure in the 2012 game, that was all zone. You tried to do some pressing at the line of scrimmage with their smaller wide receivers to disrupt routes, But that was a zone game. Robert Keene, thank you for becoming a member of the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard, and thank you for coming aboard. Appreciate you for that. We'll be getting PF. Check out your community post. Got some PFF scores there from these past couple of games, and we'll be getting a members-only stream out here at some point, I'm hoping this week. So we'll keep those going here in the future. But Robert Kern, thank you for becoming a member. Barry Satoro, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate Barry for all the donos as well. Very kind of you, brother. Nothing sounds less aggressive in football than soft zone. Hashtag fire Pete. Hashtag fire Harbaugh. Hire Harbaugh. Yeah, the NFL goes in its fluctuations and cycles. And there was a time soft zone makes a lot of sense when you have teams taking their shots over the top, trying to get those easy free touchdowns on one play, being willing to take a little bit more risk down the football field. The game has matured in 10 years to where it has become more about a ball and getting the ball into your playmakers' hands and letting them go do the work. Not as much about the air yards anymore. And so that has removed a little bit of the way the teams attack and the propensity that teams attack deep. And so that does remove the effectiveness then of playing soft zone, which is there to mainly prevent the deep ball. It's part of why I say we've got to grow and adapt our scheme a bit, is that this has also been the evolution of the sport. Football doesn't remain stagnant. The sport in 2013 didn't play the same way as it did in 2003 or 1993 or 1983. It's always going through these changes and evolutions, and you as a coach have to evolve with it. It's one of the places that I always laud a guy like Bill Belichick. And it's in fact a place with Belichick where you see him having this now fail on him, where it once was a place that he was willing to be so much more, in my opinion, fluid. Belichick comes into this league as a coach, as a head coach with the Patriots, as a guy cut very much from the Coach Carroll cloth. He wants to run the ball. He wants to protect his defense. And he's really going to limit down the amount his quarterback has to throw from a volumeric standpoint, right? Just try to keep it as low as he can. Game manager is what he's looking for at the quarterback position. And when Tom Brady first comes in there in those first few years, even winning Super Bowls, that's the role Tom Brady fit into. But then Bill Belichick did what smart coaches should do and recognized, I have a Hall of Fame quarterback here. I know I want to be a defensive-minded coach. I know I want to run the ball, but I got a Hall of Fame-minded quarterback here. I need to lean into this. And what did Bill Belichick do? He adapted. He evolved. He updated. What an effing concept. And what did he do? He went to the spread concepts. He was the first coach in this sport to go out there to the Chip Kelly types and say, how are you running these spreads? And what are you doing with how option routes and the motion, pre-snap motion with this? And how does that all work together with that? And then he brought that to Tom and he updated his offense. Didn't stay with what worked. Didn't go back and say, hey, in 2003, I won a Super Bowl. That's how I won it. I'm holding on to that with a death grip. That's not what Bill Belichick did. And by adapting, by evolving, by updating, and with a little bit of cheating, they were able to go get some Super Bowls after that point. They were able to elongate out that run that the Patriots team was able to have. And now you see Bill Belichick sliding into kind of old machinations. It's like kind of pushing Tom out the door. I can do it myself, just as the old way approach, kind of sliding back into kind of old habits, it seems like, a little bit out there in New England. Though a lot of the problems with Bill come down to him as a general manager more than Bill Belichick, the coach. It's the Bill Belichick, the GM, lets him down as much as anything else. But you've got to adapt. It's not just that because of Coach Carroll's failed out, so that this is the modern thing all coaches have to do. Andy Reid has adapted over the years. That's how come he continues to remain in this league. He's always evolving, always trying to change and adapt. You've got to kind of be going with the flow a little bit. You can't just say, this is the way I do it, and pound your fist into the table and say, we're committed to this. We're not moving off this. Well, it's the point you always got to come to moving off of it a little bit. Thank you though, Barry, for the $5. Appreciate you for that, man. All your donos tonight, man. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. New plan, 2-minute drill the rest of the season. Yeah, indeed. Geno Smith at times runs his best stuff, it seems like, offensively over the past couple of weeks is when he's in a 2-minute drill situation. And I was laughing about that a bit on the live stream, play-by-play, thinking, let's just run the Cincinnati Bengals K-gun offense, the Buffalo Bill K-gun offense from the late 80s, early 90s, with Jim Kelly, where it was all hurry up, and Jim's just out there calling basically every play and freewheeling and dealing, and Hey, it worked back then, and it does seem to be where the offense is actually rolling at their best, holy hand grenade, for whatever it's worth. So, you got the horses for depth. You can rotate guys out and keep them fresh, tire out some defenses that way, maybe. It at least would be a different approach, right? It'd be unique. Thank you for the donation, Holy. UGK, the next time Pete outcoaches someone will be the first time. He's never done that. His scheme only works if his players are better than their players. Outside of that, he's just a cheerleader. It definitely leans on the players to be the thing that rolls it out. Yeah, it doesn't give the players a lot of advantages, to your point. Alexander, I do appreciate Pete giving us a championship, but that doesn't mean he should get the next 20 years not answering to anyone. Soft zone Pete isn't God. I think everyone should be held to account. I think that it's a fair place for us to be at as far as fans. And I'm not calling for anybody's head tonight. I'm not calling for firing, but I'm just saying I think these are fair questions to ask. I do. Roland, unless someone is blatantly not doing their best, we should be calm. I think we're calm. I feel calm. I'm not freaking out. Fun P, the NFL is entertainment. That is, the NFL is entertainment. It's not legit. Russell is better than Geno, so we need better quarterback. A horrible sign, Draymond. There was a little bit sometimes on the post, guys, that I can't quite make out what you're saying. NFL, it's not legit. Oh, you're saying it's like rigged, I guess what you're saying. Maybe. I don't know. Kevin O'Connell, all right, I'm at work. Where are we at? We're trying to just figure out the system and where we're going, where it's at and where it's going a little bit right now, Kevin. What's up, Flag? Flag in the house. How you doing, man? John, still well getting a little love for the membership for Flag, man. Appreciate you for doing that in that last stream. Seahawks blue and green. The offense was only good in Detroit game, and we won an OT. Yeah, pretty good in the Panthers game, but haven't been pretty good in very many others. Robert Coppersmith, do you think they should go back to the 4-3 defense? Yeah. The Vic Fangio scheme is supposed to be a cover 2 shell where you run a lot of fluid coverages and you have a willingness to have a lot more creativity in your blitz game and some of your pressure packages. Not that you're going to be the most blitz heavy scheme in the league, but that you have it to call upon to utilize as part of the defense. And if they're not going to commit to that, then they might as well slide back to the old defense rather than trying to do what they call hybridizing here, which I just don't think it's really hybridizing anything. And at least with the 4-3 defense, you could occasionally go to the you had the 4-3 under, so you could bring the Sam linebacker onto the field and put out some 5-man fronts at times, which then could at least limit down your opponent's ability to run the ball. But this defense isn't working, that's for sure. This new one, and it's not even a new defense. It's just the outside linebacker standing up in wide 9, and your nose tackle occasionally shaded a little different than how you had them before. David Adams, what if John Schneider was allowed to act on his instinct in 2017 and trade with the Browns? Be interesting to see how this would have played out. I don't know how really serious he was about making that trade, though. I think he was just trying to kickstart the negotiations between Russ's camp and them. Prince T.Y. Brandon, would you be opposed to getting Justin Fields via trade or drafting for Jaden Daniels? No. I'm open to both those two guys. I'm not giving a lot up for Justin Fields at this point, though. I don't think he's earned a lot of reason to have a lot of value associated with him. So I'm not giving up even a third-round pick for Fields at this point, in my opinion. Jaden Daniels, he's growing on me. He's going to be one of the first quarterbacks, Prince, that I do my deep dive on as we get into the offseason and try to take a look at as much of his tape as I possibly can get into. I like that he's progressed this year. I like that he's been able to add some weight to that body that had me really nervous about how slight he was and getting broken at the NFL level. And to see that he's been able to hold up this year in the SEC for a second straight season gives me a lot of hope that he's going to be able to handle that when he gets to the pro level. I like how he's processing. I like his decision making. He doesn't have the most stacked of offenses out there at LSU or the most amount of help, especially considering the conference he's operating in. But I do need to do a bit of a deeper dive on him to get the full kind of read on where I see him, where the right value is for him. Because some people are talking Prince about him in the first round. That seems a little high for where I've seen him play so far. But I haven't done that deep dive on him yet this year. So maybe he's worthy of that. I can't deny he's having a Heisman-like year. And that's the kind of season that can elevate a stock in the draft like he's doing. Snap out of it. Clint Hurt trusts his captain, Bobby Wagner. That's a good reason why he's in the box. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Bobby will be down there, let him know the real deal. TJ Eddy, trade DK because his route running is sloppy. Has F and has bricks for hands. Yeah, DK's definitely got his fair share of the fan base. They're not big DKites, that's for sure. King Xavier, Hurt prefers not being on the field with the players. It says you have to deal with the emotions and handling of the players' questions more rather than he's upstairs. He can just focus on what he sees. Yeah, I don't have a preference on whatever the coach wants to do that makes them most effective. I think you just let him do it. And coaches have had success on this on both sides of it. So there's no hard and fast rule on where the coach has got to be. Kevin O'Connell, Coach Carroll's press conference today was hilarious. Someone commented that they hadn't seen it yet, but they wrote down 5 excuses he's going to give about the other team being good, the opportunity for success, and having to lock it in. Funny enough, he said all of it. Ha ha ha. God, it's like a broken record. Yeah, he's just working in the platitudes at this point. He's not really giving us any information. And this is where it comes down to an issue of reporters not asking pointed, tough questions. Because if you ask pointed, tough questions, he has to now give answers to those things that he's trying to kind of avoid talking about. But that's the way it is in the Seattle media. They let him get away with it a little bit. David Adams, Brandon, do you think adding Ndamukong Suh would help? No, I don't, David. He had been going downhill in his, not again, anything against Ndamukong. He's 36 years old. So he's played a lot of football. I'm sure that body's pretty well wrecked. And he had been going kind of downhill in recent years leading up to this season. So I just don't think he would make very much of a difference at this point in time. I don't think any individual player at this point on either side of the ball is really going to do a whole hell of a lot to help you if you were to able to go make a move. Being that I think both sides of the ball are being held back by the play calling and how they're being put into a position at times to fail rather than succeed, in my opinion. Greg says DK is a great blocker and a clutch receiver. That's how I see it too. But as you guys can hear on some of the comments I'm reading on the DK thing, and it happens every stream I go live, it would seem for some folks that at the forefront of the Seattle Seahawks problems, be it this year or last year, that the big issue at play, the thing that we've got to talk about that's burning on their lips, burning on the tip of their tongue is DK Metcalf and how we need to be chomping at the bit to trade him. I don't know how we look at this team this year and walk away from it going, DK is the number one priority thing we should be talking about. I don't get it. I can understand if you've got an issue with DK or you feel like he needs to play better or that they're not getting the money out of it that you think they should be getting out of it. But there are so many problems with this team right now. So many major issues with this team right now. And DK is not a major issue. Let's solve the issues. Let's solve the major issues, and then we can work our way down to the smaller ones. How about once we actually solve our schematic issues on both sides of the ball, we can then start talking about DK and whether or not there needs to be a trade. Let's get that fixed first. How about we find a way to get committed to the ground game? How about we try to work in some fly sweeps? How about we try to utilize bubble screens more than a taster's choice type situation? Why don't we talk about that stuff? Because that's what's holding you back right now as a team. DK Metcalf is not the reason you're losing football games. DK Metcalf, you can't put me on any games on this year that, well, if DK Metcalf had just had this happen here, we win that game. There's no game this year you can apply that to. But the schematic deficiencies that I'm talking about throughout the course of this stream have occurred throughout every game of the season. So what's a more major issue to talk about? I've spoken about this. You can speak to little things that are little symptoms, or you get to the core root of the issue. Symptoms, the runny nose. Do you want to just keep blowing your nose or go to the actual core of the thing? It's like moving out coordinators. If you have a coach who's inserting his dominance over coordinators, right? He's over the top, humping them like a pooch. Well, then moving on to an offensive coordinator ain't going to solve a whole hell of a lot. If you have an inability to utilize a number one wide receiver and acclimate them appropriately into an offense, moving then off from that wide receiver to go seek another one and bring him in isn't going to rectify that situation. You're still stuck with the base problem, being that you have a coordinator and an offensive scheme that have an inability to manufacture touches for the receivers, especially if that receiver happens to get double teamed a lot, which DK does, and which that number one receiver is likely to have happen to him too. It's not to say DK can't play better. It's not to say that DK floats on high. It's to say that there are huge issues with this team. And we got to concentrate on these, because if we ignore them, my problem with this is if we talk about DK and we keep ignoring these other issues, the other issues persist, the other issues do not get rectified, and we don't become a contender. And none of that has anything to do with DK Metcalf. Not a single lick. So I understand that he's stuck in a lot of y'all's craw, but if he's stuck in your craw so much like he's like some of you that mention him over and over, stream after stream in my stream, where I'll see the same names mention DK Metcalf, DK, like you spam my stream every time about wanting to see him traded so badly. Like, does your head pop off the pillow every day with just DK Metcalf? Get rid of DK Metcalf? It's a bit astonishing to me, frankly. I've had at least a dozen I've read in this stream alone that have popped up. What are we doing? What are we doing? Don, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. The country says we need better play calling to help this O-line. Indeed. Power code scheme, not talent is the issue. Keep coming back to this over and over. Amen. Michael Myers, Tankathon currently has us picking 22 Trice from UW. Minnesota picking Penix at 21. Our quarterback comes at 82, Ewers. Boy, Trice at 22, huh? So Seattle would take their third edge. That's just Tankathon taking a guy at that point, Michael. They're not thinking too deeply into it, because there's no way that the team's going to take another edge that high in the draft after you just taken 2 second rounders 2 back-to-back years, and you still have the money that you paid Uchenna Nwosu. So I can't see them, especially if they had a chance to get Penix there. I think they would definitely jump on Penix. But that's probably where Trice is going to go. I think that's actually a fair place in the draft that he'll probably land. James Peters, Dallas has 3 first-rounders on their O-line, all picked before pick 20 and 3 Pro Bowlers. They do. They've always done a great job of investing in their offensive line. Oh, you okay? Almost fell there. I know. Barry says, exactly, B. If DK was not on this team, the pass game would be an even worse spot. Keeps JSN and Lockett open more often than not. Yeah, double teams definitely help the other receivers out when you got one guy getting doubled this much. In Power Code, we also needed identity with his offensive line. Do we want maulers in the inside run game, quick-footed guys to get to the outside, or just good pass blockers? What's our identity? It's not sure, and that's where I come back to not having really a strong identity on where I see this team on the offensive line at all. This is the weird part, too, in Power Code, is that you bring in the new scheme, which is then now you think working to more of the mobile offensive linemen to utilize more of the lateral game, utilize more of the horizontal game. But then you have a predilection to leaning more into those A and those B gap runs, which would be more reliant than on those Mauler types. You know, I would even say, though, even if you have the Mauler types at that point, because of the predictable nature of the running game, you're still going to have those defenses crushing inside like a car compactor in on the ground game because they know that they don't have to play it straight up to the edges. Why would I play to like you're going to run a fly sweep when you only run one fly sweep once every 4 weeks? Even if you get 10 yards on it, you're not going to go back to it. So I won't play it defensively. If I'm preparing for the Seattle Seahawks, and this is a pretty rudimentary film observation spot for any defender out there watching, if I'm playing the Seattle Seahawks, I'm ignoring the outside zone run. And if they pop it off for 10 yards, they're not going back to it. So I'll just stay on the A and the B gap runs. I'll cheat to that every snap. And that's really where you get to more of how to fix this a bit, I think, in Power Code, is making these defenses play this straight up, which is part of the irony for Coach Carroll, who loves the inside zone runs so much, the power gap inside runs so much, right? Is that once you start to get effective with the fly sweeps and the outside zone runs, and now you force the defenses to play it more straight up, now your inside zone runs become that much more effective. But you're not going to get there without making them at least play it straight up a little bit more, you know? No, sorry, Kitty. I can't do it. Not right now. Isaac says, what's up, B? Late live chat, but I'm here. I believe we will turn it around, but everyone has to buy in. Defense, offense, coaching staff, Thursday game. Let's go Hawks. Pumpkin chilling. She's pilling. She wants a little bit of loving right now. Like, come on. Give it to me. I'm a little behind the chat. Sorry about that, folks. Save the Geese. Thank you for the $5 donation. It says, don't understand these Seattle beat writers who continue to defend Geno, Pete, and some of these safeties who we won't name. What are they seeing? I don't know. It's not been a big strength of the Seattle Seahawks media to speak truth to power. That's just really not their, maybe we're so nice in the Pacific Northwest. We're just such good people. You know, we just don't have it in us to do that. You know, we don't like to, rock the boat. Maybe it's they've been instructed not to hold the feet to the fire, that's not what people want to see written, that doesn't bring viewership or, that doesn't, generate what, I don't know. I don't understand the reasoning. I really don't. I would think that this is what media members would do when it's called upon to happen. But we don't see him do it. We don't see him uniformly do it, which leads me to believe that there's a bit of a collective rule that's been applied down the line on all of them a bit, because you'd get usually at least one outlier who would come out and ask that tough question or push that tough angle to things, I would think, at one point or another. But, they don't. I don't think that they're necessarily seeing it differently. I think that they're just very reluctant. I know that this is something that occurs like this. Like, I put this show together today and I was worried a little bit, like, man, I know that people aren't going to there's going to be a certain segment of the subscriber base and viewership that's not necessarily going to love that this has to be a topic that I got to broach into. But this is where the difference is with the media is like, I got to do it because this is what's required to be done if I'm going to cover this team. This is a topic where I'm lying to you guys if I'm not raising this as something that we need to discuss or that's a very pressing issue. And it's in that place we talk about of nuance of not speaking it from the spectrum of talking about people being fired or this guy's got to be let go or I'm done with this, but merely of here's some problems. Here's a list of problems. How do we deal with these problems? Because these things can hold us back from being contenders. And that's where I have the issue with the media on this, where when you're not holding the feet to the fire, you're prolonging a little bit of that necessary conversation that has to happen to push this forward. And if we just never name the evil while the evil exists, it just grows and metastasizes and gets bigger. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, brother. All your donos. Says, Brando, I thought of a weird Christmas gift to send to your German fan. If I ship it to you, can you send it and I'll pay the postage via Super Chat? Yeah, man, for sure. If you've got that old address, you can email me on my email or not, whatnot. I got to check and see if I got the old address, but I'll send it to him. 100%. I'll get it out there to Raymond. But just email me up on my Hey Hawks Nest and we'll get it figured out. We'll get it coordinated. Thank you, Gart. John Stillwell, thank you for another $20 donation. Thank you for all the dono drops tonight, John. You are amazing, brother. Legion of Boom. I know I always say that word, but I don't have another word. This is the best word I can apply for you, man. You're amazing. It says Legion of Boom played press bail almost all the time. Works when you can play cover 3 all the time. Cheryl wanted me to thank you. Also, my friend for her favorite hoodie? Well, tell Cheryl I said, hey, John. I said, my pleasure. The second she gets any kind of hole, or if there's a pocket that tears, John, you let me know. We'll get a replacement out there ASAP if anything goes down in that way. So I got her. Yeah, the cover 3 defense could work with the cover 3, like you say, because you could come up there and press, disrupt the timing of routes. Then you could have guys where they were so long, for instance, Browner and Sherman, where they were so long, they could stay over the top on those guys and remove those 9 routes off the press, which is a lot of the way sometimes you'll beat that press by getting vertical and being able to separate really quickly off the line. And they could prevent that. I think we've been trying at times to implement a little bit of the press stuff at times. We've seen John with Tariq Woolen at times. You can have a hard time with it because he's so tall coming down on those guys, and he's had a couple of hands to the face penalties trying to lock in that press, when he tries to bring it in. But I love when they try to put it out there, because there's been times where when they're sitting in that off coverage, which in 18, 19, 20, 21, we did a lot more of we didn't trust our corners to be able to press. So we would drop them off in 7 yards off coverage. And then you were giving free releases and easy space to the offense to complete some easy completions. This year, at least, you are putting them up in a little bit more of the press situations, and you are doing a little more of disrupting the routes, which is good to see. And that does help it. And the cover 3 can still occasionally probably work even a little bit if you could just mix it up. If they're mixing it up with some blitz game, if they're mixing it up with some man coverage principles, there could be some still effectiveness to be mined out of it even, but you just can't run it as your still main only note. It's that or quarter, half, and all of them are coverages that lean towards drifting to depth. But thanks, Cheryl, for me. Thank you for all the support. I appreciate it, John. And happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas and all that too. Chris Olson, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Chris. Appreciate you for that. Robert Kern, thank you for the $20 donation. Man, thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you for the dono, Robert. Awesome of you, man. Wasn't Waldron Russ's guy? Maybe Russ had to go off platform because of Pete clipping his coordinators. Wonder if Russ has evolved in Denver. Is he doing things there he never did in Seattle? Great questions, Robert. Thank you for the donation. And a lot to unpack. So let's go bit by bit. Russ picked Waldron from a list of coordinators that he had presented to him. What we are reportedly hearing, and this may not be the truth, but I have heard this reported, was that there wasn't a bevy of high profile coordinators that were wanting to come to Seattle for Coach Carroll. He did not have his pick of the litter after Schottenheimer. He was having to kind of pick through more of the untested. Reportedly, Adam Gase was one of the guys on the list. So Russell was presented with the list of guys and picked Waldron off of that list, but that wasn't necessarily Russ's guy. It was just, here's a list of guys and you take one. Yes, it's very possible that Russ and a lot of what he did went off platform because there was a simplistic nature of an offense applied by Coach Carroll, which then required a quarterback to play off script because the on script stuff was like Wonder Bread, just absolutely as just plain as you get. And so it did require, and maybe that was the great marrying of Russell Wilson and the offensive scheme that Coach Carroll wanted to run. I can be simple. I can be non-complex. I can make this very easy and straightforward. And then I have a quarterback who can be kind of this difference maker to be able to scramble away and turn into a magician when that frontline plan doesn't really work, which is likely not to really work because the modern NFL is becoming more and more complex and more about, taking advantage of all the things you can offensively, not removing advantages, not saying, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. It's more about, we're going to do this and this and this and this and this and this. So I think it's a good thought on your part, Robert. I think it's a very possible that it worked out that way with Russ and that's what led him to start to do a lot of that stuff within the offense, playing off script and improvising it as he did. Has Russ evolved in Denver? Is he doing things there he never did in Seattle? No. Let's go through the Russ timeline. Russell has his final year here with Waldron and what would be theoretically a West Coast offense that ends up sliding as the year goes along more into the old school style of offense that Russ had ran throughout his time here. And we remember at the end of that final season, Seattle was actually able to find their footing and some effectiveness against some really bad teams down the stretch, which was kind of where that ended out at that first year with Russ and Waldron, but he wasn't really executing the West Coast offense of Waldron at that time. He then goes to Hackett, and Hackett in the first year with the West Coast offense is also not able to execute it. What I mean by that is Russell on 3 and 5 step drops, which are going to be there's going to be a heavy amount of that in a West Coast offense. You've got to be able to hit that back foot, get the ball out, get it out on time. Never really did that consistently here in Seattle. Didn't do that under Hackett in the first year. They started out this season, and I think Sean Payton was trying to have him do more of the stuff that would be a little bit more of the on-time stuff, a little bit more of this, lean into being a modern offense in your approach, Russ, and what you do. And then what Payton's done this year, Coach Payton, is that he's just fully leaned into what Russ does best, which is that he said, okay, you're not going to play on time. We're gonna hammer the running game. We're going to limit your number of attempts. We're going to have you throw those moon balls when we can bring the defense up against the ground game. And we're going to have you really utilize your legs. And what Russ has done this year as much as anything is he lost 15 pounds over the offseason, and he went back to utilizing his legs this year as a real dimension of his play. Remember the last couple of years in Seattle, he started to go away from running the ball as much. Some of it was that he was getting a little bit thicker and not as fast and couldn't run as hard. And so he wasn't wanting to call upon it. But now he has lost a little weight, maybe get a little bit of that quickness back, and he's able to be a little more effective. This game they played today, for instance, I saw he had like deep into the third quarter, like 96 yards passing, but he had like 40 yards scrambling. So once Russell has drifted back into his own old kind of identity with that a little bit, he can still find some effectiveness there, but that's not him doing new things. That's not him updating. That's not him, evolving as a quarterback necessarily. Isaac Wesley, what up, B? Late live chat, but I'm here. I believe we will turn it around, but everyone has to buy an offense. Oh, sorry, I read that. My bad. Kevin O'Connell, Carroll was outrageous on 710. Softball responses with no meat. Ah, shucks, we just got to do better. Yeah, that's where then I like the fact that Salk asked the opening question, but now you have to do a follow-up press. That's not really an answer, Coach Carroll. It's not really an answer. Thank you, Robert, again for that $20 donation. Great questions in there too, by the way. Barry Satoro, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Pete treats Waldron like a new fish in prison. Hold my belt loop, and you do as I say. That's right. Waldron falling behind him, Barry just head bowed. Soft little grip on the belt loop. I thought it was the pocket. I thought Barry they pulled the pocket out, and the guy's got to grab and hold on to the pocket. Maybe some prisons it's pockets, some prisons it's belt loops. Either way, you don't want to be the guy holding the belt loop or the pocket. You don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be either of the guys in the scenario, quite frankly. But you really don't want to be in prison carrying anybody's pocket or belt loop. It doesn't mean good things have happened to you. Life has not gone in a great direction at that point for you at that point. Thank you though, Barry, for the dollar. And that is definitely how Pete seems to be treating Waldron. John Stillwell, my God, my man. Thank you for another $30 donation. Unbelievable. Let's go, John. You are amazing, man. Hope you're having a great night, brother. And thank you so very much. You're very, very kind, brother. Brandon, just to put a smile on your face, how about my new toy I sent you a picture of? Looks better in person. Yes, please. I could use some of that. And I'll tell you, nothing puts a bigger smile on my face than some of those guitars, John. Though I was saying to you on the email with it, like, they're so nice. They're like those pieces almost you'd see in like a museum where you feel like just to pick it up, like I like a baby. I don't want to drop it or have it get dinged or something. It's so just, perfect. But I'm sure they sound amazing. There got to be some sweet purchases. But yes, please. Send me a picture. I'd like to get better yet, give me a little clip, John. Give me a clip of some licks. Give me some licks on there, man. Give me a little riff. Put that baby on the road, John. Let's open up the engine a bit on it. Let me hear it on that. Picture's good, but let me get a little extra on it. You get a couple second clip put through email. Thank you though, John. Appreciate you, man. You're awesome. Awesome, brother. Kevin C. Cucumber. As a Saints fan, I'd rather have Pete Carroll than Dennis Allen, 10 out of 10. Understandable. I get where you're coming from with that. Does it have to be either Dennis Allen or Carroll? Is that our only choices, Kevin? You know what I mean? Yeah, for me, Kevin, is where I stand as a fan now at this point is I really do lean the modern NFL into where you got to go get an offensive-minded head coach as much as ever. There are defensive-minded head coaches that can work, but I just do think it's a tougher road to hoe. And Blue and Green says, we'll trade you, Kevin, second rounder for Pete. Ada says, we're trying to be a Super Bowl contender, not a wild card team. Amen. It's about trying to get to be a Super Bowl team. And it's about trying to get there. It doesn't mean that you have to get there every year, that if you don't get there every year, that it's a failure. But that's what you're trying to build towards, and that's what you're trying to see the progress heading towards. Grant says, I just can't get over the screen pass on third down when we would have gotten 2 to 3 more yards on 3rd and 10. Play calling doesn't always make a lot of sense, Grant. And down and distance is included in that, I would say to you. How about, Grant, that, for instance, we often see them in 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2s, and they end up in shotgun. You got Charbonnet out there, you're 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. You know, why are we, and then we're passing out of shotgun. It doesn't always make a lot of sense, the alignments and the calls on it just doesn't make sense. Rogers Green, I think Waldron would be fine. Pete won't let him open up the offense. Agreed. Robert Kern, do the best coordinators call from the booth, not on the sideline? I know it's a mixed bag. I've seen throughout my life every which way, Robert, and I've seen guys with the ultimate success in the booth, guys who've been just as great down on the field. A big part of it, Robert, is the trust of the guy you have in the booth if you're on the field. I think if you have a coordinator who trusts himself to be down there on the field, it's because he's got eyes in the sky that he knows is going to see the game the way that he sees it or he wants it seen, to be able to interpret the data that he needs interpreted on the secondary to tell him then what to do on the field or to instruct him on the field of what's going on to help him get to the better play call. So I think that's where it becomes hard to say there's a tried and true rule on having to go one way or the other with this, because there have been some that have been great on the field, great in the booth. I don't think that there's just one or the other that you have to be to on that. Especially if you have a guy that, there's those coordinators out there that have those best friend guys that see the game like they see it, and they put them up there and they know that the way that they're going to be seeing the secondary. If I'm an offensive coordinator, you're going to look at the defensive secondary and alignment and tell me what you're seeing. And I'd be seeing the same thing as if I was up there with your eyes. Based on the amount of film study we've done together, we both know we're going to see things the same way when it plays out in a certain direction. And so if you have that trust, you don't have to be up there. But if you don't have the guy that you can trust and who might not see it the way you see it, probably need to be it up there then. M. Bloom says, yes, I literally just joined 30 seconds ago and I was trying to make that exact point. Well, I'm glad we got it nailed there, man. Wolverine says, we don't know if he is doing what Waldron, we don't know the history, would say he is doing it with Waldron in the playbook. Another Seahawks channel. Power Code, I'm all right. I'm head out. Appreciate you being fellow 12s as always. Keep the faith. Better days ahead. Sounds great. Power Code. You have yourself a great night, man. Appreciate you. Alexander says, Pete, I think is in Shane's ear, because why would Shane go, nah, let's just throw away what works on offense and run Pete's crap. That's my thinking on it as well. I think a lot of this influence is coming in from Pete on Shane. I think there's a lot of logical reason that this makes a lot of sense. Roger Green, flip phone equals Carroll's idea of offense. Rest of the league have iPhones. Vader's Rage. What a great username. I think Pete just needs to go. It's getting beyond frustrating watching the same stuff on offense and defense with easy offense to read and soft zone. It's what I'm seeing too, Vaders. It's what I'm seeing too. And if Pete's not going to trust or want to adapt or adjust, then it's hard to have a lot of confidence in him going forward. He's got to evolve. He's got to adjust. He's got to modernize. Think I would do it? Chicago draft a quarterback? Yeah, Greg, I think Chicago's going to move on from Fields and draft Caleb Williams. They've got a chance, even if you don't think he's a true generational guy, very close to a generational quarterback. You don't know what you really have in Fields. I think when it comes down to those two assessment points, that Chicago just goes, yeah, we'll take Caleb. And I can't blame him for doing so. Makes sense going that route. Especially because they will be able to get some value back for Fields. Maybe not a lot, but some. James Peters, if it isn't the O-line, why have we regressed from our explosive offense from last year? We have basically the same players. I think O-line is a big part of it, James. There's advanced stats right now that will show you your O-line's somewhere between 28 and 32nd in the NFL, and it's a blocking efficiency across the board. So I think the offense has been a big problem point for what's going on. I could do more to say the offense was carrying a big part of the load of the blame if you were working in the vertical or the horizontal aspect of the run game. If you were utilizing outside zone or pitch plays or fly sweeps, if you were utilizing the middle of the field and intermediate routes, if you were leaning on some of these other items of the offense that you're not leaning on at all, or even trying to do it all, then I could definitely go more to saying, okay, the line's it's just more solely to the line rather than the play calling. But I think in a lot of ways, James, at times the play calling is hold back the line. How many times have we seen at times where Waldron's gone to these, especially in the second half of games, long developing plays where he's expecting Geno to drop back on a 7-step drop and for his pass protection to hold up for a brutally long time, and there not to be any outlet receivers given to Geno, that it's all go routes being run across the board. It's also then going to me back to that play calling aspect of it, where it's, yeah, but they're not being put in that position to succeed. They're failing, but they're also not necessarily being put in that position to succeed in addition to that. Red A says the fact that we haven't had a deep play of run or anything close to it since we had a prime Legion of Bloom is concerning. A deep run, like a deep playoff run. Sorry, it cut your one word off there, Race. Pete needs to show he can win scheming game plans and not relying on having generational talent alone across the board. Well said, and you're right. It's been a while since we've had any kind of deep run. It's been 10 years since you've been an elite team. It's been 10 years since you've been an elite defense. Those are just the facts of the matter. That's a long time for a coach to get a long period of run to figure himself out, to still be trying to figure himself out. Rogers Green says, Pete's in love with that 76 Camaro offense. No Escalade offense for him. Who needs power steering, Rogers? Chubal Orb bringing Harbaugh and Saleh as defensive coordinator. I think Harbaugh would want to go 3-4 Chubal. I don't think he'd want to bring in a 4-3. I'd love doing that, Chubal. Don't get me wrong. I'd be in favor. Okay with it. But I think he'd want a 3-4 guys. David from here on, Pete should focus on being defensive coordinator and allow Waldron to open 100% of the playbook. Agreed, David. At this point, if I was talking to Coach Carroll, I'd say, what do you got to lose? You got a season that's about to slide off the effing rails. You've got a murderer's row of opponents still up ahead of you. Cowboys, Niners, Eagles, Steelers, just to try to save the season to get into the back end of the playoffs. What's to be lost from trying something new now in this moment for the home stretch, if but just to have answers for the future, if but to have some optimism for the future that you do have something working schematically on both sides of the ball, or that at least you can eliminate those as possible fixes for what you want to do. Go through the final part of this season with Waldron running unfettered, with a defense being able to operate with a level of aggression that they have been hesitant to take advantage of. And if it fails, fine. You go back in the offseason saying we're going to double down to our base identity, and at that point, we need to get the dogs up front on the front four to be able to rush the passer, and we need to improve the offensive line to be able to maul up front, and you twist back into the old then at that point, fine. But at least eliminate it as a possibility, as a working possibility, right? Eliminate it as a possible solution here to these questions and issues and problems. James says, what I said was, why take Hall in the second round when we have two starters in Mafe and Nwosu? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, James. I misunderstood on that. And so here's where I actually have an okay feeling with Schneider in doing that, because what I think Schneider's trying to do there, James, is an acknowledgement that in Coach Carroll, he has a guy that's not going to blitz. I'm not going to manufacture pass rush. So pass rush has to come from our front four guys. So I've got to not only create the guys on the front end that get it done, but if we happen to have an injury, I can't then just be empty then behind that point and have nobody to really call upon to bring in there. And I think it was an attempt on his part, if I can say from a strategy standpoint here, James, to where if there is an injury like the torn pec by Nwosu suffered, that you don't have necessarily a huge drop off at the position. I think there has been a bit of a drop off, which is the unfortunate part, and that Hall's not been able to ascend maybe as quickly as we'd hoped to being the functional player I think he eventually will be in this league. But I can also understand why Schneider takes that approach, because you've had in recent years at times you trying to go just good enough on the edges. You've had an offseason, for instance, James, where you went, okay, we'll go with Ziggy Ansah and a rookie LJ Collier, and that'll be our pass rushers, right? Or, okay, we're going to try to go with Darrell Taylor and Bruce Irvin and Benson Mayowa, and that'll be our pass rushers, where you haven't gone hard enough on those edges. So I do kind of like it from that standpoint of it. I think, too, with Hall, as we saw with Mafe, I think that you could very well find him needing this 1 year to kind of get his footing, get his feet underneath him. He's been dealing with a shoulder injury throughout the course of the year, too, in addition to that I think he's been just kind of fighting through, which has probably affected him. But I think that he very well has a chance to make that kind of second year jump that we got to see from Boye Mafe this year. And if he does that, we'll feel really good about that pick. But I think you've got to have a rotation of guys in this NFL. I think just two guys trying to run out there 70, 80% of the snaps off the edge will get your guys wore down over the season, especially now as we look at it, James. We've got that 17th game in the season. You got those 2 Thursday night games. You've got already the high chance that one of those guys is going to get injured and knocked out for a bit of time. But I also understand, too, that maybe there's another player you could have gone to Keanu Benton, for instance. Does Keanu Benton make the defense better? Maybe so this year. To your point, Jonas Paraja says, John stays, Pete goes. I think that's been a pretty common sentiment of people's outlook on this one. That's been what's more often not been said. I think John gets a little bit more of a pass here in certain respects of things. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I got to say, Hackett takes a lot of heat, but Russ had input in that Broncos offense last year, and I'm a Russ supporter. Number 3 hands are dirty as well. Yeah, they are. Russ has got to own his side of it as well, because he did have a lot of control in that situation, to your point on that, Garth. Absolutely. And, it didn't work. It didn't work. That's for sure. There's a bit of a thinking out there that I see sometimes in my chat here in recent weeks of, well, now we've learned that we were on the wrong side of that trade. And that Russ is like suddenly recaptured some kind of prime level of Russ play, which, he hasn't. It's still very likely, I believe, that the Broncos are going to release Russ inside of a week after the offseason. And that's where that still is, I believe, heading when it gets down to a bottom line. But you're right. No, I remember that too, where it was a lot of Russ, he definitely got a lot of control walking in the door there, and he took advantage of it. That's for sure. And Hackett didn't necessarily get the most easiest of shakes there. Best of shakes for a coach with the 1 year exit that he had, Garth. Thank you, man. Well said on your part. Zag3, thank you for the $10 donation, Zag. Says, hey, just joined the chat. So sorry if someone already asked this, but do you think we upset Dallas? We've historically made them our bitch, but you'll never know when it comes to the Heart Attack Hawks. It's hard for me to have a feeling right now of confidence in this team, Sag. Watching them in recent weeks, the team seems to be very much in a state of regression, and not simply in just one little spot here or there, but across the board. You don't run the ball well. You're neither effective nor efficient with it. You don't pass the ball particularly well. You don't pass protect well. You don't run block well. Your run defense is dipped down to 22nd now and seems to be in an ever-failing state. You don't get very many turnovers. You don't cause consistent pressure. You still give up big chunk plays, defensively speaking, even though you try to prevent that across the board. I would love to be able to come into this game, Sag, and say, here's how we're going to upset them this week. But you have a Dallas team at the very same time, like we're seeing a little bit with the Niners as well, that's starting to round into its best shape, that's becoming its best form as this year wears along. Now, the thing I will say about Dallas that should give us some hope here is that they have had some very, very weak opponents that they have gone through. They have not been considerably tested this year as far as their schedule goes. And so they, like we had through the first 6 weeks of the year, have gotten a chance to get kind of fat and happy on the weaker foes that exist in the National Football League, which gives me a little bit of hope coming into this game. But they are playing sensational football. They might have a guy in Deron Bland who might end up being the surprise defensive player of the year if he keeps doing what he's doing with all these pick sixes. Micah Parsons playing good. DeMarcus Lawrence playing good. You know, they've Stephon Gilmore has slid in there and played really well for them as a corner. Tyler Smith has rounded out as a guard there that's reinvigorated their offensive line that had been kind of failing for them in recent years. Dak is maybe having close to a career best season. I look at that and kind of put that all in versus us and where we are, and I go, ooh, this is going to be a tough one, Sag. So I would probably stick it as I think it's going to be like a 24-13 kind of game. I think we keep their offense somewhat in check, but I just think that we don't have enough things working in the good enough order right now to feel confidence that we're going to go on the road on the Thursday night football and take down this Dallas team. And we can't even say it's like a Thursday game where maybe we're catching them super beat up and injured and coming off a short week like we are, but they got injured in their last week. So we're going to catch them in a super weak state. Like they're going to have that extra time after, they're going to have a full week. Like we got a full week to get ready for this game. So no, man, I think it's probably going to be a 10-point loss in this one, unfortunately. And I hope I'm wrong. I would love to see us come back and turn it up. And by the way, folks, we will be doing a drinking stream this week. So I promised last week, but it will be this week instead. The post-game discussion stream, when we do that this week, will absolutely be me getting lit. So if it's a loss, that'll make the loss a little bit better. You guys can be certain that it's going to be a little bit more saltier content probably next Thursday night after the game on the post-game discussion. But we're going to lock that in for sure next Thursday. So get your drinks ready. I know it's a Thursday night. You're going to take Friday off. That's what you're going to do. You're going to feel, you're going to want to do that anyway. It's winter. It's almost Christmas. Who's working hard anyway at this time of year, right? Thank you, Sag. I wish I could tell you differently, but I'd love to see our Heart Attack Hawks pull it around. I will say that. OMS, thank you for the $5 donation. It says draft a quarterback, hire Eric Bieniemy as an offensive coordinator. 1 to 2 years later, promote him to head coach. Allow Eric Bieniemy to have full control of the offense. Eric Bieniemy can unlock the potential of this offense. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I love your confidence, Ohms. It's been really nice to see Eric Bieniemy kind of slide out from under Andy Reid and have an opportunity this year to really serve as an OC and to show what he can do. And you have a team, in my opinion, in Washington, offensively speaking, that is not a stacked unit. And he's been able to get a pretty productive crew rolling out there. Washington's been let down by their defense more than their offense. So I'm okay with that as a potential option, a potential way to go here. I think Eric Bieniemy is likely to be out of a job, not because he sucks, but because Ron Rivera is likely to be fired, which will put him out on the street at that point. I would completely be okay with that, Ohms. I would absolutely. I agree with you. I think there's a good chance. I would feel pretty confident that he'd be able to find a better way of getting more out of this this collection of talent than we're currently getting. UGK says, totally calm and asking that we calmly and respectfully fire Pete and John and hire Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick as head coach. There we go. Very calm. Very calm. Carson Fleming, thoughts on Woolen being benched and how Mike Jack filled in for him while he was out? I think Mike Jacks did fine the second part. I don't know if it was a true total benching. I think it's kind of, if we can call it, a partial benching, partial due to the injury. He missed a game this year, did Woolen, due to the shoulder. So we know it's legitimate. There's an ongoing shoulder thing there. I think it's very likely the shoulder's preventing him from being able to wrap up and fully tackle, and that's why he's using his shoulder. And so the coaching staff at that moment goes, look, you just can't do the thing we need to do on the field. You're limited physically, and this is holding us back, especially in this particular game against McCaffrey, where we need all tacklers on deck. I think it had a lot to do with that, the opponent you're playing and the need to get another tackler on the football field that could hold up. I don't think that it means anything long-term with Woolen. I think once the shoulder is in better shape, he'll tackle better. I don't expect him to ever be a ferocious tackler as a former wide receiver convert, but I think that he'll get better with it in time. And he is new to the position and new to having to tackle. And you're going to expect that to take a little bit of time to probably kind of somewhat master. Lord Boom, Brandon, it might be Pete's time to go, but give him his flowers. He has built some of the greatest defensive backfields of all time, not just with the Hawks. He even recruited Troy Polamalu. He's a genius. No, there's no doubt about it. I think you can do both things, Lord Boom. I think you can, laud Coach Carroll for what he has accomplished in his career, what he has done. There are few that have ever been as successful as he has been as a coach at the multiple levels. And when it comes to all-time great cornerback coaches in this sport, yeah, he's going to have his spot in that pecking order as one of the best, and rightfully earned in that spot. I absolutely give Pete his flowers. The place where I come up short of stopping and giving him the flowers is when those flowers mean I got to give him carte blanche on a future where he gets to ride his ticket out of town no matter what happens. That's the place where I go, I don't know if I can do that. James says we can win with Geno, but he doesn't have time to go through his reads. Count once the ball is hiked, 1, 2, 3, and someone's in his face. Yeah, I agree with you. Makes it harder to assess Geno when he is dealing with as much pressure as he's dealt with this year. John. Oh, sorry. You're going Carson there on that one, John. Jordan, I do not want to draft Bo Nix. All I see is Taysom Hill. I've heard that comp. Yeah. I can't quite get to the Taysom Hill comp, Jordan, but I'm also not big on Bo Nix. I think he's very robotic in the position. I think he brings to mind the old description Mike Holmgren had of quarterbacking. You're an artist, not a blacksmith. And when I watch Bo Nix play the quarterback position, I feel like I'm watching a blacksmith play the position and not an artist. So he says Kirk Cousins better than Geno Smith. Look it up. Kirk Cousins wins more than Geno. I agree with that. I think Cousins is definitely better at this point. King, but he did make the hire, so ultimately the blame comes back to him. That's true. If these coordinators don't fail out, they don't get to be just the patsies here. You have to go back, and Carroll does get some of the blame back for that, for having hired him in the first place. James Peters says Sam Howell was a fifth round pick. I'll take an average quarterback if you give me Dallas's line. I think line success helps tremendously. And if the team, James, can go into this offseason concentrating a little bit more heavily on the offensive line, it could bring up a lot better performance across the board. Elena McCollum, Geno is telegraphing his passes, and he seems to be 2 seconds off with DK. DK should have that ball faster. Corners are always jumping DK's passes on the sideline passes. Yeah, I agree, Elena. I think that he's always a little bit short. He's always a little bit, his throws to DK are just off. They do not have chemistry or connection. And I don't know really why, but it's just not there. And Geno, his throws, what you're talking about, Elena, especially his throws with anticipation. And you're right. We don't see a lot of Geno throwing with a lot of anticipation here. That's been a bit of the problem on the pressure stuff, is that rather than getting the ball out and anticipating that the guy being at the spot, there's more of a waiting and holding and making sure the guy's actually creating separation, which is tough to do in the NFL consistently and hope to be successful offensively. Noob News is top billing says DK has metal hands. Metal hands. Yeah, his hands are not the greatest. I don't think he's got horrible or bad hands, but he's definitely not a guy that you would say has gluey hands. I don't think that they're super huge, major issues either. But this is also coming back on a game in the Niners where for the people that are anti-DK people, they can jump on a game like this and really gravitate to it because you got a couple of moments that really stand out that there is no excuses for, where it's like you got to make that catch there. You got to reel that in. But I don't think DK's got god-awful hands or some of like the worst hands in the league. I don't think it's like that. As James says, DK single-handedly got us in the field goal position back-to-back games for a game winner. Made one, missed one. True. Joe Borb, Top Billinger changes his tune on Geno. Yeah, Wolverines, he's starting to, like Chewable Orb says, he's starting to twist, it sounds like, a little bit on him. A little bit. I think we all are. All of us pro Geno folks are, where it gets harder and harder. I mean, it's definitely, there's some explanations and excuses you can give him that are valid and aren't all his fault. But there's some other here too. There's some other aspects of this too that are our Geno not playing the best of the position either. Noob says, I can't stand the idea of DK going somewhere and putting up 1,400 yards. Well, if you make a trade to Kansas City, like some people are banging the drum for, you move him to a team like that and you give him a quarterback and an offense that actually is functional and reasonable, you're going to see DK put up more than 1,500 yards receiving. That's the part that I don't want to see either, because I just don't think this is a DK problem. I think this is an offensive scheme problem as much as anything else. But that would not be good, yeah. Raj 206, wish we had Sean Payton. I like Sean Payton as a coach. I do. Snap out of it, humping him like a pooch. Wolverines, I take that back. Todd Billen used to say it was with laughing out loud, Gino. Nick Guzman hating on DK is honestly ridiculous. It is, man. It is. I shake my head to it. I'm like, ugh. James, the tough part is Geno doesn't have the ability to throw the touch pass and waits too long to throw the pass to DK. They are either out of bounds or underthrown. It's driven me crazy on some of the 9-route throws where it's out of bounds, like you say, or he doesn't put it out in front of him. And you got a guy that runs 4-3, put it out in front of him and let him run underneath the football. Don't slide it back and let the defender who he's created the separation on, regather his ground on the separation. Wilbert says, can't even score in the damn red zone. Ain't that the truth, Wilbert? Ain't that the truth? Adam says, it's a problem for a long time. No coach accountability. What Pete is going to do about this? I don't know. I think it becomes hard to ask for Coach Carroll to have accountability, for his coaches to have accountability, when he himself has no accountability. When there is no threat, you've got no feet to the fire. You've got nobody standing above you saying, are you doing all you can do? Are you doing a good job here? Are you getting everything done you could be getting done? I've said for a while, I think that if Paul Allen was still alive, I don't think Coach Carroll would have been remaining as the head coach in Seattle. I think that the team would have moved on from him at this point. And I think that probably says something there in itself, and that being the reality of it, but I don't know, Adams, how we can come to the conclusion that the accountability thing is going to come to the forefront anytime soon when it continually becomes something that they turn away from time and time again. And if they're not going to take accountability, in my opinion, they're not going to fix long-standing issues. And if they're not going to fix long-standing issues, I think it's going to prevent them from being a contender on into the future. Say nothing of this season, I'm talking on into the future. And that's got me worried. BP, what is there to talk about with Pete? He chose an average quarterback with Geno and feel that his philosophy works. Next story. John, it's scheme over team, y'all. All the NFL pundits know it. So we can't really have an evaluation of our offensive players in DK until we get a better scheme in here. Amen. Amen. Wilbert says DK's the future. He's not going anywhere. Hell yeah. Brandon says John Stillwell says Brandon is a very smart guy. Thank you for that, John. And knows football. I don't always agree with him, but I certainly listen to his point of view because I know it's well thought out. Thank you, John. Thank you. I think that's a good reminder with that too in these points, is I know that this is a topic and these are topics that we'll have at times a lot of disagreement with, and I might have some fierce disagreement with some of you on certain topics of discussion, but I do appreciate, as with John and as with anybody in here, I do appreciate the different points of view. Not in sort of, it's a nice thing to say, but then that I do think it's a very valuable part of this community in us being able to consider all ideas on the table, all of the ideas that we've got kind of thinking at the forefront of our mind in our own standpoint. We kind of put that all together to kind of come to some conclusions, or at least to have a completely widened perspective on the situation at hand and understand every component within it a little bit. So I appreciate that, John. I appreciate you. And anyone who comes in here with a different perspective, I love it. It's not something where you've got to be agreeing with me. I don't expect an echo chamber. I will push back. I know a lot of times, and I will push back a lot of times against views of things that I highly disagree with. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I respect your position on it, wherever you may be coming from. And I understand that I'm not, even though I have these real passionate opinions on things, I'm certainly wrong. I certainly have my places that I get into where I'm not seeing it clearly. And that's where I lean on you guys as much on this, that we get to the point of end up clearly, because we can take the collective a bit more than just the individual point of brilliance or genius on their outlook to it a bit, you know. John says, when DK does get those one-on-one throws where he can moss somebody, the ball placement is always bad. It's over his head or out of bounds. I want to see Penix, who throws the best back shoulder fades. Boy, does he ever. And he's got some juice on those throws. Boy, does he got some power on that arm. Man, he was whistling some throws in there the other week, or on Saturday there against WSU. Yeah, I agree, John. The throws to DK this year have just been not good by Geno. Snap out of it says DK still has the best years of football ahead of him. Amen. I really do not want to move off from him. Jubor Budunzie and JSN would look pretty nice. Budunzie is having a great year, man. He's my number 2 wide receiver in the draft right now. John says, Pete wants to run the ball and throw deep. He's still here next year. He should go get Penix. That'd be a guy that can make that work, isn't it, John? He can make those throws work. Greg Kemp says, Top Billin also said Kyle Hamilton is as athletic as Sean Taylor, which told me about all I need to know about his football knowledge. Yeah, I like me some Kyle Hamilton, but not Sean Taylor. Not Sean Taylor levels. Not the generational levels. Shoot, what did Taylor run? Taylor ran like a 4. Did he run like a 4.35 or something like that? Wasn't he a 4.4 guy? Kyle Hamilton like a 4.7. John says, dudes, it's getting so awkward this year when Pete goes on to the ESPN show. They know all our offensive woes are on Carroll, and they ask oblique questions, and he still gets defensive. It's going to get weird this year, John. It's going to get weird. Carson, how is it that mediocre teams like the Chargers can get their number 1 receiver, Keenan, the ball 14 times on 16 targets against Baltimore, and we can't get any of our guys the ball? It's how we're using them. Amen. Amen. It's how you're using them, Carson. It's your scheme. It's your lack of pre- and post-snap motion. It's your lack of creativity. It's the simplistic nature of your offense that's very easy for defenses to figure out where you're going pre-snap with the ball. All of that goes together to kind of serve to hinder a little bit of your ability to feature more of your playmakers. James Peters, DK is the real problem. DK's real problem is we need to run him across the middle like DK. Put him in motion. Put Lockett in motion to free his release. Bingo, James. I would love to see like a DK play where you start him out on the outside as the X. You put him in motion, like you're talking about, so you get him moving into motion to where post-snap he's going to have a free release. Then you have him run one of those crossers across the field to the other side, just like he did in the Ravens game when he finally got that first catch deep into the second quarter, where you hit him on that crossing route over through the middle of the field. That would be like a manufactured type of touch. But again, as you saw it, if you think about it, James, we had that catch to him and that throw to him in that game. When have we gone back to that DK play? That big 50-yard catch you got from him in that play on that deep crosser. Can you guys remember going back to it over the past couple of weeks? Even once? It's the weird oddity about this offense is things will work really well, work really effectively on a given play, and then we never go back to it. It's like we forget that play actually happened and that success happened with it. And it's like, well, we're on to the other stuff in the offense. John says also with the Pete Truthers, Pete literally said he's going to continue giving input on third down calls. So he's a big reason for our conversion struggle and delay of game penalties and timeout wasting. I think he's definitely having a lot of impact on that side of the ball, John, and I don't like seeing it. I don't think Pete Carroll is a mastermind offensive coordinator. I don't think that he necessarily is a guy that understands how to make really great offenses anyway. I think a lot of the way that he structures his impact on the offense has to do with how it fits into his own little philosophy for what he wants to see, rather than what's maybe the most effective thing on the field to use. I'm starting to get that a little bit of a worry with him too, John. BP, I really feel like if we don't get things in order, John Schneider's gone. He might be. I can't see a situation where Pete stays but John goes. I think everyone would go if John goes at that point. It's hard to say on that. John says, I guarantee if Pete holds on for dear life and forces ownership's hand, his legacy is going to take a hit and the fans will eventually turn on him because these games are getting harder and harder to watch. Yeah, I don't think he's reached that stage yet, but if you talk about this lasting to the end of his contract for the next 2 years, and then we're going to get 2 years of this season replicated over the next 2 seasons, I think you're definitely going to have a fan base looking at Pete through a little bit of a different light. Yeah. So he says next 5 games are hard. Cowboys, Niners, Eagles, Steelers. Yeah, it ain't going to be easy, Suey. It's going to be tough. BB says the team needs to be more adapting to what's going on now. Cover 3 worked 10 years ago, not in 2023. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. James Peters says the Hawks are going to have to go man against Dallas and bring the linebacker and safety blitz regularly, or they'll blow us out. Problem is, will the offense be able to score a touchdown? It's tough Dallas defense, James. It's not easy to get through over there. Man, that Dallas team, if they get on top of you early, they can put you to bed fast. A lot of ways it's going to be about, just staying with them through that game. To me, a little bit, especially playing on the road and especially understanding Dallas and the method of approach to really stomping on these teams this year has been get on top of them early and then just lean on them. They play with the lead as well as any team in football this year. So avoiding that, I think, would be the best if they can. But I agree. I don't think, like Elena says, I don't think they're going to play a lot of man. I think you'll see a lot more zone again this week, unfortunately. Or it says, Butts Mafia all damn game. John, we could do it better if we played zone every time, if we tried to take away the short stuff sometimes. I don't understand why the hell they don't play hard flats or buzz coverages to take away short stuff. Comes back to if you're going to play the short stuff, if you're going to take out the hard flats, going to run those buzz routes, robber coverage stuff, you're going to remove guys from the deeper end of the coverage pool, which means now you're going to start to make yourself vulnerable for deeper plays, which is at the heart, of course, John, with Coach Carroll hardlining why he drops into the heavy zones like he does. I want to prevent the big play. No chunk plays. And so I will, no chunk plays means I'm willing to give up the flat routes. Elena, yeah, Russ lost that 15 pounds. That's where he's found the effectiveness most above anything else this year. It's not that, he's retapped into some vintage Russ. It's that he got kind of chubby over the years and he got a little older and now he lost a lot of weight this offseason and he's able to go back and reclaim his legs a little bit and lean on them like he once did a little bit. And that's definitely helped. John Stillwell says, Russell was checking out of every other play the last year he was here, so I don't think Pete was holding him back. No, I don't think he was either, John. I think Pete knew who Russ was and what he was capable of and what he wasn't capable of. I think he knew his limitations very well. And I think that Russ didn't necessarily agree with Coach Carroll's understanding of his limitations, but I do think that Coach Carroll was right about what Russ could do and what Russ couldn't do. And he was realistic about it, I think, in his outlook. For sure. BB says in the safety and the secondary needs a lot of change. Take the cap hit charge. I'm starting to lean in that's going to be a good direction to go this offseason is the safety experiment thing hasn't worked. Dumping $50 million into the position has not worked. It really hasn't. Gar says Russ throws screen passes now. There's one new adjustment for him. Caleb, it's more than him. We need an owner who actually wants the team. Carroll, I've been sick of for a while now. New ownership's probably going to be something to be very welcome here too, Caleb. We don't know how committed Jody is in this process. If she's just trying to hold on to elongate the sale so that she'll get the bigger price return a couple of years from now. It's kind of hard to say on that one. But yeah, it does start with ownership, doesn't it? Kevin Hightower, Hawks have to make a move to get up in the draft, to draft a quality quarterback. DK, 2 number 1s and Mike Jackson might be enough. Your thoughts? I don't think Mike Jackson is going to get you anything. I believe he's a free agent after this year, Kevin. So Mike Jackson goes anyway. He'd be gone. But let's say, Kevin, let's take out Mike Jackson. Let me put in Trey Brown. So could you get up to the Patriots pick at number 2 and get Drake May, moving off your first round pick, a future first in DK, and Trey Brown? Yeah, that'd be enough to get you up there to get that quarterback. Would I do that trade? No. I'm not really super sold on Drake May, number 1, Kevin. Number 2, I don't like giving up the future first round picks. That hasn't tended to work out for teams very well in recent years. You get hammered with that, and I don't know if this team's going to be good in the future enough to trust that those aren't going to be high first round picks that you end up giving up. I don't want to be giving up 2 top 10 future first round picks at that point. And where this team is at, that very well could be where you're heading for your future here as this team starts to slide in a particular direction. So I'm not a fan of giving up DK. I think right now, if you were to move DK, you'd be selling him at a low period. You'd be selling him at a low rate. You'd be selling him at not a place where you would maximize your return, but minimize your return for DK Metcalf. On top of it, I like DK Metcalf here. But if it was for Caleb, Kevin, you might be able to get me interested. But absent that, I'm probably a hard no. Elena says the difference is Sean Payton got in Russ's diva ass and told him to focus on football and not his damn brand. Stop kissing the effing babies. Isn't that what he said, Elena? Stop kissing effing babies. A spit jet. Russ looks like Russ again, playing team ball, finding a way to win. Find a way to win. He is playing more old school Russ style ball, that's for sure. Green Bean 44. Can you imagine paying Geno $45 million a year like Geno apologists wanted to? $25 million is still too much. Cap is already blown. Yeah, they're gonna have a hard decision to make at the end of this year, Green Bean. And I never was in favor of giving him 45. That's for sure. I always thought really about 30 is about as high as you really want to consider going here, and even that was going to be a tough sell. But luckily, the team can make the decision at the end of this year, Green Bean, if they want to move off the contract and call it a day and say, okay, we've seen enough at this point. We don't want to pay 32. You can get out from under the deal and save some money. You absolutely can. And they may very well make that choice. Fun P, Draymond Jones and Jamal Williams and Quandre Jones are horrible signings. Jamal Adams, you meant. Yeah, none of those have turned out to be good signings in retrospect, Fun. You're not getting the returns off of them, that's for sure. And Elaine, I agree. Geno needs to use his legs more often. He did a couple times in this Niner game. There remains a lot of moments that are open up for him to take advantage where he's just so bought into wanting to throw the ball. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, thank you for confirming the drunk stream this Thursday. What is your adult beverage of choice? Mine is AMF. Well, I hardly ever drink. In fact, it's probably been about, holy hell, it's been a good many months since I've imbibed any alcohol. So I'm probably going to stick with beer. I might do like a little Stella thing. I might get a little bit of mixed drinks in there at the end of things with it a little bit, but I'm a lightweight. You guys are going to get me a beer in. I'm going to get nice and sloppy for y'all. But nice and sloppy, a lot of inappropriate jokes, a lot of swearing. It's going to get a little dodgy there, Robert. But no, we're locked in. So we'll be doing the Thursday game. I got to stay sober through the play-by-play. I'll bounce over to the Bleacher Report after the game and then bounce back over here for the post-game discussion. And then we'll be lighting it up through the night. So we'll go hard through the night, 1, 2 in the morning. We'll tie it on a little hard and have some fun with it. We got to do these at least once a year, I say. At least once a year. Elena, yeah, Chen is sorely missed. His loss definitely hurts. Chillbo, I don't think this team is going to seriously compete until we are able to manipulate the salary cap like the Eagles and the Niners. Might be the case. Definitely what teams that are competing are starting to do. Robert Kearns says the cat's in deep sleep, deep thought. She's always in deep shot. She's considering all the stuff I'm saying. She's over going, good point. Good point. Say hi to everybody. Can you say hi? She wants me to hold her like a baby right now is what she's wanting. She's like, does this mean you're going to let me hold you like a baby? That's her new thing, is for me to hold her up like I'm swaddling or something. Greg, since the Hawks run mostly 2 down linemen, does Draymond Jones start after making the trade for another D-line player at the trade deadline? Does Draymond Jones start after making the trade for another player at the deadline? Yeah, I'd probably be more of your early down guy, Greg, in there instead of Leonard Williams. Whereas you've tried to flex him a little bit to the outside as a stand-up edge on early downs to do better against the run. So he would be inside if you hadn't have made that trade deadline deal. But he wasn't being all that effective inside throughout the course of the season prior to that deal, too. On the other side of it. Spitjet, if a Seahawk cut into my hair tomorrow, it will help us score touchdowns Thursday night. Yeah, sure. If I get a Seahawk, it can't hurt, Spit. It can't bring bad mojo. John Stillwell says, we are going to beat Dallas, and that's easy money. Ooh, I love the confidence from John. Let's go. God, I hope you're right. The fan base could totally use a win right now, John. In a big way. Like a surprise win, too. Wilbert says, we used to dominate the league. Now it's a disaster. Robert Kern says, the penalties. They kill everything they see. 11 weeks, 12 weeks into the season. Philosophy and discipline. I was showing earlier, too, on this, Robert, unfortunately, with this, you have a situation where the penalty problem has been a problem going back years. And when you look at this chart that I'm going to show you over my shoulder here again, I think that this illustrates it pretty clearly. Where when you look through the last 10 years and how the penalty rank and where we are and how many penalties we get every year, we've been first. We're on pace to be first now 4 times as the highest penalized teams in the NFL over the past 10 years. And in that time, you've also had 7. You've had 7 times that you've been in the top 10 as the most highly penalized team in the NFL. Being a disciplined football team is just, I'm reluctant on a lot of these items we talk about to believe necessarily that Coach Carroll is going to find an answer for him because he's not shown a willingness to change. I really have a heavy reluctance to believe that this team is ever going to get to a disciplined state or ever not be one of the more highly penalized teams in the NFL when Coach Carroll has been here, because we got 10 years of data that tell us a certain story in regards to that. And it's pretty succinct in what it's telling us. Frederick McGuy, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Frederick. Call me crazy, but I think a big-time quarterback may come loose in the next 2 off seasons. For example, Herbert or Allen don't like losing this much. If either of those 2 quarterbacks, Frederick, were to jostle free and a team would be willing to move them for picks, I certainly would jump on both of those 2 guys. I would be happy to bring either onto my football team. It's hard to get those kind of talents. And as we saw with like the Russell Wilson trade, Frederick, when you have these kind of talents that are Hall of Fame-like talents, heading into their prime, there are not a lot of teams that are willing to offload those kind of guys. But different situations can go in wild fashion, and you never know when something, like you say, can break free, loosen free a little bit. And that may be a possibility. And if it were to occur, I hope Schneider would be willing to be very aggressive in that moment, because I would be willing to be aggressive for either of those 2 players. I think, in Allen's case, he's not been given a ground game. The defense is not always holding up for Buffalo. He's being asked at them sometimes to be too often, in my opinion, the Superman guy, rather than really given, what he should be given to kind of allow him to really, in my opinion, fly. And Herbert, a little bit of a same kind of case going on there, where Staley's just not a good coach, and their system's been a little bit strange too for him through a lot of his time period there, especially with the throws at and behind the line of scrimmage for a guy with as big an arm as he's got. I'd be willing, Frederick. I'd totally be willing on any of those 2 guys. I love them. Good, really good players. Landis says Bland will pick off Geno for 2 times. Maybe. Naha, Dallas lost 42-10 to the Niners. They're on our level, not some elite team. Stop smoking that Kool-Aid. I'm with it, man. I'd love to see that. Spitjet, how about Pete? I love you in my hair. That might get you some weird looks. Polo G, who is our third string quarterback? Brett Rippon. Suey, did you see who Cowboys player you're very Suey, did you see who Cowboys player you slow very special flags? They definitely haven't had some tough opponents so far, that's for sure. Greg says Pete said they run shotgun on 3rd and 1 to have run fake and pass options available. Yeah, I hate the shotgun 3rd and 1 runs. They're so dumb. Get them under center and play action it from that. Twelfth North Chat, I feel that if Pete is fired after the potential 5 straight losses, it will be a successful season. Maybe so. Piccolo says, have Huskies coach replace Pete. He's doing a hell of a job killing the boar. Hell of a job, man. Certainly a guy that should start to maybe be looked at for what he's taken where he's taken that Husky program. Carson, regardless if Abe Lucas is in or not, we need to incorporate more chip blocks and double teams with tight ends to alleviate some pressure off Geno. That would help, and I agree. Dealing with pass rush has been a huge issue for our offensive line, and that definitely can fix a lot of those issues out there. Or not fix, but just help to, like you say, alleviate some of the pressure there. One sec, folks. Water. King Tay says, Cowboys like the Niners are a well-oiled machine. I don't see the Seahawks defeating the Cowboys, especially their offensive struggles. Yeah, I think the Cowboys have definitely gone through a little bit of a lesser schedule, but they are humming a little bit right now. They seem to be at their strongest this year for whatever that's worth. Flag Sabbath says Washington may keep Yenemy on as a head coach. Riverboat Ron has gone after the season. Yeah, I don't think he's going to last. And they might. There is rumors, Flag. There is rumors out there that Bill Belichick may go to Washington to serve as both general manager and head coach there. I don't know if that's the case. John Stillwell, you have a great night, man. Thank you for all your donations, brother. I appreciate you for that. And great thoughts as well. Great stuff in the chat tonight, man. Tehran Sirazivzanvazan. Can we have Brown at left guard, Olu at center, and Bradford at right guard? Any chance it might be better than what we currently have in the interior? It's a great idea. I don't think Tehran it would be better than what we have. Brown plays his best at center, not left guard. So you're going to get a drop off and play at left guard that's probably pretty equivalent to what you're already getting from Damian Lewis. I'll give you that Damian Lewis is not playing particularly good football at this point, but Bradford will be even less effective at left guard. And remember here, Tehran, Brown has become pretty ineffective as a center already. So if he's going to be worse than where he's at as a center, rated by PFF as like the 31st worst center in the NFL, he'll be even worse as a bigger drop-off if you move him to left guard. Polo G says this year is a wash. We need to dump the safeties, draft a quarterback, and 2 guards to start. I wouldn't be against it, Polo G. I wouldn't be against it. Piccolo, why not get DK Metcalf back there for some fly sweeps if he's one of the fastest on the field? Fly sweeps are not just about speed. They're also about the guy being able to cut laterally. And remember with DK Metcalf, the big reason that he dipped past the first round, deep into the second round, is because he had the slow 3 cone. The slow 3 cone that is about your lateral movement, your lateral ability. So he's just not going to be able to move to be able to, even though he's really fast, he's not going to be able to move laterally within that quick speed of movement to be able to take advantage on those fly sweeps. If you think about it too, if you think about in the league, Piccolo, there's not a lot of guys at 6'4" who are running fly sweeps in the NFL. They tend to be more in that 6-foot frame, like you mentioned, a Deebo Samuel. More of a little bit of a compacted running back kind of frame is what you need to have to run those kind of plays. Tehran says 9 go routes to DK Metcalf next game, over or under. Well, where we're trending, Tehran, over. That's where it's trending. Suey says, I believe Seattle can win a wild card because Dallas is in trouble. It starts the Hawks. Let's go, Suey. Spit, I just watched the Chargers play Baltimore tonight. They played 20 times better than us on offense, and the Ravens still rolled them with their monster defense. Baltimore's got a great team, Spit. I think they're going to be one of the final 2 teams in the AFC. No doubt about it. PV says, Harbaugh, Saleh chemistry. I'm for it. I'd love to see it. That'd be a great combination. Great combination, I tell you. Flag says Keanu Benton would have likely saved us that second round pick we traded, most likely. True. Probably would have. Jubal, why wasn't McIntosh used in the offense on third downs? Because the team has an ultimate amount of faith in DJ Dallas, and they love them DJ Dallas and trust DJ Dallas, and they don't have that trust and faith in McIntosh. Greg, I wanted Levis, Benton, and Darnell Washington in the draft. I liked all those guys too, Greg. Wasn't sure at the end with Levis. I was so torn with him a bit, but I liked his potential. Elena, Russ was butthurt when he found out Pete and John were looking at Josh Allen back in 1819. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. James says, I'm okay with taking a guy like Sam Howell in the 5th round, investing in a good O-line. It does start to me with O-line. Get the O-line right, then you get the quarterback figured out. Maker says, I think we'll go 8-9 maybe. That's where we're trending towards, Maker. With this schedule as hard as it's set up to be. Noob, when you watched the All-22, did you see holding against DK this last game? I have not gone through all the All-22 of this last game yet, Noob. So sorry on that part, but I got when I got to Friday, I had to get up at like 8 in the morning on Friday, and I was pretty toasted out after the late night Friday. So I've just been kind of getting myself back to front here on Sunday and stuff with prepping for this show, and I'm trying to also get I've got a Witherspoon video I'm working on for the channel, so I'm trying to get that finished up, and then I'll get on to more of the 22. Also, because Noob, it was going to be horrific film to watch, and I wasn't really looking forward to dialing up to it. But I'll let you know. Check with me on Thursday. I'll have checked out the game a little bit closer, prepping up for the B&B show probably tomorrow. And I'll let you know at that time, you know, what I see at that point. But yeah, I just haven't had a chance. Sorry to look at it. Lord Boom, Brandon, I'm a fan of Woolen, but how did he hurt his shoulder again? Because I swear he has whiffed his last 10 tackle attempts. Great coverage cornerback, but he needs to step up his tackle game. He does. I don't know how injured the shoulder is. I know he missed a game because of it, Lord Boom. So it was earlier in this season he missed a whole game because of it. A lot of times with these shoulder injuries, you come to find out when it's a position that's like a wide receiver or a cornerback or a safety, it can be sometimes a torn labrum or something that's requiring some very minor surgery in there. But instead of getting the surgery, the player just plays with it. Because the surgery would knock him out for all of the season. And so they just try to go out there and find their way through it. That's a story we often hear about these kind of things. I don't know if that's the case with Woolen. I can just say that he was a better tackler last year than he's been this year. And so I'm going to reckon to guess that there is a bit more of an injury there in that shoulder, which is preventing him from being able to, wrap up fully. James says Washington has a 5th round quarterback and 49ers have a 7th round quarterback, and both team offenses shit on us. Yes, they did, James. Yes, they did. Nahad says outside runs and screens with DK and Bobo all game. Nobody can stop this. I like it, Nahad. You had me with outside runs. You had me with that. Flag says Tater will hold them accountable. Lord Boom says draft Penix. Let him run around with a C average offensive line in the NFL for a year and build some character. Nanya Burt says we have many weapons, but an average quarterback or so awesome weapons are only used averagely. Yeah. I think the scheme definitely is a bit of a holding back part too as well. Oh, you got that in Nanya. Play calling. Yep. There you go. Greg Kemp says DK and the Chiefs would be a good fit. Mahomes was recruiting him before he resigned with the Hawks. He'd be an awesome fit with the Chiefs. Mahomes would love him. Love him. He'd make that Chiefs offense unstoppable. Alexander says, won't ever happen, but let's get Justin Herbert. He deserves better. I love Justin. I'd take him in a heartbeat. Maker says, Rams look like a better team schematically. They are. Yeah. Across the board. BLM Ben, who's number one? Just dropped in. And sorry if you already answered. Who's number one? Who's number one? Sorry, BLM. I know I'm behind on the chat. If you can post below, what do you mean by who's number one? Sorry, man. Not sure on what you mean by that, BLM. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you, man. I want Brandon to get loose enough on Thursday Night Football to say Jamal Adams is the best thing to ever happen to the Seahawks. Number 33 is a playmaker, from what I hear. Get me drunk enough, Garth. You never know what I'm liable to say. Yeah, the last time we did a drunk stream, went off the rails pretty fast. I'm sure this week it'll be pretty much the same. It's time though. It's time, right? Thank you, Garth. DVD, ready for some controversy? Get Jim Harbaugh. He would have already taken control of the offensive schemes that aren't working. Too many tricks, not enough basics. I think DVD, it's a common sentiment here, not controversial. We've actually brought it up already in the stream a little bit in addition to this. I think that would be a great guy to transition to away from Coach Carroll if they're willing to move on from Coach Carroll. The combine is going to be interesting to see how all these quarterbacks move up or down. There might be 14 teams looking for a quarterback. This might be the first year we see Seattle trade up. Could be, Noob. Could be. And it's going to be very interesting to, like you say, where are these quarterbacks going to all land at? There's a lot of talented guys, a lot of divergence of opinion on where they should go or where people think they're going to go. DVD says long developing routes are not the answer. A lot of those in the offensive playbook right now, right, DVD? Way too many of those in the playbook right now. Piccolo says it's like KJ Wright said on his show, as a defender, he already knows what they're doing. Too easy. Yeah, I think KJ got to let that slip out too, Piccolo, where he sort of said it under his breath, but I caught it as well, where he was talking about the offensive scheme and how predictable and easy it is to know what is coming and where it's coming from, which is horrible to hear. That's absolutely awful to hear, because it makes a lot more sense why these defenses look like they're a step ahead of our offense. Noob says Seahawks players wondering why they're in a Pee Wee football system. James Peters, I agree. I don't think Herbert's getting traded, but it's a nice thought to think about. Lord Boom says anti-DK people can jump on my nuts. Leave my dude alone. DK's role is to take up space and players. He does that just fine. His other job is red zone touchdowns, and that's hard with Geno throwing him ducks. Well said, Lord Boom. You know I'll be the DK stand till the end of time here. Greg Camp says Brandon Sean Taylor ran a 4.4 at 235, so he was pretty much Chase Claypool side in speed. Yeah, that's a bit of a difference from Kyle Hamilton. on top of hitting like a truck and ball skills, the likes of which we've never seen at the safety position. Yeah, Sean Taylor was he was his own special beast. You can't really comp him up with anybody. You just can't. Just pretend like you're going to target DK and then blackball him and go to our tight ends or Jason Lock and then just shrug your shoulder, DK. Isaiah Washington, I feel like it's been a repeating cycle with Pete Carroll and his old philosophies and ideology. If you've seen today's football, it's predominantly offensively driven league based on passing. I see the same thing, Isaiah, and it's a little bit of, I think you encapsulate well the argument I'm trying to make on this stream, which is not necessarily just to say, I want Pete fired. I want this. It's to say, what we're doing right now is this repeating cycle, to use your words. What you're doing right now is things that you've been doing these past 10 years when you haven't been a contending team, when you haven't been elite, when you haven't been dominant on either side of the ball. We're leaning into philosophies that have long not worked and hoping they suddenly find their fix from within and magically resolve themselves. And I think you, like I, think that's very unlikely to happen. You're going to have to force this fix by adapting to the new. And that's the key on this team now and going into the future if they're going to be into a contending status, in my opinion, is you got to modernize both sides of the football or this rebuild is DOA. Dead on arrival. Eric Black, I'm a Cowboys fan, and yeah, he made a mistake that broke up a dynasty team, but Carroll's a Super Bowl winning coach. Give the man a break. Yeah, I guess Eric, as a Cowboy fan, how long do you get for winning? It's 10 years since you won a Super Bowl. So does the coach just get carte blanche? You know? I mean, Eric, I'm kind of surprised as a Cowboy fan, quite frankly, to hear you say that from your opinion on this, because when I look at the Cowboys' history, if I was to apply your methodology of what you're ascribing to happen here to my Seattle Seahawks team and applied it to your Cowboy team, if I go back in the 80s and I look at Tom Landry and I say, well, Tom Landry was the only coach who's ever won your Cowboys a Super Bowl winning team. He's the only guy that's ever taken you guys to the promised land. You got to let him just find his way. But Eric, it had been a long time at that point since he had won you a Super Bowl, right? He had kind of overstayed his welcome there, right? And there were still a lot of Cowboy fans at the time that got really pissed off at Jerry Jones for moving on from him and bringing in Jimmy Johnson to coach the team, right? But then what happened, Eric? Your team went on a dynasty. So as a Cowboy fan, I'm a little surprised that that's the stance that you have on this one, because your own ball club was fitted to this same conundrum, pivoted off of it, did the thing that is the opposite of what you're recommending we do as a fan base, and you went on to find a dynasty. I don't know, my man, on that one, you know? James, the other problem Waldron has is he doesn't isolate DK. He double stacks him and allows the defense to box 3 defenders around him, 2 cornerbacks and a safety over the top. The wide receiver routes are too close. Yeah. There's just not a lot of forming to get him open. You're not manufacturing ways to get him open. There's no flood zone concepts. There's no easy completions into just space. It's all very hard. John says, the reason I can't really put the offensive struggles on Waldron because he's shown games like the Colts game where he looked creative, new, fresh, and great as an OC. Yeah, it gets harder to necessarily put him as the patsy here, John, for a bit of those reasons. And because, again, the offense does look so much more similar to what it was years ago prior to him coming in here. TJ says, can we expect 80-ish Mariners streams next season? I'm struggling with this one, TJ. I'm kind of watching what they do this offseason. You know, I mean, you take an Eugenio Suarez trade that they just broke out, and is that a salary dump move? I mean, if they don't get as a team any better this year in this offseason, and they're not willing to spend any money, and they're not in on the Ohtani sweepstakes, and I don't see a team that's really readily approved, I don't know if I want to watch bad baseball for 80 games next year. I think I'll be more likely to just concentrate on the football channel, or I might do my Seahawks scouting channel and just do NFL scouting in general at that point. I don't know. I'm willing to do the streams, but the team's got to show that they're committed to winning baseball. And that Dipoto 54% press conference The trade with the Eugenio that was dumped just to be a salary dump, that's an obvious one at that. I'm a little worried right now. And so I'm going to watch. I'm going to see what's going on this offseason. I'm going to see what the Mariners do. I'm going to give them a chance. But I'm not signing up to watch a team that is going to go out there and just barely win more games than they lose and isn't really a contender. And it's a 160 game season. You know, you're going to, put that investment in, then show me that you're trying to put a team out there to truly try to compete and go for it, rather than a team that's just trying to, on its own face of it, on its own general manager's words, just barely, just by a minuscule amount, trying to be better than average. That press conference was horrible, though, TJ. Horrible. DVD, we shot ourselves in the foot and made mistakes more than the Niners beat us, I feel. But once again, we were down. We kept running the ball yet again. We did our share to allow them to win that game, to your point. That's for sure. And John, I don't know why the play actions completely disappeared either. It's like a lot of things that have disappeared on this team, offense or defensive side of the ball. Why don't you blitz more? Why are we blitzing less as this season goes along? Why do you run a fly sweep with Dwayne Eskridge for 10 yards in the prior game and then never go back to it again? The player that you drafted exactly to run that type of play. I don't know. Piccolo says, imagine where else you could have invested that $50 million in cap money rather than safeties. Yeah. Especially considering it's a position that's devalued throughout the NFL where everybody else just tries to get by on the cheap there. Raja says, Caleb will stay in college if the Seahawks try to draft him? No, he'd come to Seattle. He'd come to Seattle, Raja. All the playmakers he's got to throw to, he'd love it. Isaiah says, I hope we fire Pete Carroll. I'm tired of his old ideas. Like, the league is changing. Everyone's young. We are one of the only teams who's still old. Definitely where we're leaning towards right now, Isaiah. I'm getting more into that place myself in my outlook of things when we're going to come to a final conclusion on this. And I'm not reached there, but I'm getting closer there game after game. I'm starting to arrive faster and faster to that state of mind. It's getting harder not to believe that that's what needs to happen here. Michael cut Diggs, Myers, Nick Ballore, Will Disley, keep Leonard Williams. Works for me. Michael? Works for me. James says Diggs is gone next year. He hasn't been $10 million good, let alone $21 million cap next year. He had the second worst PFF behind center Brown against the Niners. Yeah. You've got to take that into account with Diggs, how much he's making, not just what he's giving on the level of, not just what he's giving on the field, but what he's making, especially with what you're paying into the safety position. Long live the king. We ask, why did the Seahawks go away from the playbook that works? Like Stephen A. says about the Cowboys. Pete's allergic to prosperity. Laughing out loud. You know, that's at least an answer that's feasible, man. You know, it makes sense. DVD says, just fire Shane. That's the answer. He got Goff traded the year before coming here. Flag says, Brandon goes hard on drunk streams. Love it. Oh, I do. We did this once before, and it got pretty wild. So I don't know if I'm going so wild this time, but we'll get frosty. Azeg says, just joined. What do we have to say about Coach Carroll? I think mainly right now, Azeg, Coach Carroll's in a place where I think most of the fan base looks at themselves and they find themselves, not most, but a lot of the fan base at least. I can't give you the percentages, but there's definitely a big contingent of the fan base that is at their wit's end. I presented at the case at the top of this Azeg of really, we find ourselves as a team 10 years removed from being elite defensively or as a team. We've not been a real true contender during that time. We're 1-5 in the playoffs since 2017. And the one playoff win we had was against Josh McNown, a 36-year-old backup who I think that they called up off the street a couple weeks prior because they lost their quarterback after the first two quarters. The team's not been good for a long period of time. And yeah, we are in year two of rebuild, but we feel that there's some thinking here of you're being held back a little bit schematically on both sides of the ball with Carroll's approach. He can fix it as egg. It's not a death knell for him or a fatal flaw, but it's going to be a fatal flaw if he refuses to try to even fix it, which seems to be the case at this point. James Peters says Seahawks were 6-3, but we had the third easiest schedule in the NFL through the first 9 games. Can't forget that part of it. It's important. EW2K says eggnog and Hennessy is the way. My mom loves to do this deal she does, she does the Maker's Mark eggnog with, I think, a little bit of 7-Up. She puts like that combination in. It goes pretty hard. I don't know that. I can't do the milk and alcohol stuff. That's not good for the tummy. John says, what gives me hope if Pete keeps his job is that they already took some of Pete's draft and personnel power. Do you think it's possible ownership makes us hire offensive guru and gives them carte blanche? No, I don't think they'll go that far, John. I think they would be willing to take away his personnel control and some of the drafting control that he had, especially because there was probably a lot of steep failures that they could point to and say, LJ Collier and Jordan Brooks and the trading of Jamal Adams. That was you, Pete, said John Schneider. I don't know if they can do the same when it comes to his outlook as a coach. I would love to believe that would be the case, John, or that Pete would be open to doing that. But I don't think Pete would be open to doing it. And I don't think they'd be willing to cross that road with him either. James says, I'd like to see us end up with like the 15th or 16th in the draft, and hopefully we trade down and take a guard late first and pick up a safety with an additional second trading down. I'd be good with that. Give me a Cooper Bebe, get back into the second, go back a little deeper second round, get a Kalen Bullock, USC, or Kitchens. DVD, I feel like K9, when healthy, should go back just bouncing it outside and let Zach try to pound it up the gut. Just show his talent, not change play calling. Probably a better way to use him, DVD, to your point. Much better way of utilizing him. John says, I'd love Daboll for offensive coordinator if he got fired. I'd be good with it, John. I'd grab him too if he does get fired. Andrew Stenson, if Paul was alive, Carroll would have been fired. Keep John. Agreed, Andrew. I think if he was alive, I think that Pete would have been probably long gone at this point. And I do agree that I think I'd like to keep John at this and let him get a chance to hire his own coach and let him kind of guide this from the top down like a true GM. Carson Fleming, thoughts on Olu, Bradford? Do you see them as competent starters in the future, or do we need to allocate draft capital to the offensive line this year? I feel a little more confident with Bradford at right guard as a real true prospect there for us in the future. I think Olu can be the guy at center, but I haven't seen a ton of him there this year, and he's not been able to knock Evan Brown out of the starting spot, even though Evan Brown has been one of the league worst centers in the sport. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence that Olu then is the answer moving forward. Maybe it's just that he's a rookie and so green, but I'm a little worried about that when it comes to Olu. I'd like to just go get him some competition, draft some competition at the center, and let Olu in that center kind of fight it out for the best man. You've got a 5th round pick on Olu, so it's not like you put a ton of capital into him or investment into him that would preclude you from going out there and getting another center. On top of the fact that Brown is a free agent this year, Carson, so there is kind of a general need to go and get another center at that point. But with Bradford, you have a guy that's an absolute hammer in the ground game. He can move people. His physical approach, his nastiness, his physical ability to move in space. I think he's scheme diverse, and I think he's only going to get better as we go in the future. So I feel very good about Bradford moving forward. Rigo Ramirez, hey, is Lucas coming back versus Dallas? It would seem so, yes. ICD says this offense has no identity. This team might lose out. I don't think we lose to the Cardinals, IC. But everybody else is in play. Every other game is in play as far as being on the table for what you talk about there. I agree. I think the offense doesn't have any identity. I'd offer to IC that I don't think the defense has any identity either. What does the defense do particularly good? James Waldron's calling the games, not Carroll. Wrong installed the 2 tight ends in the backfield after watching it in college. He even admitted it. Waldron, watching it. Why not watch and copy the Rams? Yeah, I don't know, James. I don't know on that. I felt like last year a lot of the tight end adaption and why you brought it in there was because you didn't have the 3 receivers to call on that to utilize McVay's scheme to the ultimate. Waldron does come from McVay's scheme. There's not a lot there to be copying. He just is supposed to be bringing over the playbook that he utilized when he was with the Rams, not create his own playbook. I have a hard time believing myself, James, that Waldron forgot his playbook when he came over here to Seattle. Again, understanding James, that Schottenheimer inherited 70% of his playbook when he walked in the door. So did Carroll just suddenly decide with Waldron that you get to bring your whole playbook in here when Schottenheimer didn't before? I don't think so. I think that you get a lot mandated to you by Carroll and how you run your offense here in Seattle when you are made the offensive coordinator. I think that's why partially, James, we go through so many offensive coordinators. I think that's partially why we go through so many defensive coordinators. I think Coach Carroll is kind of a micromanager. And I think he tries to kind of put himself everywhere. And that does hinder coordinators in being able to do their job. But this offense, to me, James, looks a lot more, the two tight ends in the backfield notwithstanding, the offense looks a lot more to what it looked like in 2017, 18, and 19 than it does look like right now. It looks like the same old offense we've ran with Carroll throughout his time here, more than it looks like some new modernized offense or new updated approach that's just not working. I say, screw it, let's get Pete Carroll to suit up and play offensive line. I bet you willing. Hawks are the ace. This is on Coach Carroll. Just look how Russ is doing now under Sean Payton. There's the proof. Yeah, I think with Russ, I think he had to get to the humble pie stage to get back to playing to typical Russ fashion, where he could realize you can't be a volumetric passer. You need to be a guy that has a ground game you lean on and that you lean on your legs. I think there's a little bit of that there at play too, that I don't know if Russ was as willing to cross that bridge when he was in Seattle. Rigo says Seahawks will win. I love it, Rigo. Let's go. Frederick McGuy, exactly. Some of the situations that some of these elite quarterbacks have has to be frustrating. The fact that they have little to no playoff success might move them like it moved Russ. It could, Frederick. I mean, you never know. You never know. And the NFL is a mobility sport where guys can be here today, gone tomorrow. And a team can make moves for certain different reasons, like turning things over and just trying to go, okay, well, now's not the time. Let's move it. And if it happens, I hope we're ready to strike if that is the case. Especially for one of these younger quarterbacks who's still, not in their 30s, that still has a lot of prime left. I'm with it if it opens up. But will it open up? That's the question. Jubal Orb, is there plans to open up a Discord server for the Hawks Banter? I actually have a server going right now. So I'll tell you what, let's how about we do that as an announcement on Thursday, Chewable? So we've got a Discord right now. I've remained and kept it private, but maybe now is as good a time as any to open it up and let it rip and let anybody kind of have their opening to come on in there and have some fun with it. So I'll open up the Discord this Thursday. We do have it ready and good to go though. So it is in place at least there for, some folks are able to get in. I've just always kept the invite for 24 hours to try to keep out the trolls, but why not? Let's get it going. We need to get the Discord rolling. We do have a Discord though. I just I've sort of been lazy about it. Mortal Tech says Woolen's built like a twig. Well, he's 6'4", He's got long arms. It's hard when your arms are 35 inches long to get a lot of meat on them. Don, you have yourself a great night, brother. Appreciate you. Immortal Technique, D. Eskridge was on fire. Why'd they stop using him? Team tends to go away, Immortal Tech, from things that work, sometimes inexplicably, sometimes without explanation. And Piccolo, I don't think Adams remains on the roster next year at that cap hit, brother. Yeah, I think so. I think it's out. DVD, okay, B. Who goes first when money and play are involved? Witherspoon, Diggs, and Jamal Adams, who you keep paying. I think in the case of both Diggs and Adams that they're both not going to be Seattle Seahawks after this season. I think Diggs, they cut. I think Jamal Adams, they make a post-June 1st designation, and you save a lot of money between those two guys at that point. I think the team will determine that the experiment at the safety position is not working. And then you'll slide Julian Love on his 1 year remaining deal left into one of the safety positions and then probably draft for the other or try to find a discounted rate guy like a Bradley McDougald type like you did back a few years ago to kind of fill in until you can find the prospect of the future. John says, I knew Levis was going to be a monster. He reminded me so much of Josh Allen. He's a five-tool player in baseball. Literally has all the traits you look for, and he was available in round 2. Yeah, I like me some Levis too, man. BLM says you were talking about college wide receivers. Sorry for not clarifying. Oh, my bad, man. All right, let me double check here. Sure I can find where you were at on that. There we go. Who's your number one? Oh, okay, perfect. Number one by a wide margin is Marvin Harrison Jr. The best receiving prospect to come out since Jamar Chase. Absolutely on his level. No doubt about it there. So, yeah, I think he's there. I've got my list is I got Romeo Odunze as my number 2. I've got Keon Coleman as my number 3. All 3 of those guys are first round talents. I would put Marvin Harrison as a top 5 guy. I would put Romeo Odunze as Odunze as a top 20 guy. Keon Coleman I would put as a top 20 guy. And then I would have Emeka Egbuka as a high second round grade. Those are my 4 receivers as it currently stands right now. "24-hour stream on the drunk stream?" Yeah, maybe. You never know, man. We might go that hard. Maybe we can try to get it to 15,000 subs if I go 24 hours. DVD, do you feel like maybe there's good amount of film study, but maybe not enough rhythm setting offensive practices? Do you feel like maybe there's a good amount of film study, but maybe not enough rhythm setting up offensive practices? I don't know on that, DVD. It's a good question. Can you elaborate a little on what you mean on that question? I want to make sure I'm kind of answering it accurately, but I think I know what you mean, but I'm not also totally sure. I feel like maybe there's a good amount of film study, but maybe I don't know throwing. He needs to start throwing his chewed gum directly at Shane's crotch. He calls another trash line from. That'd be funny. There's a bad call in the game from Shane Waldron. Camera cuts over to Pete Carroll, taking out a big hunk of his gum and throws it at Waldron's crotch. They catch it on slow-mo. Waldron with his little thing on the plate. Pete, why? Piccolo says, I know DK 3-cone isn't fast, but a fly sweep, he gets a running start. He does, but remember, you're not, with DK, it's fast, straight line, right? So if I'm running from here to there and I'm going in a straight line, that's one thing. If I've got to end up over here, I got to end up over here, there's going to be a point of part of that build-up speed, I got to go lateral with it. So if you think about it, he's running straight line as he goes in motion and takes the fly sweep in this direction. But he's got to end up in that direction, which is going to require him to stop, flip his hips, and get upfield at some point or another. And with him, with the 3-cone, that's an indicator of having a harder time to flip your hips, turn on a dime like that, and get upfield. When those holes develop, because you get that fly sweep and you got to read it like a back, once the hole develops, you got to be able to put the foot in the dirt, flip your hips, and turn it to the direction that it needs to go. And I just don't think DK at that size. And again, as I'd say with this Piccolo, if you look around the league at the guys that run the fly sweeps, be it a Cooper Kupp or anybody that runs it, these guys are all going to be around 6 feet tall. You see nobody at 6'4" being given a high volume of fly sweeps in the NFL, because I think they all would have a little bit of this issue, is what I'm kind of meaning in this. They all, at that size, you're always going to have a little bit of the difficulty in stopping, starting. This is also why we don't see a lot of running backs in the sport who are 6'4". You got Derrick Henry and Derrick Henry, Have a good night, Spit Jet. Appreciate you. Daniel Bailey, so with how well Shanahan and McVay can scheme an offense to pick apart a defense, it makes me realize that their offensive minds actually understand defense better than Carroll too. They've looked at it through that vision of things, Daniel. Yeah. And it's a bit of the understanding. This is the modernized approach, I think, in the understanding of how the game evolves. And I think Carroll looks at it through more of that lens of a 90s, late 80s, 90s approach, where these McVay and Shanahan, these young guns, look at it with more of how this is developing. And in the case, especially of a guy like Shanahan coming from his father, he can see how the old has melded to the new. He can see as what is in the old that doesn't work in its old stagnant form that needs to be modernized and evolved to the new, which is what he's done with that offense. He's not nearly taken Shanahan's offense from the Broncos in the late 90s that helped get them to back-to-back world championships, right? He didn't just take that and say, that's what I'm running with. If you look at the Broncos offense in the late 90s and you look at Shanahan's offense now, there are certain things that they do comparably, but there's so many more differences and updates and adaptions by Shanahan since then. BLM Ben says, I really don't know how I forgot about Marvin Harrison Jr. He's kind of can become an afterthought because he's been kind of so long. He's just, oh yeah, he's the number one guy, a little bit, but he's amazing. I mean, he is the real deal. He's going to be sensational as a pro. No weaknesses, absolute complete receiver, can do everything in the book. Love his game. Mortal League technique, Spoon needs to show Reek out a hip. Hopefully he eventually can. Oscar says, if you could only do two things this offseason to improve the team next year, what would you do? Nothing off limits. If there are two things that I could do, it would be these two things. And I'm not saying that I'm at this spot right now, Oscar, but you're giving me carte blanche to do what I want. So I'm gonna arrive at this now. I'm not calling for Coach Carroll to be fired right now, but if this season fits to form and there's no updates and there's no adaptation, no evolution, and we do reach a state where this team sort of falters at the end, the first thing that I would do is move off from Coach Carroll and hire. I would pursue aggressively John Harbaugh with Michigan. The second thing that I would do is reinvest on both lines of scrimmage, making both of those the priority of my offseason for improvement. Those would be my two moves. John says, if like you said, Pete Carroll hires his son for offensive coordinator, I won't watch another game until he's gone. That would be a hard sell for me too there, John. That's a tough one for me there too. Long live the Kings, as Akers showed Myers how the big league kickers kick tonight. Expat, Adventure Turkey. What are your thoughts on we only have one hole on our team? Quarterback compared to other teams. Move off of DK in order to trade up for a quarterback. The moving of DK as an asset to get a quarterback is something being referenced quite a bit on the chat for me here, Expat. So you're not alone on thinking that might be an option or a way to go. I'm not really in favor of moving DK. I think you're selling him at his lowest value rate, number one. I don't think you're going to get a high order of return for him, number two. I don't really like the quarterback that you're talking about moving up to go trade to get DK at that point, because I don't think that just merely packaging picks and deciding we're going to go get this super high level prospect and that's going to save our quarterback position. That's the answer to our quarterback position. It's not always proved to be that that's the case. Let's go ask the Jets, for instance. Let's go ask the Niners if going up and getting those quarterbacks high is really going to be the answer for you. It's got to be also the right quarterback. And if you're talking about expat it being Caleb Williams, I'm with it. We can have that conversation. If it's talking about Drake May or Michael Penix, no. If I'm moving up for the quarterback, I need to have somebody that's damn near generational at this point, because if it is a guy in more of that Trey Lancian kind of role where, well, he's a real toolsy guy, but he's got a long way to go. No. I don't want to do that. I'd much rather take a second or third round quarterback at that point and build up the rest of the team rather than putting all of our eggs in the basket of trying to put it all on that quarterback. I hate the idea of the quarterback being this superhero type of guy that floats on high, and that once you have that solved, once you have that in place, then everything else is great. Everything else is, good. I don't think that we just have one hole on our team right now, expat. I think that your offensive line is one of the worst in football. It needs to get fixed. You have two tight ends that are going to be free agents at the end of the year, and we have to make a decision on Will Disley, who's carrying a decent contract. That's kind of a hole that's going to need to be figured out. I think your defensive line needs more help. I want to keep Leonard Williams, but I think that you need to do more. Linebackers, you have 2 free agents at the linebacker position. What are you going to do there? I don't want to sign Jordan Brooks to 17, 18 million a year. Bobby is getting older. I think there's other holes there. I don't think we're just the quarterback and that fixes everything else. I think there's actually some other things that need to be established. And beyond the quarterback, to me, expat, it comes down to more scheme on both sides of the ball. Also, it's more of a dire situation. Greg Kemp, Brandon, I saw a stat that said DK lines up at X 73% of the time. Do you think that's the most in the NFL, having a wide receiver being in the same spot and is making it easy for defenses to game plan against us? Yeah. I do, Greg. Some of it, I think, also that becomes the necessity thing here, where you have Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's a pure slot. So you're not moving him to the outside very often, if at all. Then you have Tyler Lockett. And Tyler Lockett, I still really do like as a receiver, Greg. But the difference between the X and the Z is that the Z gets to be a yard off the line of scrimmage. So the X kind of has to take the brutal, they've got to take the chuck. They've got to take the press because they're on the line of scrimmage. So DK's being made susceptible to that press coverage at times. He's able to fight through it. He's strong enough to fight through it. But this also then provides Tyler Lockett the free release from the Z. Because you can't get your hands on the guy if he can line a yard off the ball. He can give you the little dip and get away from your press coverage like we see Tyler do. So yeah, it's part of what's being driven, Greg, by the personnel you have around DK, but it doesn't necessarily mean that DK is then being put into always the best positions to go out there and have those, as I talk about, those manufactured type of touches. Oscar, what potential coaches could we replace Carroll with this offseason? Harbaugh is the guy that obviously is the one that stands up as the guy that would be standing the tallest in my mind as the best possibility. There's not exactly a ton of guys out there as far as known quantities go. Really, rather than targeting on an individual guy, for me, Oscar, what I would try to go find if I could would be to find somebody that has been an established known quantity in this league, meaning somebody that I'm not looking to go find the next McVay who's never coached. And then we're going to get them to be able to learn all their mistakes and work out all their kinks as they try to learn the ropes. Get me an established guy who's been there, done that. And that's also been what's brought us the best success when we've looked at coaches in our history, is guys that have actually have a track record of doing it. So I'd lean into that direction myself. Greg Kemp says, who's the X receiver you replace DK with in the draft? Because most are going to be Z and slot receivers. Well, admittedly, there's not been a lot of going deep into the receivers in this draft, I would say, yet. And partly because I've leaned more into quarterbacks, defensive linemen, offensive linemen, because I didn't think the wide receiver was going to be really, Greg, a possibility as a guy to grab. I think Romo, Odunze, Marvin Harrison are obviously guys that can play X. To your point, Roman Wilson, Xavier Restrepo, Xavier Wilson, Emeka Ibuka, probably more guys that you would look to be in the slot. But I haven't done as much the deep dive on the receivers, like Malik Neighbors, these kind of guys. The kid with South Carolina that Spencer Rattler's throwing to, Xavier Leggett. So there's still some guys I have to look at that could fit to that spot. But you are right. There's a heavy amount of slots coming out. Ramos family says, Pete, old school mentality. It's holding us down, Ramos. It's holding us down. And Bailey says, Mike McDaniel, Dolphin head coach. Noob Josh McDaniels. No, I wouldn't take Josh McDaniels. And I think Mike McDaniels is going anywhere from Dolphins. I think they like what they got with him. Central Valley Kings, what type of offense are the Hawks looking for? What team runs the ideal offense you want? Honest question. Well, I think that the the Sean McVay updated style of West Coast offense we thought we were getting with Waldron would be the one that I would lean towards. One that looks to challenge defenses horizontal as much as it looks to challenge them vertical. One that looks to get the ball into its playmakers' hands and let them work with it. One that is very hard for, and remember with the McVay scheme, Central Valley Kings, it's about running out of formation. And I'll run out maybe 4 or 5 different formational packages at you throughout the course of the game, but I run every different type of iteration out of it. So it's a look of it, it's complexity within simplicity. And I like that, where there's a natural ability within the scheme to then kind of throw off defenses and what they're going to get snap in and snap out, because they can't lean in any direction. I want the offense in place and the defense in place that doesn't let the opposition lean to the direction pre-snap, where you're showing them tells in what you're going to do. So, when it comes to when it comes to looking for an offense, that would be one I would look for. Less about trying to hit 9 routes over the top. One that leans into the fly sweeps and the bubble screens. One that leans into the flood zone concepts. McVay's offensive scheme, essentially, Central Valley Kings. That's the one that I would like to adopt and bring to play. And defensively, I would like to see a defense built a little bit more on a structure of being willing to run man-based coverage principles, willing to be a little bit more blitz heavy, willing to make things uncomfortable for the opposition rather than sitting on your heels in soft zone defenses 24/7. Well, Valdez, I'm sure Jim Harbaugh would love nothing more than to come back to the NFC West and just to stick it to the Niners. Exactly. You could give them a little bit of that extra built-in, benefit. Barry Satoro says, show me a general manager that wants to win 5 games above 500, and I'll show you a loser. Yeah, the Dipoto press conference was ridiculous. And right now I really want to, I've been trying to get back with the Mariners here in the last couple of years, thinking they're ready to do some things. But right now the ownership is absolutely knocking the legs out of baseball fans in the confidence that they can have that this team is going to be willing to make the moves they need to move. I mean, how does the team go out there and win a World Series when they have all of the other people above them are spending well over $100 million more than they are on payroll to make what's happen, to become the successes they are? And Noob, I'd love Mike McDaniels. He's great. He's great. Rigo says, bring Michigan defensive coach. Greg Kemp, I don't think people realize that the only really good X receivers in the NFL are DK, Mike, and that the X receiver has become like the big man in the NBA, a dying breed, dinosaurs. Yeah, it's true. It's not as many. A lot of these other receivers, you're moving them all over the place. Part of those manufactured touches. If you're moving them all over the place, putting them in different positions, harder for the defenses to play him or take account for where he's going to be post-snap. John says, as a football fan, it's so obvious Pete Carroll is done. It's like not having any mana in magic. All the magic that was there is gone. All of us just want to feel that 2010, 2011 feeling again. That's right, John. DVD, while I agree that there's a fix Pete needs to fix, I don't think fitting Pete is it. I think getting away from BS Pete concepts from the OC is the fix. I think DVD that Coach Carroll can apply the. I'm not necessarily again calling for him to be fired right now. Somebody asked me what I would do if I was in charge, and that's definitely a different answer. But when it comes to calling for him to be fired or not, I'm just looking for him to adjust and fix and modernize. Just update your approach. Just all I want to see DVD is Coach Carroll to live by the words that he spoke 2 years ago at the Combine when he said, "We've been arrogant in our approach. We've been stuck in our ways. We've held on to this approach for too long. We need to change. We need to update. We need to modernize." And that's what he told us. All I want him to do is just fit to the words that he told us 2 years ago that was going to be what was going to drive this organization going forward. And he's yet to do that part for sure. John says, just as a money move, why don't the Mariners sign Ohtani? The Asian community is bonkers for him, and we live in a state with huge Asian population. How much money did Ichiro generate? I would pay him whatever he wants. I would too, John. It's a move that has so many wins associated with it on so many different levels. It would seem like a no-brainer for this franchise not to go after him. But instead, we get rumors of things like the franchise is not going to be willing, though they'd be interested in him, they're not going to be willing to spend the same price other teams are going to be willing to spend. We'll learn in about another, 14 days where Ohtani's going to go. But it's going to be a big part of me watching this offseason to see how much aggression there was on the deal with Ohtani, or whether the team just said, we don't want to spend that amount of money. And then when you come down to, again, understanding the team's going to spend, I mean, it wasn't just $100 million. There were teams last year, I think like the Blue Jays and the Rangers, that were spending $130 million more than the Mariners. I mean, as a football fan, think about that. How much of an advantage could you gain if your team's spending $100 million more than the other teams around you? Dev says, how does a former passing game coordinator for an offensive genius in McVay scheme such vanilla passing concepts? My guess on this, Dev, is that Coach Carroll has a lot of influence over the offensive scheme, and I would wonder if you would agree with me in saying that the offensive scheme and approach with these vanilla passing concepts looks very similar to what it was under Bevel, and Schottenheimer. So if your answer is yes to that, then the next question is, why would all three of these coordinators be running a vanilla passing concept scheme? Why would they all be hammering A and B gap runs on the constant, never utilizing the outside zone scheme? And I think, Dev, rather than the answer being that Waldron suddenly had amnesia over the night when he came to Seattle from the LA, or that he's like maybe working to help out McVay as an insider here as a spy, that maybe it's instead Coach Carroll is pushing too much of his influence on that offensive side of the ball, dictating too much about the style of passing concepts they run, about the style of rushing attack that they employ. I think that that's very much probably the case at this point. Noob says, we need to poach some O-line scouts from Dallas. Say what you will about Jerry Jones, but someone in that building understands what a good offensive player is. Agreed. Some of it too, though, Noob. Some of this too is commitment, right? Some of it's commitment to the offensive line and commitment to getting those guys as assets and building up your team. Tyron Smith had been linked for a long time. I believe is a former top 10 left tackle taken in the first round. Zach Martin is a first-round pick. Zach Frederick, who retired to the center position a couple years ago, is a first-round pick. Tyler Smith is a former first-round pick. I agree with you. They do have some really good scouting, but they also put way more assets into the position than even we have. I mean, we took Charles Cross in the first round, and he's our best lineman right now, if not Abraham Lucas. So you got to be willing to put the assets into it a little bit, like Dallas does. Central Valley Kings, are your receivers willing to block during running and yak plays? Motion pre-snap only works if the player in motion actually receives the ball every other time. That's the secondary part is the big issue here, Central Valley, is that we don't run motion a lot. When we run motion, we don't run with a lot of use of them, right? So you played us in the last game as Niners, and we ran D'Eskridge on that one play, got 10 yards on it, never went back to it again. So do we have the guys that can block? We got guys like Jake Bobo and DK Metcalf that are really good blockers on the edge. Yeah, you do. Do we have guys that can handle the fly sweep duties, like a Dwayne Eskridge or a McIntosh? Yeah, we do. Or JSN even. But do we utilize it? No. And we do it, we don't utilize it at kind of a counterintuitive level, where we have everything that would be set up to make sense. It's part of what the problem is with this offense right now, Central Valley Kings, is there are things that you do that then you just suddenly go away from and never do again, even if they have been successful, because you're so married to what you do offensively. Rama says, what Pete keeps the Seahawks in with not a great team. Nahad says, I think people are blaming Pete too much. The team looks nothing like the Niners or the Ravens. Those teams are Pete ball. Pete ball. I don't know how you see the Niners or the Ravens as running Pete ball. The Ravens run a lot of stack fronts, a lot of pressure-based looks. They're very diverse defensively speaking. That's not really Pete's game. They definitely run the ball a good amount. They do that. They have a mobile quarterback with that. The Niners, likewise, are heavy pre-snap motion, heavy post-snap motion, diverse attack. I don't know if I agree. I can't see that those are teams that run Pete ball. Pete's the grand poobah here, Nihad. Vice president of the operations. He's been here for 10 years. He's had a lot of control over this team. When the team underperforms, when you're not getting the most out of the team, when it's been 10 years since you've had a contending team, a true contending team, the blame's got to go to the coach. And he just can't get a blind pass at the end of the day on this. And I'd ask you, Nihad, to go back and watch the initial 40 minutes of this stream. Go back and watch the points that I present, because I tried to build a pretty effective case here and trying to show how these issues have been going on for years and that they are directly related back to your coaching. Not a magical talent issue, not a magical it's on Russell Wilson issue, not on it's on any other scapegoat issue. It goes back to the man at the top here. That's who it's got to, in my opinion, be looked at. And I think validly so. I don't think that we're being unfair to Coach Carroll saying it's been 10 years since you've been an elite team. You are 1-5 in the playoffs since 2017. You haven't sniffed the conference champion, even touched the conference championship in 10 years, even played in one. It's been a long time. And Nahad, there's not a lot of coaches in the sport. Again, go back and watch. I bring up a bunch of coaches in the sport who've had playoff wins in the last few years. You could take a guy like Nahad, Doug Marrone. Doug Marrone has more playoff wins since 2017 than Coach Carroll, and he hasn't even been coaching in football for the last couple of years. Did the Jaguars sit on him with those two playoff wins, with the conference championship appearance that Doug Marrone was able to bear out? No. When they realized it wasn't working, they pivoted off of it. And it seems like there's at times with Coach Carroll here, this sacred cow thing where, well, he won us the championship, so he gets to write his own ticket. And if you take that stance, I get it. There'll be those people that take their stance with that. But you got to understand it's harder for us to sign up to that, because that means that we got to sign up for bad football now and moving into the future. That's a bit of a tough sell. This is not going to magically fix itself. Coach Carroll's schemes are not magically going to suddenly catch back on fire again next year. It doesn't, stuff like that just doesn't magically happen in the NFL. You have to kind of purposely make it happen. DVD forever. Russ got away from himself first, and then Sean Payton came in to ground him. You are what you are, Russ. Stop trying to be another Manning. Amen. Hexagon 7, question for you, Brandon. Seeing Eskridge play against San Francisco, do you think we are in line to keep him as our returner, or do you see him as having a purpose on this offense? I'd love to see him in this offense, especially utilized in the fly sweep bubble screen role, at least to try to utilize him a bit in that capacity. I love him as a returner because he's a lot faster than Dallas. So as we saw in that first kick return, Dallas can maybe get you up to the 37, 38-yard line and consistently give you some really good returns to that degree. But Eskridge can maybe flip a field. Eskridge can maybe house it with his speed. So I do like him as a returner. I don't know if I can trust the health thing to stay up there with Eskridge, as he's, even in this game, he got injured after, I think, a special teams tackle where he came up kind of slow on one. Yeah, I like him in the role. Garth Knight Discord, can I be free to say I saw Dennis Erickson rob a coffee shop with a pantyhose on his head there? Save the Geese. Thank you for the $10 donation, Save the Geese. Appreciate you, man. It's great to see you in the chat as well. I'll predict what will exactly happen this season and the next. Seattle will miss the playoffs, fire Waldron, draft a quarterback round 1, and then Pete retires before the team is sold. John stays on. Ooh, very, very, very feasible, very realistic, Save the Geese. I think that you're on point with that, man. I like your thinking for that being a real valid outlook for how this goes. Yeah, I think it's very likely to go that way too, Save the Geese. And even if they don't take necessarily the quarterback in round 1, they do end up taking that quarterback within the first couple of rounds to serve as that same kind of guy. Great thoughts, Save the Geese. Great thoughts. And that's how I see it going too. Seattle missed the playoffs. You fire Waldron. He becomes the scapegoat, draft the quarterback, and then Pete's got the one more year after. Yeah. Nahat says team can't be good at everything. Pick something and stick to it. Amen. That's that identity part that I'm trying to talk about a bit, is that you got to pick something you want to do well and lean into. Doesn't mean that that's the only thing you do, but that you can kind of lean on that as a strength that you can call upon. So the Vikings, Brandon Ayuk was in the doghouse and was a first round because he wouldn't block. Kyle doesn't play receivers who are one-dimensional or running backs who can't pass block. Makes sense. And that's something we see with receivers a lot, that they sometimes are hesitant to do. But you do need, in this modern NFL, if you're going to use those fly sweeps and bubble screens, you need receivers that are blocking on the outside to get those done, or those plays don't go anywhere. Alexander the Press loved Pete, and every press conference, they can't wait to hear his bullshit. Now, this team is less Pete ball than ever, something fans have been clamoring for a while. I think it's funny. Yeah, you'll have to sign me up and understand this one, Nihad. You hammer A and B gap runs. You don't utilize the fly sweep. You don't utilize the bubble screens, but I think about 8 times over the total of all the games we played so far this year. You're in soft zone defenses. You were 30th last year in blitzing. You're up at about 23 right now. When you do blitz, you only send 5-man blitzes, which was how it was back in 2018. You were 32nd in the league in 6-man blitzes or more, which is what it's been for the last 10 years. I don't know what's new other than to say that we're passing more than they're running. Part of the reason we're passing more than they're running is because of the fact that we have to, not because that it's a tangible philosophy decision they're doing so, but because we kind of suck at running. We've not been too consistent. And then we're not getting very many chains being moved because we're not converting any third downs. But I can't say that this team looks wholly different in its philosophy or designs, Nahad, than it has in the past years for those exact specific items that I just provided. King Bomber, I think the rig benching wasn't as much related to bad performance. I think that the shoulder is a legit thing. I don't think they're making an excuse. He missed a whole game this season due to the shoulder. It's probably not fixed. It's probably still bothering. It may even require surgery at the end of the year. So it's probably preventing and making it hard to wrap up a little bit. The team was thinking in that game, we're having a hard time getting McCaffrey stopped anyone. We need to get an extra hand on deck to try to slow this running game down. But I think that the shoulder is still dodgy. I think it's a bit of both, says King Bomber. As much as I want to be injury related, I think it's complete BS. I mean, he did miss a game due to it early in the year. So I don't think it's being definitely just created out of nothing, like, just they're sort of inventing it to try to not make him look bad, so to speak. Jasper Fubo, get Marshawn back. There we go. Save the Geese. In hindsight, they should have never signed Geno to a deal and just let Locke play. Seattle into Caleb Williams. There we go, man. I'm with it. I'm with that approach. DVD, but what if Pete's kid comes in and runs a good offense? Pete had an identity. Who's to say his son's identity isn't similar, but also good as USC days? Well, I don't know if you've had a lot of history in your life with nepotism, but that's not typically the way that nepotism seems to go. The team has also, DVD, done a lot of, we're going to just hire in-house when we have to hire one of these positions. And it's not always brought them a lot of success going that route. I don't tend to think when you have a whole nation of potential candidates that you can hire from, that the best candidate is coming from in-house. I think that that's a wrong approach in hiring. I would be absolutely livid if Coach Carroll hired his son to be the offensive coordinator. I don't think the fans would stand for that at all. Can't do it. Can't do it. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, also the bad thing about Diz is he's always hurt, and that's even with limited playing time. Yeah. I mean, you might have to look, Greg, for 3 tight ends this offseason when it's all said and done. Bomber says everything defensively is a whole except for corner. Yeah. DVDs at the end of the day, Shane is the architect of this offense, and look at how we perform against top 18 defenses. Not good. Bomber says, rather than blaming coordinators and such, why don't we ask, when's the last time one of our coordinators was hired to be the head coach of another team? Was it Dan Quinn? Yep, that was the last one. You've moved on from what I think it is, 8 total coordinators here, and 2 of them, Gus Bradley, Dan Quinn, have been hired. The others have moved on. I was saying it earlier, Coach Carroll goes through a lot of coordinators. And the offensive side of the things, it seems like there's a lot of times where he moves off of these coordinators, and the reasons seem to be more than just it's a bad coordinator, but also seems to be a bit of that influence thing of Coach Carroll coming in and having too heavy of a hand and it pushing away coordinators out the door. I think it certainly did so in Schottenheimer's case. Silas McDonald, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, am I wrong for being happy for Russ right now? No. I've never had anything against people that are hoping Russ can find his footing and find some success. I've got to give Russ props because I think he was very married to the thought of cooking and being a guy that could be an MVP type guy and a high volume passer. And I think he's finally had his come to Jesus moment and realizing that he can't do that. And that's a bit of a humble pie for him to have to eat, but he's eaten it. And on the back of eating it, he's gone back to finding some success in his game and probably with it elongated out the future of his career. I think you've always got to be for those kind of guys that can do that, make that kind of move. And especially in Russ's case where it's about him dumping a little bit of ego along the way with that. So, no, I think it's so totally cool to be, happy for Russ and hoping he can find his footing. He's turned it around this year like nothing else. I'll say that. Noob says, that's why I don't watch baseball anymore. It's not fair. Yeah. Understandable. It's frustrated the hell out of me to watch it. And it goes back to even the 90s. I was in the same way. It kind of made me bail back then when you're watching us, even in good teams, go up against these Yankee teams. They're outspending us again by about $100 million. It's just like, you can't sign me up in baseball going, well, spending money doesn't actually make that. When it's to $130 million, we're in a ridiculous stage of things. Young says, as a Reds fan, I know a lot about not paying for good players. It's tough, Young, and baseball is the original love for me. Coming up and growing up, I played a ton of baseball, but man, the sport has got to get a salary cap in place, in my opinion. They've got too good of a union in baseball to allow it, but doesn't mean they shouldn't put it in. Noob says they did draft good, but you have to be able to afford big free agents because that's what other teams do. Yeah, exactly. It's that old thing we get to is like with our team. You can do all these other things good, but you can't be leaving advantages off the table. You can't be ignoring things full swath that other teams are taking advantage of and be operating from that deficit and think that you can get to the mountaintop. You got to utilize all of the advantages that are at play. Baseball, football, it doesn't matter. Ramos says San Francisco Giants need Ohtani. I think they're going to make a big run at him. Seems like either the Dodgers or the Giants are going to get him. Young says, please don't take Harbaugh away from my Michigan Wolverines. Actually, it means a Hawks Super Bowl. Count me in. Let's go, Young. You guys get your national title this year. Then he goes on to this, gets us a Super Bowl. What do you think? Can we sign up for this? Can we come to a common ground? Wolverine and Seahawks fans? DVD says Olu will start next year, but our guards aren't helping with gaps. Is that another rhythm practice issue or a talent issue? When it comes to Phil Haynes and Damian Lewis, it's a talent issue. I think that Bradford is a real rough prospect coming out who is going to need some time to develop. But remember with Bradford, he's a 99 percentile athlete who can absolutely move people off the ball and brings a nasty attitude that's very hard to teach in players. You either got it or you don't have it. I have actually a lot of faith in Bradford going forward, DVD, and I think we can kind of more concentrate on that left guard and really hyper focus there, along with getting Olu some competition there at the center position. Rick Eska, Ravens did do good today, man. Rick says, you're a diehard fan. I respect that. Well, thank you, Rick. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for jumping in the chat. DVD Forever B, they definitely meant the offensive schemes, the RPO, when referring to Pete Ball. Okay, that makes sense. John, Save the Geese says, John chooses his next head coach, a Mike McDaniels type who's smart, innovative, and young. I really like the idea of John getting a chance to save the geese of choosing his next coach. He's had so many years here and never had that opportunity, and you've always wondered what he might do, who he might look to. I'm very interested to see on that front of things. Noob says, maybe if we keep Pete Carroll for 20 more years, his defense will come back into fashion. You just got to wait it out, man. It's like the 80s and all that other style. Like, it'll eventually come back into style. John says Pete Carroll would succeed and rewrite his legacy book by playing the Manning role on the Broncos when they won the Super Bowl. I could see his interview. I was at this point in my career, I knew I had to pivot. Spaces, how would you feel about Bill Belichick as our coach? I like Bill Belichick as a coach. I don't like Bill Belichick as the general manager. Don't think you can get Bill Belichick the coach without getting Bill Belichick the manager, general manager. So if he'd agree to let John give him the team and provide him the team that he can go utilize, that'd be all right with me. But absent that, nah. Noob says the Mandela effect is real. Bill Belichick's the head coach next year. Maybe. John says that guy's high. The Ravens Pete Ball. They go for it on every fourth down. They use RPOs, use analytics, use call kinds of misdirection on offense, blitz heavily on defense, and the list goes on. Yeah, I couldn't get there either on that one, John. I can't get there on that. They're way different than Pete Ball. The RPO, I guess, is certainly there, but I mean, even that's not really Pete Ball. That stopped being Pete Ball halfway into Russell Wilson's career when he couldn't run the read option anymore because he wasn't fast enough to beat the defensive end to the edge. Deja vu glitz in the Matrix. That's right, Central Valley. Whoa. I just saw two cats of the same type. Carson, Eagles have the blueprint if we want to be competitive. Offensive line so good, we can run on anybody. Defensive line so good, nobody can run on us. We have an exceptional depth in the secondary. Be ashamed to waste it. I love that approach, Carson. I'm with that approach. I'm with it. Noob says, I'd buy a hoodie with pre-cut sleeves if Belichick was here. Me too. I'd probably wear that on every stream on game day. Just for the laughs. John says, I want Bill Belichick as a defensive coordinator in a heartbeat. I guarantee our defense would be top 10. Oh, yeah. Bill would definitely get more out of this unit. DVD, that's exactly why I asked my prior question. And well, again, does this O-line have what it takes but isn't given the chances to establish a rhythm, or do they just suck? I think when it comes to your guard situation in recent years and your center situation in recent years, it sucked, DVD. I think Damian Lewis gave you a good year last year at a 71 PFF grade and did good in pass protection, but he was miserable as a run blocker. Blythe was horrible across the board last year. Haynes was bad across the board, and the other Gabe Jackson was even worse than he was. This year, I think Phil Haynes has been absolutely atrocious. I think Damian Lewis has been bad. I think that Anthony Bradford's been a bit of a mixed bag, but you knew with Anthony Bradford, DVD, that he was going to be the mixed bag because he was a rookie, because he was so raw coming out, but so very talented. You might have to wait for the refinement to come with him. But we've had games this year, for instance, that Anthony Bradford was your highest rated offensive player by PFF in one of the grades from this season. And he's had some really good moments in there that gives you some, at least for me, some confidence to think he can be part of the plan going forward. So let's look at this line, DVD. Cross. Feel great about him. He's fine. He's perfect. He'll be good to go. Haven't had Lucas back this year. Once he gets back, he'll be fine for you at right tackle. I feel solid about him. Bradford at right guard. I think he's the answer going forward. I think he'll be fine for you going forward. Center, left guard. These are the two positions that I think that you need to look to upgrade and develop. I just don't know what total we have in Olu, but those are the two positions that I think you got to attack. As far as establishing the rhythm, that's a part of it. And a part of it's them sucking. When I talk about the rhythm here, DVD, there's not enough of the scripted plays that get the ball out of your quarterback's hand really quickly within this offense. There's too many plays that are long developing that require your quarterback to sit back there and hold the ball and require your poor pass protectors to hold up in pass protection for too long. You also have an issue where I don't know who's not teaching it right, but you're not able to seemingly block up the blitz game or recognize the blitzes. Is it on Geno? Is it on Evan Brown? I don't know. But they're not realizing and recognizing when the blitz is coming and when it is not. They cannot figure out what to do with stacked fronts. They don't seem to be able to figure out when guys are dropping fully back in coverage or when they're really truly bringing the house. So some of this gets hard to answer because I don't know. I'd have to have a peek behind the curtain to give you an actual answer on knowing what's happening, not happening. But I don't think that they suck. I think that there is a solid base to work with this. I think you got certain positions you need to address a little bit harder than you've addressed in recent history. For instance, spending $2.1 million on Evan Brown and then a 5th round pick at the center position after last year you spent $4 million on Austin Blythe on a 1-year deal. I think you got to put a little bit more investment into those two positions, and with it, you'll get better play overall in the offensive line because you'll have less of the complete weak links. The analytics tell you that it's not about it's not about your greatest strength on the offensive line that determines the success of that offensive line. It's your greatest weakness that determines the success of your offensive line. And if you have 2 of the greatest weaknesses or 3 of the greatest weaknesses, as we have at times this year, left guard, center, right guard, then the line will fail with it. I hope that was a little more elaborate on that one. Danny Soto, the one thing I know about Pete Carroll, he knows how to rally the troops. I have confidence in Seattle against Dallas. I'm a betting person, and I love Seattle. I love the confidence, Danny, and 100% hope you are right. Noom says we might as, what are you saying there, Noom? Might as well have 0 tight ends. We don't use them. Yeah, that's true. Not big on those. Ramos family, Hawks Nest, who's winning, the Niners or Eagles? I'm going Niners. I like where they're playing right now. I think the Eagles have been able to kind of slide by this year a little bit and that they're not quite as strong as they were last year. So I think the Niners win it in a close one. John says, what about Eric Bieniemy at head coach? I'm not big on him as head coach. I think there's a reason for a lot of years now that he's had to wait, and nobody's really been giving him that opportunity. I think he's a good offensive coordinator. I don't think that he's going to be a guy that I would want to target as a head coach. I don't know if he's got the kind of stable mindset for the head coach based on some of what I've heard about him. And it's kind of how fiery he can kind of be at stuff. I don't know if that resonates as much in the modern age. Danny McCormick. Danny McCormick, thank you for the $2.79 donation. Appreciate you for that. In fact, Danny, you got a couple double donos in here, so thank you for the double donations. Says, I wonder if John Schneider would hire Jim Harbaugh. New culture. I would wonder if it would sit to him a bit, Danny. I mean, at the heart of what you're trying to get, you want a coach to come in here to fix things. Establish, of course, their philosophy and their culture, like you say, Danny, but also resolve what, isn't working within the culture. And I think getting a guy like Harbaugh who can be a little bit more establishing that discipline in his approach would be very helpful to this locker room and the culture as it currently stands, is I think that things are just a little bit loosey-goosey at the moment, a little bit too loosey-goosey at the moment, a little bit too player-friendly at the moment. So I think that it would appeal for John Schneider's standpoint to look at John Harbaugh and say, hey, Jim Harbaugh, or John and Jim, I always get them confused, but Jim Harbaugh and say, hey, here's our guy. Let's bring him in. This is the perfect establishment from Harbaugh's perspective. He gets to go to a program at the NFL level that's really far along in their process. He's not going to have to build everything from the ground up. He can come in there and get very specific on what he wants to build up around what already is in place. It's also, for me, Danny, of us going back over ground we've gone before in this franchise history 3 times over and found success to varying degrees all 3 times we've chosen this approach. You go to Chuck Knox in the 80s and you get an established coach who's been in the NFL, been there, done that, maybe not been to the mountaintop, but has certainly shown you that he can put a really good team together, the perfect guy that we needed at that time for where the franchise was at. Then you have Paul Allen by the team. He's looking to get a coach who's established, who can come in here and make us a true blue contender, who's legitimate. He goes and gets Mike Holmgren, steals him away from the Packers. Then, after Mike Holmgren moves on, 1 year into the Jim Mora experience, says, no, Jim Mora, let's go get more of a tried and true coach, a more proven coach. Gets Carroll, and you get back to the mountaintop. So I want to stay leaning in that direction. And to me, Harbaugh would be the guy, if we were to go get a new coach this offseason, who would be the guy that most fits in alignment with what you've done in the past and how you've attacked hiring the coach. Danny, thank you for another $2.79 donation. Says, was at Thursday Night Football. Us 12s are done with this regime. TBH. I think it's arriving at that stage of things here, Danny. You know, I've been doing this stream tonight for 5 hours and 45 minutes, and I was expecting there to be a lot more bristling pushback on my opinions on this show today. Maybe I'll see it on the like to dislike ratio where there'll be a bunch of dislikes. I don't tend to get too much of that either, but maybe it'll show up there. But I think that there's more and more of a growing sentiment in this fan base of this team seems to be in a point of stagnation. There is some of this fan base that is bored with watching this team because it seems like they continue to fail in the same manner without ever changing their ways. And I think that these voices are going to grow louder and louder as the season goes along if there are not fixes that are applied. And as I'm trying to present today on this show, Danny, throughout this show and this past almost 6 hours, here's the reason why I kind of am starting to get to that point as well. And I'm not trying to arrive there quick or fast. I'm trying to make sure I give Coach Carroll the full amount of time to make this assessment to where we are giving him a fair shake here. But it's getting harder and harder to find the excuses. It's getting harder and harder to cover up the long-standing issues that are not being resolved or even being acknowledged, quite frankly. Dave the Geese says, I legit think they released Geno. Look at CJ Stroud with the Texans. He's starting O-line, has been injured for the most part. Don't be afraid to start rookies. Look at what Russ did years ago. I'm with it, Save the Geese. I'm with it. And I think they're definitely going to be drafting a quarterback. I don't know where for sure, but I think they definitely will be. UD Quinn was shopped and offered. Pete and John Paul just couldn't match his offer and keep our Legion of Boom talent as well. Noob. Eric Bieniemy was such a boring hire. Yeah, I can't get there with that. Space 6 and 5. Sid Geese, Jody will probably have a head start. We'll probably have a heart-to-heart meeting after the season and knows she'll have to sell the team. She'll give Pete the grace to retire before she sells the team. John will take over for once. Like to see it. Drunk Squidward says at least UW's having a successful 12-0 season is crazy. Man, especially with how many close games they've been in down the line. But what a year they've had. Being able to kind of, it hasn't always been pretty down the home stretch here. But it doesn't matter. You get undefeated, get in the playoffs. Man, it's going to be fun to watch. Dave the Geese says, I've seen people who had Stroud as quarterback 4 on their board a year ago. So maybe quarterback 3 in this draft is the best one. It gets hard with these quarterbacks, right? We've seen for many years the evaluations on these guys fluctuate all over the place. I'll tell you this, my track record in recent years has been pretty damn good with the quarterbacks. I'm going to put a video together here, I think this offseason, of showing my kind of pre-draft evaluations on some of these guys and then posting out where they've kind of landed. Because I got laughed at last year when my final evaluation on CJ Stroud, I said, I think he looks like Joe Montana. And people were like, Joe Montana? What are you talking about? You know, I was in on Lawrence, and that might seem like, yeah, no doubt, Lawrence was the number one quarterback. But remember, that was the draft where a lot of people were saying, no, Wilson's actually the better guy. No, Fields is actually the better guy. No, Mac Jones is more ready to come in and get it done. You know, Lawrence has been the best one of the bunch, you know. So, yeah, it's not an exact science, this quarterbacking game, and picking these prospects. Noob, I don't want to be mad, but I don't think Washington has a chance against a team like Georgia or Michigan. I think it's going to be hard against those teams, Noob. Yeah. Especially with how they've kind of ended out the season. It'll be great for them to get in the playoffs, no doubt about that, but boy, is it going to be tough. Dirk Squiddard also think we should move off a Taylor, trade or cut. Agreed. I think he's not giving you very much at all at this point. I'd like to see just find a trade, move him for a 5th or 6th, and call it a day. Save the Geese, Bill would love Spoon. Oh, you know it. Dev, I was there too. It was embarrassing. Was so ashamed of the offense. As you should be. As you guys should be. That was an embarrassing performance. And how many of those have we had this year? Sucks. Sorry you guys had to watch that on Thanksgiving in person. Drunk coaching is a big part of a scheme. Most recent example besides Pete Carroll is Brandon Staley. Chargers team looks lost at times, and Justin Herbert is seeing ghosts, etc. Yeah, agreed. It's where I get stuck to at the front of this, Drunk Squitter. That's the place where I'm starting from. There's not that there's other problems. Geno, DK Metcalf, Jamal Adams, getting quantity, where we're getting everything out of the safety. How's our linebacker? But where I start with as far as the big problems that sort of loom over the top of this team, that stands the tallest to me right now. Drunks D-Nugget, when is Pete Carroll's contract up? In 2025. Young Chat, would you guys draft a quarterback in the first or go quarterback with one of our third or later round picks? I think I would lean more to the latter, Young, because I think that there's really only one guy in the first round I would really want to take. Not that I wouldn't take Drake May if he drifted down to 15, 16 if we're picking there, or Penix, but I'm worried with those two guys a little bit. I like the talent in the second, third round of this draft too. I think there'll be a lot of guys to pick from. There'll be a lot of guys for there just to be one guy that Schneider can kind of fall in love with and really gravitate towards, like he did with Russell Wilson 10 years ago. Drunk says, Pete ain't no Matt Canada, but his old philosophy gets exposed against good teams. Yeah. Very much the case. King Bomber says, your plans for the future offensive line is what I'm completely with. Only difference is I think Oluwatimi is that future plan. I do love Oluwatimi, King Bomber. I just want to try to make sure we're hitting it as hard as we can and putting as much talent there and stacked up as we can, and even building in for a little bit of injury if that comes up. Colonel, quick shifter. I think we have to just let this season go, man. We need a clutch quarterback, a great offensive line coach. Offensive line is good, just badly coached. Could be. Dickerson could be kind of failing on that a little bit. And I do go a little bit at the offensive scheme being a little bit light here too, Colonel. But yeah, it's not as much today about calling for changes or firings right now as much of here's some things that I'm seeing throughout the season right now and this year and the last couple of years that I think are problematic, that are issues that both persist to today and have attacked us back many moons back. And I don't know if they're exactly being addressed or dealt with in the proper fashion to sort of fix these problems. That's my big issue because, to me, Colonel, that's the thing that starts to affect us then beyond just this season. That starts to become stuff that can now become inherently things that hold us back from being a contender even down the road. Drunk says, I'd rather draft a quarterback, see who falls in the first round. Yeah, I'm with it. DVD, that's exactly what I said earlier, B. We agree that rhythm is probably a bigger issue than talent, but Shane can't stick with anything. Yeah. And that's probably, as somebody was else saying above on this DVD, that's the problem when we get down to making the individual assessments on these players, be it a quarterback or be it an offensive lineman. When the scheme is so thoroughly failing the players on both sides of the ball, especially in the offensive side of the ball, that's the place things start at. And you have to get that right to then make the assessments where you can at least check the box to say, hey, we're calling a good game here. The players are not executing this. They're not getting the block late. But with Shane's system, so often you're going, what are we doing here? What is our goal here? What are we trying to develop? Where are we trying to attack, defensively speaking? Noob, I think it's what's so frustrating about it because fans see the problems plain as day. Why can't someone who's coached forever see it isn't working? Ego is a big part of being a great coach. And you're going to have that ego to get to that place, I think. And that ego and pride can help you and can allow you to remain married to a philosophy and committed to a philosophy in the way that you need to find success. But it can also be the thing that cuts you out at the legs when you are too married to that philosophy, when you are too unchanging. And that's where I think we start to find ourselves. But I do think, Noob, it's becoming very obvious to everybody some of these issues that are coming up that are not being dealt with. And it gets frustrating, like you say, when so many are kind of seeing it this way, yet change is still not being employed. Big Country says, fully healthy Niners team would beat anybody. Give me the Niners over the Eagles. I'm with you on that. I see it the same way. DVD, long developing routes is our Achilles right now, and the abandonment of the run game as a bigger mix. I don't like Shane at all, if you couldn't tell. Laughing out loud. No, I get it, man. And he's earned that anger. He's got way too much offensive talent on this team right now for them to be this inept. Noob, who would you rather see win the Super Bowl? The Eagles or the Niners? Are the hype type to hate the division teams, or do you like when they win because it makes the division look strong? I was thinking about this the other night, Noob. I'm fully on board now with the Niners going out and winning a Super Bowl. Because I think what I'm trying to get to is the place where we as fans and the fans in Seattle have the point where we go, okay, we're falling behind. We're not measuring up. We're not being just this consistent winner. The Rams have gone out there and won a Super Bowl 49ers have now gone out there and won a Super Bowl. Maybe that would push for change a little bit more faster, even if just by a little bit. The Niners winning versus the Eagles winning. So I would, as much as it pains me to say this, I think it would help to bring about change, and that's what I really am wanting at this point. So I hate to say it, but it's the direction I'd go. Drunk says, man, I miss Paul Allen. He would have talked to the coaching staff, maybe even made changes. I don't think Drunk that Pete Carroll would have remained here if Paul Allen was still here. I think he would have moved off of him a couple of years ago. John, can you please clarify, Brandon, because I'm worried about Lucas going forward. Did he have cortisone injected in a knee, or was it a cleanup thing? I'm worried about his long-term health. Coach Carroll referenced it as a chronic type of thing. And I have to guess a little bit here because they're not being specific on what it is that's going on. His season got shut down to a knee injury last year. I believe this is the same knee injury this year. I think that you can reckon to guess here, John, that there's probably something of a chronic variety going on in his knee that they're going to have to kind of manage on into the future. This may also have been why, John, he dropped in the draft like he did, because I had a high first round grade on I had a late first round grade on Abraham Lucas, and yet he falls all the way to the third round. That just didn't quite add up to me, and I wasn't alone on that. A lot of people had that kind of assessment of him, at least being a second round talent. So I think that the knee thing has been something that people have been kind of aware of, and that the Hawks made a little bit of that risk with him in the third round, thinking it's third round. It's a worthwhile risk at that point. But there does seem to be some kind of chronic issue there at play. I don't know how extreme or how bad it is, but it's there. Pacer, do we roll with Geno next year? I think quarterbacks. I think we whether we roll with Geno is a lot about how he finishes the season space. I think that we draft a quarterback no matter what, though. But I think Geno's got to finish strong here for them to be willing to go with him another year on that contract. King nailed it with the stagnation thing. It's almost expected at this point of how far we'll go in the playoffs and how we're going to look at the team down the stretch. Yeah. Amen. That's why I say I'll give Carroll the full season to make my final determination about this, but I will come to a final determination. I've got to get asked through my chat throughout the course of a whole offseason and throughout training camp and throughout the preseason games. And one thing I've told you guys for a long time is I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. And and though I've spoke confidently about this team more often than not in recent years, I'm not going to just speak blindly confidently about this team doing good things just to gas you guys up. If I think that we're held back by impediments and things within this organization that are not being corrected, I think that that's what's going on. And I'm going to say it if that's the case. And I'm going to keep hammering it throughout an offseason if I think it's the truth, Not because I want to be right, but because I want to see this thing fixed, and I don't think it gets fixed if we cover it up and don't talk about it. King Bombers start off hot on offense, have a 4-game top 3 defensive performance, then have both sides suck as they lump into the playoffs and end up in a wild card loss. There you go. King Bomber then makes significant offseason changes, repeat, and start over. Wash, rinse, repeat. Exactly, King Bomber. Drunk says, I'm 100% confident we're going to wait until Pete's contract expires. I think probably so too. Johnson says, it is about your weakest link on the offensive line because they can isolate their best rusher on that lineman and just whoop him like a dog. At least if your weak lineman is interior, you can double. All I do know is when we choose a successor to Pete, I want him to be a disciplinarian and hold guys accountable more and get rid of those that don't toed the line. Amen, John. I'm ready for a lot more of a disciplined brand of football. Jamarcus White, I honestly don't think it's Pete. The only thing that gets me mad about Pete is he's no blitzing, soft zone coverage defensive scheme. It's Shane Waldron. He has infinite weapons and can't use any of them. He deserves a lot of the blame there, Jamarcus. And I'm pretty low on the chat here, so you could probably respond to this question I'm going to pose to you because I'd be interested to see where you stand on this. When you look at the offense and you see that the offense doesn't utilize fly sweep, doesn't really utilize a lot of pre and post snap motion, doesn't utilize any outside running, right? Doesn't really go outside zone, no real pitch plays. When you see that offense that's all about throwing short and then trying to hammer deep, when you're seeing, Jamarcus, this offense that looks so very similar, my point being, to the offenses of 2017 and 18 and 19, do you think that there's a chance that it looks this way from Shane Waldron's standpoint because Coach Carroll is instructing him to run the offense this way? Do you think that might be a possibility of that within this? Because then at that point, like you say about Coach Carroll defensively, then it all does reflect upon him at that point. The buck sort of ends up stopping at his desk at that spot. DVD says, DVD, John stays, Pete's allowed to retire. Draft is a trade up of top picks of DO picks every other first round. Pete leaves John with the top 3 defensive choices before retiring. Just my guess. Be cool. King Bomber, we lost 3 of our last 4. Going to be interesting to see how the season wraps up. We might just lose 6 of the last 7 after this 3-game stretch. It's possible. It's very real. Very real. John, who does Harbaugh hire for his offense and defensive coordinators? Well, I don't know. He's got a wide swath of former coaches out there in the league that he can call upon, I think. But I'm not sure. Maybe Roman as his offensive coordinator. I'm not sure though. That was who was when with the Niners. He might go for something more modernized and updated. Charles says DK is definitely not executing 9 targets and only 3 catches. Definitely can't have the 2 drops he had the last game. It would be nice on some of these throws if some of what Gino tosses to him is a little more accurately put. But yeah, he definitely had some errant throws. Save the Geese. Brandon, you should do a pod with fans taking calls. I want to talk my S in respect on how this team needs to move forward from Pete. We'll do one of those things at some point here, Save the Geese. I promise you on that. I've been a little bit fearful from doing it. I got a buddy that does a channel out, the Niner channel, Last Second Sports. They did those call-in channels, and he had his channel shut down because somebody flashed some porn on it. And that nuked his whole channel. He had to start up from scratch. So it would be tough to do this and have somebody come up and flash a boobie, and then my channel gets shut down. I'm kind of worried about that part. But no, I do want to try to fit something in like that. I think I just have to pre-set up who comes in and how we do it, or maybe you have to record it and then post it after rather than doing it as a live thing, a little bit. But I got to figure out how to do it where I can just make sure I'm protected with that a bit. Listen, Obey, you still live? I go hard, man. I go hard. Listen, Obey. I only know one speed. Go. Drunk, I would blame Shane Waldron, but I've seen the same problems we have had with Brian Schottenheimer, starting to think it's the whole offense along with Pete Carroll. That's my whole point on this. Yeah, that's a little bit of, Jamarcus, the point I was kind of intimating a little bit with you too on this, being that I think that when we look at the offensive problems that have gone on through the years, we're running into the same issues here with Waldron. And so this is really, to me, a logical experiment that we have to play. It's like Occam's razor, right? Occam's razor is a thinking of, when you reach a situation that you've got questions on, rather than going to the most complicated answer that's the most, you got to do acrobatics in order to explain it. Look for the most simplest of explanations. So let's apply that to this here, Drunk. What's more likely? That Shane Waldron left the Los Angeles Rams and Sean McVay's offense, the offense and the offensive success that helped get Waldron the job in Seattle promoted to offensive coordinator. Did he forget that offense overnight? Did he get amnesia on the plane from Los Angeles to Seattle on what helped to get him that job? Or is Coach Carroll instructing him to run the same old damn offense that they've been running here for 10 years? And that's why the offense looks like the same old damn offense that it has for 10 years, absent 2 tight ends in the backfield and orbit motion around the quarterback, whatever the hell that's supposed to accomplish, where Charbonnet just goes in a little circle around Gino. Everything else within this offense is very much the same as it ever was. A and B gap runs, lack of outside zone run, lack of pitch plays, no fly zone concept, no fly sweep concepts, no pre or post snap motion, very little use of bubble screens, short or deep, no intermediate attack, no middle of the field. These are all things that have been lasting for 10 years, and why we've struggled for this 10-year period, absent the LOB years of having an offense outside of us throwing moon balls and big plays, of having consistent offense that can consistently move the chains. Because you've had so many detriments, offensively speaking, in some of your foundational ways. Pete Carroll on his show didn't sound good about him starting. Not that he won't start, but that he won't be able to play well. DVD B, last thing I'll exit with is, does Shane demand a run it again style practice to get that rhythm muscle memory going so it's instinctual, or just a good enough mentality? I think good enough mentality is what's going on right now, DVD. I also don't think they have enough commitment to rhythm-based stuff to run it that much. I think they just want to always lean back into the long developing plays and trying to hit the big shot over the top. And that pull always ends up driving them in that direction. Young says, oh my goodness. Yeah, it's still on. Jamark White says, people advocating for DK to be the traded fail to understand that his deep threat is literally forcing teams to play different coverages. He frees up the offense so much. We trade him, no deep threat. Agreed, Jamarcus. I'm really anti moving DK. It's the take that I hear most often put forward in my chat that makes me bristle the most. I don't quite totally get it. Listen and obey. Do you think we could pull off 3 back-to-back A+ drafts? OFC, it won't matter with the staff. It's possible you could pull it off. And I think certainly when you're operating in a draft philosophy, listen and obey, where you're operating off value-based approach rather than a need-based approach, that's what lets you hit drafts out of the park. So they've leaned into that direction. I expect them to do it again this year. You're not going to have kind of the high picks you once had or the so many picks to utilize. But sure, it'll be I expect it to be a pretty deep draft. Maybe not a super strong draft, but a deep draft where you can make some noise throughout. DVD says, do you know how rare it is to have an orange cat that isn't male? It's somewhere near 98% all male cats are orange. Yeah, it's totally rare. And you know what's funny about this is, so she was this is all, 10 years ago. I was with my ex, and my ex wanted a birthday present. And she was leaving town and coming back, and she said, okay, well, when I leave, I want you to go out into San Diego and go find me an orange female kitten, and we're going to name her Pumpkin, and go find me that. So I went out there and searched not the streets, but the shelters, found the female cat, and she then ended up picking me rather than my ex. So with the breakup, I got the cats. That's how that worked. DVD says, what does Pumpkin think of a coaching change? Well, let me ask her. What do you think of a coaching change? Do you have any thoughts on the coaching change? Anything? You've got to have some thoughts. Come on. Really? Harbaugh? You're a Harbaugh girl? Did you say go blue? I think she said go blue, DVD forever. I think she said Harbaugh. I know it just sound like, yeah, but it was actually Harbaugh. James Cooper, we will not win another Super Bowl with Pete Carroll and his 1850s offense. Harsh reality. Yeah, you speak the truth, James. Ramos Hawks should have not been at the playoffs last year, and they did. Yeah, we still won last year. Ramos says Pete has made nothing out of something. Something out of nothing. Oh, he says something out of nothing. My bad. I don't know that we had nothing on this team from a talent standpoint. I don't know that I've seen the proof of that he's taken nothing and brought it up. I guess from your perspective on that, Ramos, if you could speak to some specific things within Coach Carroll's abilities as a coach that's kind of made you think that, because I can't find that as much in my mind. Certainly you got to the playoffs last year when nobody was thinking, that you could get to the playoffs from a national perspective, but that wasn't what I was saying. So it wasn't all people that were thinking that. I thought that there was enough talent on this team to get to the playoffs last year. I had us predicted, I believe, at 8 wins. We won 9 wins. So I thought that the talent was there for Coach Carroll to get something out of that team. I don't think that he's been getting more done with less in the league right now. That would seem to be an indication then, Ramos, that there's some problem with Schneider and his ability to put a talented enough unit together for Coach Carroll, which I just don't think has been the case. I think through recent years, we looked at these teams and they've underperformed a lot of times across the board, and a lot of times underperformed because they're held back by the scheme and the coaching. Noob, I want to see an offense where two mobile quarterbacks play and you run the RPO. You never know if it's a run or pass. Yeah, it could happen if you get one of these quarterbacks who can actually play a little bit of wide receiver. Earl Wolf, could we see Saleh defensive coordinator role? I don't think so. I don't think that Carroll's going to look to move on from Hurt at this point. DVD, I think Shane is the bigger issue than Pete. I'll stick with these thoughts until one is gone, and we'll see the results after. That's fair enough, man. Fair enough. And it is hard to know for sure on that one, you know. Lord, boom. Even a fully healthy 49ers team will fall short of a Super Bowl win this year. They're just not the best team in the league. I don't know. They look pretty good to me, man. We'll see where it goes. Danny Soto, hasn't Dallas and Seattle have games come down to the wire? It's Dallas and Seattle. Yeah, but we're in Dallas this week, Danny. We're not in Seattle, are we? We're on the road. We're in Jerry's world. John, we have a good orthopedist in Seattle. Can't Lucas just get the knee issue fixed with surgery in the offseason? I don't know. Carroll said the word chronic, John, and the last time I heard him reference. And when the word chronic comes out, that usually means that it's going to persist and not go away. Drunk says maybe like a phone call only instead of video chat. I think that might be the way to go, Drunk. Yeah, that'll probably be the way to go. We'll do something like that. I promise you on it. And probably we'll try to get it set up soon. John said that's why I was wondering. I thought he got it fixed and cleaned up. Yeah, I thought he had some surgery cleaned up too on it too, John. But it does seem like maybe that just didn't get it done. Again, with this, John, we're wondering on this. The team's not giving us a lot of information with this. So was that place we get to on certain items like this where you and I can kind of like bat this around? They're not giving us the information to know what the hell's going on with the knee. They're not coming out and flatly saying it's a chronic knee issue. It's ongoing. He's going to have to manage it the rest of his career, which is what I think's going on. But they're not saying that. And that's what makes it hard about making this guessing game about Lucas's knee is I don't know. I'm kind of trying to read the tea leaves on this one, you know. What Pete is doing with Geno is amazing. Come on. I don't think Geno's having a particularly good year this year, Ramos. I think a lot of what Geno did last year was in his work and development that he took to task over a 10-year period to prepare himself for that opportunity. Certainly, I'm not saying that Pete doesn't have any part of helping him play last year well, but the issues at play here, and Ramos, I would ask you too on this, please, because it's hard on these kind of moments where I take 45 minutes at the start of the stream and I build up a very slow case to try to kind of illuminate this argument that I'm trying to bring to bear fully. So I would really ask you on this one to go back and watch those original 45 minutes of the show where I present a lot of data, a lot of different information that speaks to Coach Carroll's inequities as a coach right now. It's not to present that he's a necessarily purely bad coach. It is to present that he has fatal flaws that he doesn't recognize, fatal flaws that he's not looking to correct, and fatal flaws that are going to continue on into the future. That's the bottom line on it. And I think it gets hard on these kind of reactions at this point when I'm 6 hours in to try to take that 45 minutes and try to take it down for you into like a sound bite of a 4 or 5 sentences to take it all the way down to that. But one of the reasons, Ramos, that I took the 45 minutes of time to really slowly build my case at the start of the show was because I knew that there would be people that bristle at this type of stuff and that I need to be bringing all of the data on this to try to build my case if I'm going to go down this line, go down this track. I know Coach Carroll's going to have a lot of backers. I appreciate that. I don't think anybody has to get to my side of it. I'm not requiring everybody to get, but I am raising questions here, Ramos. That's what the stream's about right now. It's not about coming to conclusions about Coach Carroll. It might sound like that a little bit in the chat, but what it's really about is it's raising questions. Why have you gone through 4 offensive coordinators here and the offense never changes? Why have you gone through 4 defensive coordinators here and the defense never changes? Why are you unwilling to update your scheme and your philosophy over this 10-year period as the NFL has evolved and adapted and modernized? Why? That's what I'm asking is more of these questions and looking for the answers to this. And rather than the answers, Ramos, being let's have blind allegiance to Coach Carroll and just trust in blind faith to him and not back that with anything tangible, that's where it's tough for me. And tangibility is not to say he's getting the most out of Geno Smith. How do you know he's getting the most out of Geno Smith? How do we know he's the responsible party for that? How do we know it's not Geno Smith spent 10 years after he got his first job and his first opportunity in the NFL and worked his butt off for that 10 years to make sure he was prepared so that when he did get the second opportunity, he was ready to fully take advantage of it? It could just as well as be that. And we don't really know for sure, but I can't just give Carroll that the benefit of the doubt. He's the reason for that comeback of the year award, not Geno. I put it more to Geno on that. But I would offer just Ramos, go back, watch that opening 45 minutes. There's a lot of stuff I put into there that tries to kind of show you a little bit of the issues here that have been long-standing and are not being corrected and will continue, I believe, to hold us back into the future. Jacob Oliver, what specific offensive scheme would you like to see if we were to get a new head coach? The Sean McVay scheme would have been just great if we were willing to just bring in the scheme. We're not running the Sean McVay scheme right now, though. That's a perfectly good one to start with. I don't really have, Jacob, some perfect offensive scheme in mind that we have to go to. This is really, and I want to be really specific on this. The reason that I'm hammering this is because it's not about having the du jour scheme of the day that's so magnificent. It's about modernizing your offense and your defensive approach. Offensively, you are stagnant. There is no pre and post snap motion. You hammer the A and the B gap all game long at a 90 to 95% rate. A and B gap, A and B gap. You throw short, you throw long. There's no intermediate passing game. There's no middle of the field passing game. You are a restricted offense. This is why when I call it a late 1980s offense, this is what I mean. These are things that you do not look at another NFL offenses across the board and see missing at this wide of a level. All we got to do, rather than looking for a specific offensive coordinator, is modernize. Just run something that is up to date. That's what I'm asking for. And it's not about this guy or that guy, but just update this thing. You have the level of talent that it doesn't matter whether it's a McVay type of system or it's the West Coast offense of a Shanahan or it's whatever you want to find in between. Just give me a good offensive mind that understands how to run modern approaches and you will maximize this talent. You will see an offense that will truly be a top 5 offense. That's the potential sitting here right now on this team as it stands right now. But they're being held back, in my opinion, tremendously by scheme. But I can't get, it's really not to a specific person for me, Jacob. It could be any number of variety of guys. Just it has to be a commitment to running something that's modern and is actually what the NFL is doing in this day and age. You can't remove, for instance, wholly pre and post snap motion almost all the way across the board and just go, yeah, we're going to operate without that. Our receivers are in a standstill position every snap. There you go. You can't say, hey, we're not going to run outside in wide zone or pitch plays or fly sweeps. Why? Because defenses won't defend it then, right? Why defend it if you're not going to run it? And then what are defenses going to do, Jacob? They're going to crash down on A and B gap runs then because they know they don't have to worry about the outside stuff. So it's really that more for me than anything else. Lord Boom, barf. No, Brandon, I could never get there. There will never be a point where I root for the Niners. Barf. I would rather have a root canal than a root for the Niners, conference or not. I get it, man. I get it. Listen, obey. Seahawks need Jesus. James Cooper, we fired 3 OCs under Pete and had the same issues. It's not the OC. Also look at who hired those OCs, all under Pete. There you go. There you go. It's technically been, by the way, James, 4 offensive coordinators. Jeremy Bates, Bevel, Schottenheimer, and then it's going to be Waldron. So that'd be technically 4. Jamarcus White. My take on Pete is that he fails to understand that his schemes and philosophy is outdated. And if the case is that he's telling Waldron how to run, he needs to take a back seat and focus on personnel. Amen, Jamarcus. It's long what I've been asking Pete Carroll to do at this point. Take a back seat, be a head coach. You're not a coordinator. You're not in there to tell your coordinators what to do at every turn. Let them do their job. Trust that you've hired the right guys and see where it falls. Listen, Obey says, all right, I'm off to sleep. Great stream. Love the channel. God bless you all. And we need a miracle at this point this season. Amen. Listen, Obey. Amen, man. Amen. Have a good night, DVD for all. Appreciate you, brother. Ramos family, I see it different if the Hawks were 5-5. Different if the Hawks. Nunya Burns, third down play calls are trash at the moment. Yeah. Earl Wolf, you could trace back to 2018, aged zone schemes and aged play action screenplays that doesn't progress us in any manner. I think we need a modern run-first, sticky defense like San Francisco and Baltimore. I would love to emulate what they do, Earl Wolf. I love their approach on both sides of the ball. Well said on your part. Noob, the point isn't making it to the playoffs over 10 years. You should have done more than make it to the playoffs and lose. Agreed. You get a 10-year period as a head coach. You're being given a long period of time to get your way figured out. You've had a long period of time to turn over multiple times to find some answers. And it'd be one thing if they were trying a lot of different answers. It's something else when they're trying the same answer over and over again. Church of Sacred Cacti, I'll consider getting rid of Pete when there's a better option. Right now, who do you want? Ron Rivera? I know that this might appeal to you, Church of Sacred Cacti, but I'd go for Harbaugh. I'd make a hard run at him. Nanya, Bobo's made for over the middle? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Noob 80s offenses had seam routes. That's true. Maybe it's the late 70s. Ramos family, is it Gino or is it Pete? I don't think Pete's playing particularly good, Ramos. So I think that this is a bit of, he's doing his part to kind of be suckage as well. But my thing with Ramos, when I look at the team, there's a variety of problems on the team. What I'm trying to do right now is look at what's the highest priority problem that we need to deal with. What is the thing that's going to have maximum effect if we look for solutions on this? When I look at the offense and the defensive side of the ball, Ramos, you're structurally running the same thing that you've run the past 10 years. Okay. Now you can be okay with that yourself and say, well, I trust in Pete in running the same thing he's run 10 years. But you know who would actually disagree with you on that, Ramos? Coach Carroll. Coach Carroll told you 2 years ago, we've been arrogant in our ways. We've been stuck in our approach for too long. We need to adapt. We've probably waited too long to make this change. He told you that 2 years ago, and now 2 years later, he's not made any of those changes. So it's even by his own mouth, this needed to happen and has not occurred. Earl Wolf, it's Pete because the offense and defense are old. It's Gino because he can't make something out of nothing and hold the ball too long. Yeah, it's kind of a both thing there. It's a both. Pete Carroll's philosophy gives free space on defense and takes away on offense. Gino is having a hard time reading defenses, and we have no motion, no outlets. Yeah. Gino definitely earns his share of some heat here too. But I go coaching as being the bigger issue. A noob teams watch film and realize they don't have to cover the middle. Yeah. Church of Cacti, Carroll has made the playoffs every year. How dated can it be? So again, something I presented on this, the making the playoffs is not what our goal here is to do, Church of Sacred Cacti. And if you're talking about a 2-3 year run period that we're talking, that's one thing. When you're talking about that being the thing you lean on for a 10-year period as to say, this is the reason this guy needs to be given a free pass, I just don't think that quite adds up in that way for me. And it may for you. It's just not for me. And I don't think it's as much for, other fans out here. If you look over my shoulder, Church of Sacred Cacti, you're going to see the playoff record. And it actually goes back to 2017 since you didn't make the playoffs in 2017. So this is a 6-year period here, Cacti. 6 years. You're 1-5 in the playoffs over that 6-year period. You look right now like you're not even going to make the playoffs this year if this continues to fit the type. The one playoff win you had in that 6-year period happened against the Eagles when they lost their starting quarterback and had a 42-year-old Josh McNown as their quarterback in that game. A guy who blew out his hamstring halfway into that game and couldn't even move on the field. That is your success over the last 7 years. That is it. Now, is this what we're planning to do? Is this the goal right here? Is this what we should shoot for, Cacti, for the next 7-8 years? Would that be okay? Or does it look like maybe we've topped out? Does it look like Carroll's maybe topped out? You've had a variety of different rosters in that time period. You've turned it over a variety of different ways. He's had ultimate control to rejigger this in whatever way he's wanted to. It doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot to me if you get in the playoffs only to go lose in the first round of the playoffs. And over the last 7 years, that's what the team has been. They've not been elite, and they've not been contenders in 10 years. Just making the playoffs doesn't make you a contender, in my opinion, especially when a lot of times you're just sliding into the back door of the playoffs like we did last year where we needed Detroit to beat Green Bay on the road in Lambeau the final game of the season just to get in. That's the issue at play here, is that you have a coach who seems in his scheme to be holding the team back even when he has a really talented team, especially this year when this team has a lot more talent to be playing this badly as they are. They are underperforming right now. They are underachieving right now. And that is absolutely reflective of the coaching staff. But to call us winners, or to say, well, we've been so good over this no, we haven't. 1-5 in the playoffs is not. Doug Marrone's got a couple playoff wins since 2017 through the same time period. Do we look at Doug Marrone, Cacti, and go, well, look at those 2 playoff wins he has? Or did the Jaguars ship his ass out of town when they deemed it wasn't right and it wasn't going to work? You know? I don't know how long Coach Carroll's supposed to get this pass, but it seems like maybe it's wrapping up a little bit on a time front on this one. You know? And maybe we've topped out just a little bit. Again, just look at the record there. It's that last 7 years. I honestly think Nunyan Burt's, I honestly think if you took any other starting quarterback and put him on our team, we would be better. I don't think so, because I think we'd still be held back by the scheme. Earl, we got lucky last year and the year before we had Russ. Little Sticks, not true. In the years he's had, we've only won the wild card game, if that. There we go. Noob, have a good night, man. Ramos, if the Hawks fire Pete, the NFL will call for him. Teams will give Pete a job. Well, team's willingness to give Pete a job is not, and has nothing to do, Ramos, with anything of whether or not he's the answer here for this team in the here and now, or if he's not fixing his way. As I said with this, Ramos, I'm speaking to real specific things on this that I think are very fair elements to raise. And if you want to counter those elements, if you want to counter what I'm talking about structurally, schematically, and what they're running and how they're running it, and the lack of changing in ways of the 7 or 8 years, please do mention on that where I'm wrong with those details. Because the blind trust in Coach Carroll, I can't quite understand. I can understand the trust in Carroll when it's based on A, B, C, D, and E, right? And you mentioned like Geno, but you don't know he's the reason that Geno necessarily played better. That's on Carroll, or that he gets a huge credit for that. He might get some of the credit for that, but it's probably a big part on Geno. I can look at the schematics of this team, Ramos. They've stayed the same for 10 years. And as I told you about above on this, Coach Carroll himself 2 years ago said we have to update and modernize. He's not done that. He's not done that. He's not taken his own advice. He's not taken the words that he told us, this is what I got to do, and he didn't do that. He went the opposite direction of the words he told us he was going to do at the Combine 2 years ago. You can go and watch the interview. It's still readily available on YouTube. I watched it today, Ramos. I watched it today. So this isn't even by my words. You can just eliminate my words for it. Eliminate my whole bitching and moaning here. Throw it out the door. Coach Carroll's own words. Coach Carroll's own hires from a couple of years ago in Waldron and Hurt. Bringing in Sean Desai. This was to move to modernize your approach on both sides of the ball. You just haven't done it. It's kind of the brass tacks. Braden, it's 4 a.m., but I'm here to support you. Thank you, Braden. I appreciate that. Jamarcus says, what do you think the offseason will look like? This defense has carried our team and and a lot of them are on contract years. How can we retain Williams and others? Or will we draft replacements? You probably move off from both of your safeties probably this offseason. Quandre and Jamal, you're probably going to go in a different direction. Not necessarily just because of pure bad play, because you got to free up some cap space somewhere. So you probably free it up there. You probably go a little cheaper at the safety position. You do attempt to, I think, retain Leonard Williams as the priority free agent. I don't know if there's a lot of other in-house free agents that they're going to put as a priority. We'll see on Geno, Jamarcus, where that goes. I don't know yet if they're going to cut him or not. I think it's maybe leaning to a place of them probably cutting him. And I expect them to draft their quarterback of the future and probably try to invest in the offensive line a little bit this offseason. Terrence Barbie, it's been time to let Pete go. He's the third best coach in the division. Amen. 3 years of 30% of Grandizer 12, say it, brother. Seahawks, Brandon Kane, the Hawks Nest, say it. I'm with you, man. I'm trying. Let him know. Earl Wolf says the end goal of every organization is a championship. That's what we're playing here for. We're not playing for playoffs. We're trying to get to be an elite squad. That's what we're shooting and aiming for. Ramos, what NFL coach would you want to replace Pete right now? I'd go make a run at Harbaugh out at Michigan. That would be the coach that I would go to. If Harbaugh wasn't there and available, I'm sure I'd be able to find up some other candidates if it gave me some time to turn over some candidates. I don't think that Coach Carroll is simply the only option that can exist to bring us success in Seattle. And while I love to see that my fellow fandoms have this support and commitment from Coach Carroll, Ramos, let us remember that 4 years to hiring Coach Carroll, you had been to a Super Bowl. You had a head coach who took you to the Super Bowl and you moved off of him and then went to a different coach and then went to another coach in Coach Carroll. This organization has not been at its best in its history by remaining stagnant and having sacred cows who get to write their own ticket and when they get to decide to leave. And the be careful what you wish for thing rings a little bit hollow to me when we haven't had any kind of real true ultimate success over the past 7 years. You've not been an elite squad. So the be careful what you wish for thing, what? That we're going to be a middling team that can't win in the playoffs? I got to be careful that that's what I lose if Coach Carroll leaves? Well, I mean, you'll have to excuse me if I don't exactly start to shed a whole bunch of tears over that. I'm willing to be bad if it's but to take the risk to be elite rather than to remain in a middling state. I will take that risk because to me, this game's about trying to get championships, not about being a consistent winner. But that's just my stance. I know others might be a bit in a different place that they land on that. Braden says, I personally think Carroll will retire before he gets fired based on his age. And if we will tell him we will fire him, I think he will opt to retire instead. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if we would tell him he'd be fired. I think he might be able to write his own ticket here with just 2 years remaining on his contract, but I think that's a fair way of putting it. Kevin O'Donnell, what's up, man? Cacti, most teams don't make the playoffs this much. Just waking, we're a top 10 team even without the LOB days. I don't think we've been a top 10 team in a while. The Mad Resect, holy Evan Sheet. This pod is 6 hours and counting. I go hard, man. It's just what I do. What I do, how I do. Dave I King, my man's still going. That's dedication. You guys know what I do. You know how I do in here. Kevin O'Connell, it's annoying that all of the Super Bowl staff that made us great moved on and became successful while they stagnated. Indeed. Braden, Julian loves a cheap replacement. Yeah, that's what I think they do is that you probably move on from Diggs and Quandre. Julian takes one of the 2 free safety spots. And then you fill in with either a rookie or a cheap signing to the other place of it. But then you save a lot of money to then maybe, to re-sign the Leonard Williams, to reinvest in the defensive line, hopefully. Nunya says Huskies wearing purple in Vegas or what? I'm not sure. I haven't heard as of yet. They should. Braden says, I really want Quinn Ewers, but if we take one this year, we won't get him. I think he has the potential to be a top 10 quarterback in the league. I think he's I got a lot of people that are big backers of him. I'm slow to warm up on him, but I don't hate him, Braden. I've got to get a little bit, the mobility bothers me a little bit. I'm not always in love with the arm across the board, but I get it. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Dan B, go to bed. Save it for Drunk Stream 2K23. I love what I do, man. It's all good. I was prepped up for today. Braden says, I mean, say what you want about Pete, but at least we don't have Staley as our head coach. And that's true. That's true. Earl says, I'm thinking Julian Love and Kobe Bryant. Ooh, I forgot about Kobe Bryant as a potential back there early. Great thoughts, man. That is certainly potential. Possible. Jamarcus, if Pete was fired, I would love for him to stay around and work with the players and personnel. Unfortunately, his ego is likely too big. If he's fired, where does the decision come from? Just explicitly from just the owner, Jamarcus. No general manager here. It would be just completely on the owner. Kotag, hey Brandon, I'm very excited for this upcoming post-game drinking stream this Thursday against the Cowboys. I want to ask if you're a THC user, and if so, would you do a post-game stream high? I have smoked before. I do tend to, I will imbibe a little bit of smoke from time to time. I'd be down to maybe do something like that at some point too. Yeah, I'd be open to it, Kotag. I'm not against it. Maybe you guys can talk me even into it on this Thursday. We don't know. Maybe you just guys are gonna have to tune into this Thursday, I guess, to see how far I go. You know what I mean? Be doing some THC, be doing some whippets, shotgun and beers. Nazir says, I agree 100%. Thank you, Nazir. Kevin says, I feel good about Quinn. I also have nothing. And Jason, thank you for that $2 donation. We'll wrap up here pretty soon too, by the way, brother. Kevin says, I feel good about Quinn. I also have nothing to back that up besides Dr. Quinn, medicine woman. Fumi says, Friday's presser, Pete said, we have unique talents. We've got to make sure we're maximizing that. I feel like we're not. I feel like we're not seeing that. Sounds like he's taking a shot at Shane Waldron. Yeah, that was a shot at Waldron. 100%, Fumi. 100%. Carroll's very careful about what he says in those press conferences, so when he gets pointed like that, it's purposefully. DeMarcus says, most teams don't make the playoffs this much. Yeah, we are, quote unquote. And he says, yeah, we are consistent, but when you're consistently first round exit and fringe contenders relying on a lucky run, there's a blatant issue. Bingo. Bingo, Jamarcus. That's my outlook on it as well. It just can't be in the vacuum of just getting the playoffs. It's also got to be in consideration of what you do in the playoffs when you get there, especially when it's more than just going off a 1 or 2 or 3 year sample size. When we're talking about 7 long years, then you've got, I think, a little bit more of some data to go off of as far as a general rule of thumb being kind of going down. Yeah, noob. Kobe Bryant, that was a great suggestion. Kobe Bryant could definitely be one of the safeties too in play. Camden, do I think Geno earned the $31 million in 2024? No, I think there's a good chance, Camden, that he gets cut at this point. I think it's one thing when you got him at $10 million on the cap this year. Once it starts to raise like that, I think that's going to be a harder decision for the team to make. Dev says, I was a Pete defender for a long time until I saw the embarrassment in person on Thanksgiving. Couple that with the Rams loss, and I finally opened my eyes to how Pete is holding this team back. The worm has definitely turned here, Dev, not just for you, but for a lot of different folks in recent weeks. And I have been a backer of Pete and willing to stand up and say that, okay, I understand you have had a stagnation here, Pete, a couple of years ago. For me, a little bit of things kind of reset at that point. I said, okay, we're going to get now into this point where you're hiring Hurt, you're hiring Waldron, you're bringing in Desai, you're moving on from Russell Wilson, you're seemingly taking the steps to finally modernize in a way that you've been so reticent to do so. But it's also going to need just more than your lip service. Now I need you to do this on the field. Now I need you to show me that you're going to apply this and not just talk about this. Instead, it looks like it's more just been talk here, Dev. And the key was a couple of years ago, he had to take those steps. He had to make that movement to the modern age. And he told you he did. He knew he did. But old habits die hard. Old dogs don't like to learn new tricks. And right now it looks to be that that's what we're dealing with a little bit here. Jamarcus White, thoughts on Jaden Daniels? I love quarterbacks coming off a solid year in college for their final year in college who show even some heavy improvement from the previous year. He has done so. He's got a pretty good snappy release, excellent mobility for the position. His arm and his decision-making and his processing got better through the offseason from last year to this year. He added about 10 to 15 pounds of weight, so he's a little bit more firmly built as well. He's going to rise his star here through the draft process, and he very well may be able to hoist himself even into first-round discussion, and yes, even into discussion surrounding your Seattle Seahawks. I like his game. Both him and Spencer Rattler are two guys that are in a unique position in the SEC, where they're two draftable, highly draftable quarterbacks coming out of the SEC that don't necessarily have a lot of supporting cast around them to operate with. That have to go against that tough competition at the SEC every week, and it is a burden on those quarterbacks as they're trying to have to carry their teams and go up against all that. But he doesn't have a lot of things in his game that are deterrents. I do worry a little bit about the size. The throwing motion is not completely free and easy. It's got a little bit of that Lamar Jackson-ness to it, where sometimes the ball doesn't always come out consistently in the same manner, but he can make all the NFL throws. He doesn't just have plus mobility. He's got a really great running ability from the quarterback position, which I think is becoming more of a prerequisite rather than a bonus. I don't think the statute passers are going to last any longer. But I like him a lot. Expat, looking at the top 4 NFL teams of the 2023, what do they have in common? Then we ask ourselves, what are we lacking in comparison? Love the channel. Go Hawks. Well, there you go, expat. And you can do this. I think it's a pretty easy exercise to do this overall, where I think the top probably 4 teams, if we look at this year, have been probably Niners, Eagles, Ravens, maybe the Chiefs in that other final position. All those offenses can attack you equally with running and passing a little bit, even though I know Mahomes definitely carries KC in throwing the ball. They definitely have leaned into a little bit more passing, I feel like. All of those are very complete teams. All of those are teams that are running modernized principles on both sides of the ball. All those teams defensively can be multiple if they need to. In the Eagles, in the Chiefs, and the Ravens case, they're multiple across the board. The Niners will run a little bit more of just trusting their front four and, drop into zone because they have the front four that's so, hellacious. But that's where, if you're looking at the main thing that I walk away from, it's the modernization of their approaches. They run modern offenses. The Chiefs defense will throw everything at you in the book. You're never getting the same look play in and play out. Reed can be tremendously creative. I mean, that's another thing you see that's missing from our Hawks team, I would say, is the creativity. Expat, where's the creativity on both sides of the ball? We're very kind of boring and predictable and not creative. We got Bill Clinton in the house. What's up, Bill? Save the geese. I think if Seattle wins, the stream is going crazy Thursday. Probably. Braden, I wouldn't mind if we trade up a few up for May, regardless of what it takes. 2 firsts and a second, whatever. I'd be open to that. But if we settle for Penix, I wouldn't like that. He's older and injury prone. I'm worried about Penix for those reasons too, Braden. I also think Penix has got to be put behind an offensive line that'll allow him to be kept upright and not under being hit and smacked around a bunch, which is not what our offensive line has been set up to do here recently. So I don't think you're going to be putting Penix in the greatest of situations by drafting him. I like Drake May. I'm okay if the team wants to package a bunch of first-round picks and second-round picks because they've determined he is their guy, if there's that trade to be had. I don't think as it stands right now, Braden, it's likely to happen because you're going to have Chicago right now with the first pick as they're allotted to seemingly have through the Panthers. They're going to take Caleb and probably move Justin Fields. Then that would leave New England with the number 2 overall pick. They'll just take Drake May. So I think that there's really no chance that even that move's there to be made. But if they want to do it, I'd be okay with it. Jeffrey O'Kelly's has got to get that tequila, Brandon. I would be so drunk so fast if I start drinking tequila, you guys. I'm a lightweight like hell. So it would be like, I would be, woo. Might be a fun stream at that point. Ramos Kyle calls his own plays on offense. Yeah, that's true. Camden, didn't we used to beat the Eagles in the playoffs all the time and they replaced their coach and quarterback? Oh, we beat them once in the playoffs. I don't think we beat them any other time than that, though. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, will Pumpkin partake on Tuesday? Catnip Fest 2K23. I'll get some catnip for her, man. Why not? Yeah, let's celebrate. Let's have some fun with it. I'm with it. Standard Champion, I'd love to see the next regime bring discipline and attention to detail. So much nuance in this game that Pete never takes advantage, but is often victim to from our opponents. Yeah, I would like to see the same thing. 2 big things that are definitely kind of missing at this point. I was showing a little bit of this as well, trying to kind of, part of the case I was building up earlier on this. Here's your Seahawks penalty rank since 2013. First, and this is on the bad side. So if you're first, you're the most highly penalized team in the National Football League. 2013 first, 2014 first, 15 ninth, 7th, first, 16th, 16th, 22nd, 23rd, 6th, and this year we're first in penalties. It certainly doesn't seem like something that's going to get fixed anytime soon, that is part and parcel what you do kind of get with Coach Carroll, but it also does make it harder to win football games when you're always more penalized than your opponent. Space, does that play blew me away? Was that the 4th and inches call with the F? Which play on that, Space? Which one, Space? Nunya Burtz, Ward, Nugalele, or whatever, are dope too. Yeah, they're in play. A lot of QBs here. That's where I like a little bit more of the thought process rather than a first-round QB. Have John kind of, who's the guy you love between the 2nd and 4th round? Who's your Russell Wilson in this draft? Who's a guy maybe he's close to first-round talent, a lot of upside still there to him, just maybe not that, sparkling silver bullet-like ability that everyone can just, is a no-doubter first rounder. And there's some guys in this draft that I think fit that mark. Noob says Spencer Rattler's who I think John Schneider is going to draft. Rattler just seems like someone he would like to meet. I could see it. And certainly fits that mandate of what you look for with Russ, right, Noob? Great level of competition. A lot of games started at the college level, so very pro-ready. Tough competition you've gone up against in the SEC. NFL arm, pretty good mobility. Some upside there. Yeah, I could see that too. DeMarcus, I really appreciate this channel. It's hard to find someone willing to have in-depth conversation and be able to add maybe a different perspective, especially late at night. Seriously appreciated. Well, thank you, DeMarcus. I love what I do, man. And I have just as much fun having the bounce back and forth between you guys. Even when I have a disagreement, I love doing it because it really does provide, I think that, like you say, perspective. Whatever I may give to you guys, I get back from you on the other hand, tenfold on each of these shows. I always walk out of this more and better educated than I was walking into it. And that's why I love this game, is to get into the depths of the details of it and turn it over and consider it and try to go through all of the, potential solutions and what's going on and what's happening. So thank you, man. I appreciate that. I love what I do. Kevin O'Connell, we should bring in Russ and Peyton. Combo them. I don't know if Peyton's going to be too connected to Russ after the season. The best teams have all pro talent, some of the best players at each position. They have creative offenses and they put money in their defensive line. Amen. Brayden says, I'm currently taking a sports management class as my specialty in business diploma here in Canada, hoping to eventually get a job in the NFL. Get it done. There we go, Brayden. What a fun job, man. That'd be a lot of fun to go do that. That'd be awesome. Get it. Camden says, trade for Zach Martin. I like me some Zach. He's definitely getting up there, Camden. Definitely getting along in the tooth, but he's been a really good guard for them. Jefferson only grew up an hour away from Patty Mahomes, went to high school. Oh, nice. Little Sticks, I don't think, I think of Ramos. I missed your thing. Ramos, so was letting go of Russ a bad thing? No. Letting go of Russ was the right thing, Ramos. The philosophy of Russ and Pete was not aligning anymore. They both saw how they wanted to win football games differently, and you can't have your head coach and your quarterback misaligned in how they want to win football games. They've got to be lockstep. So it was the right move. I don't know if Russ is better than Geno. He may be, Ramos. I'm not sure what to think of Geno right now at this point, to be honest with you, with some of his regression of play. So Russ is going back to more of what he did back in the old days of limiting him as a passer as Sean Payton, limiting the number of volume of passes he makes over the course of the game, asking Russ to lean into using his legs. And Russ is finding success with that. But it's not Russ necessarily being a volume passer or operating an offense on time, on script, utilizing a West Coast offense to the utmost. He's still a guy that has to kind of run in this specialized offense that just suits his skill set. Little Sticks, I don't think that Russ playing slightly better than Geno is a much better offense means the whole world trade was bad. We got a lot of cornerstone players to build the trade. Yeah, I think it's still a good trade. I'm still very much in favor of it too, Little Sticks. John says, yeah, if we hire a coach and he's bad, you just fire him. You just lose 1 year and you can go look for him the next year instead of being stuck in NFL purgatory with a topped-out coach. Amen. Amen. If you get a bad coach, go move on to another one. We did it once before. Did we stay with Jim Mora after he took over for Holmgren? We're like, well, you got to let him. No, you realized he's not a good coach after a year. Get out the door. Let's get somebody new in here who can get it done. And that got you Pete Carroll, and that got you Super Bowl titles. But it was the commitment, to your point, John, to move to the right coach and not just remain stagnant for the sake of things. Ramos says, just draft a quarterback in the first round. Not the worst way to go. Save the Geese, I don't mess with hard liquor, just beers. I'm probably going to have to stay with beers on Thursday. I'll get drunk enough off that. I'm such a lightweight as I've gotten older, save the Geese. It's horrible. John, also, all the Carroll supporters, how do we envision us surpassing McVay and Shanahan in our division when we lose those division matchups every year? We're going to wild card our way to a title. Amen. Jamarcus White, great analysis on Penix. If he can't be a statue in the pocket, he's going to be heavily exposed. This offense can't hold up his play style. We need someone who can work out of structure. Jaden Daniels. Yeah, I think Jaden would be a better fit, Jamarcus. I do. And it's got to be a little bit about the fit with it. And I love Penix's arm. I love how he throws the foot. I don't love how he throws a weird football. It's like watching Phillip Rivers, but with arm strength. The ball and a left-hander. So it's not necessarily the most prettiest thing to watch, but it gets there, and it gets there in a hurry. It gets there accurately. He's got such a great arm, but man, I just don't think he's got to go to the right situation. You say this about all quarterbacks, but he especially has to go to the right place that will have the line in place in front of him so he can succeed. And if he does, he can light it up right from the jump. But if it's a line that's even somewhat failing in pass protection, I think the Penix is going to have a hard time. Central Valley Kings, wasn't there a rumor that you guys were going to trade Russ to the Browns, the first overall pick, and would have picked Josh Allen? There's a rumor of that, Central Valley Kings. I tend to think that what happened there really was Russell Wilson's people were pushing for these contracts that were getting more and more ridiculous. Wilson at the time, his people in the negotiations that offseason started with, we want 20% of the salary cap on a sliding scale basis. So thinking the cap was going to keep going up year after year, just put us on 20% of your cap. That was the starting place for the negotiations. I think part of to kickstart the negotiations there, Central Valley, Schneider called up the Browns, wasn't really trying to trade Russell, but he said, hey, if I wanted to move Russell for the number 1 overall pick to you guys, would you do it? And then he could come back to Russell's people and he goes, hey, you going to still insist on this 20%, or do you want me to send you to Cleveland? And this is also, I think, why Russell Wilson's people insisted so heavily on the no trade clause on that contract once they eventually got it signed. Nazir says Harbaugh would bring discipline in the championship. I think he would too. Noob, I wonder if Pete and John changed their mind on Justin Fields after watching him play pro. He had flashes. There could be a few starting quarterbacks that get cut. D. Jones or Mack. They could be an option. There could be some options out there. Be interesting to see where their evaluations are on those guys. Yeah. Young says that handoff in shotgun formation on 4th and inches. Why are we in shotgun there? I don't know, Young. They've gone away from the under center stuff and under center play action, under center on 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2. They did it the previous week too against the Rams, where they were in 3rd and 2 and they went to shotgun and then went to a pass play and not even any play action. It's a lot of what they do offensively and defensively. The word comes to mind, counterintuitive. It just doesn't, where is the thinking here in your approach to this play? I can't always see it there, you know. Braden says, Damian Lewis is a free agent this year, if I'm not mistaken. I think as good as he is at run blocking, I would prefer Ezra Cleveland over Lewis in free agency. Yeah, I wouldn't look to bring back Lewis at this point, Braden. And in fact, he's gone way downhill as a run blocker since you moved him from right guard to left guard. He's actually become more of a better pass protector in that time. So he's kind of regressed overall as a player this year heavily. So I'm not looking at bringing him back at this point. John says, I want to see Brandon on edibles. Edibles don't affect me, man. I could eat like 10 cookies or brownies or whatever, and I'll just be sitting there like, I don't know. It doesn't do a lot to me. Ramos says, get that dime in the rough like the Niners. That helps, doesn't it? Yeah, Central Valley Kings, I can't go for Mac Jones. And I'm glad, if I'm a Niner fan, if you guys, I know there was some that were clamoring for him too. I think you guys were better that you didn't take him either. Right? He's just, the dirty plays, the self-righteous look on his face that makes you just want to slap him. He's got a very slappable face. Let's be real. B-Boy Loretto, Aloha 12s. I don't think we can compare Russell to Geno. It's kind of hard with them too. They're just two different players, two different styles. So he's been seeing Bronco fans saying the players from the Russ picks are just guys and aren't good, laughing out loud. They win 5 straight and they've gotten cocky. They're very quickly got back to cocky state. I saw that Save the Geese. Those Bronco fans are hilarious. They're feeling themselves right now, that's for sure. Yeah, AF, I'm ready to draft a quarterback or someone with upside like Fields. Yeah, I think that's coming, AF. I think it's coming. John Robinson, who's the best college quarterback for Carroll's offensive scheme? I mean, I guess probably Jaden Daniels, so he can, Caleb Williams technically, but a guy like Jaden Daniels would probably be close because he can improvise, and if the simplistic offense doesn't work, you can always go fall back on their athleticism, a la like Russ. This is a Valley. Get a quarterback who plays under center. It's honestly embarrassing seeing college quarterbacks shotgun with a running back behind. Yeah, that's weird. Grandizer question, Brandon Kane. Do you believe that the Seahawks media keeps Pete Carroll honest accountable? No. I don't think that they even come into the vicinity. I don't think that they approach the state. I don't think that they even come within the country's borders of holding Coach Carroll accountable in any way, shape, or form. The opposite. I think that they give him a free ride. Could you have an interview with a Seahawks sports writer for answers? I would try to. I've had some interactions with sports writers on Twitter a little bit, and I've tended to find that the Seahawks media tends to be pretty high and mighty. You know, their shit don't stink. They get to be up there, and they're going to do their job. Don't tell me how to do my job. Could you ask him maybe this question? Oh, that's what I ask. You know, it's a little bit of one of those kind of things before. So there's been at times a little bit of an attitude I've gotten off those guys trying to reach out to them online. But I'll try. I can try. I've been a little bit hesitant to bring in media members before because I've really just been so unimpressed, Grandizer, by the job the media is doing. I don't think that they're particularly interested in getting into the depths of this team or understanding this team any more further than just at a surface fan-like level. And I think it's indicative in the articles that they write that do not plumb any depths. And I think it's indicative in the softball questions that they ask Coach Carroll on a weekly basis. And if that's the case, then there's not a lot of interesting things that they have to say at that point. It kind of just becomes, you know, boilerplate Seahawks talk. And that's where I'd be a little bit, you know, against doing it just for that. I just wish he was more straight up before he left. Don't play games with your fans. That's not cool. Just tell them straight up you're not happy, you want to leave. Yeah, I would have been better too. And I don't think he walked out the door in the greatest of fashions, that's for sure. B-Boy says, I think we should keep Pete one more year, but try different offense and defensive coordinators and still go for a quarterback in the draft. They may go that path. Andy, if the season ended today, Russell Wilson would make his second return to Seattle next year since being traded to the Denver Broncos. Ooh, interesting. That'd be crazy. Braden, wonder what the Bears would value Fields at. I feel like a second would be a steal for him. He's still young and on a rookie deal and lots of flashes and potential. You can get a guy who has some NFL experience. So he certainly wouldn't cost a lot. I don't think that they're getting a second round pick for him. I think the highest they get a third round pick at this point. But we'll find out. We'll find out because I am expecting them to move Fields and draft Caleb Williams. B-Boy, yeah, Michael Penix, we were just talking about this a little bit, B-Boy, and I think that I love Penix. He's got a great arm. He's older, and he's got an injury history. If you draft Michael Penix to your football team, you've got to be able to keep him upright. And if you have an offensive line that has your quarterback getting hit at a high propensity, you don't want to draft Michael Penix. We have an offensive line, B-Boy, that gets our quarterback hit at a high propensity. So you would be putting Penix into a situation, an environment, which wouldn't necessarily have him fail, but would have a very high probability of getting him injured. And so I just don't think that this is the right spot for Penix. JD says media in Seattle is soft, especially lock on Seahawks. Yeah, they don't push the envelope with the JD. I've always said I think journalists and the media's job is to speak truth to power. And when you stop doing that, you stop doing your job as a journalist. And the Seahawks media has basically, all of them have put down their sword in this respect. And I don't know why they've all given up in that way. Like, is this what you sought out to do in college when you wanted to be a journalist? Is this the idealistic spirit that drove you in your mind to go be a guy to cover a sports franchise? Is I want to be here so I can lick the butt of whatever coaching staff is in place? Is that really what you want to do? It wouldn't be my dream. I can guarantee you guys this. If I ever get access into that building for media access, you're going to watch some hard questions being asked. I don't care who the coach is. I don't care what they want to threaten me with not having access forward. I get access, I'm asking the questions, or don't give me access. That's the way this should work. But it doesn't. Romo says, Pete keeps the Hawks in the hunt every year. Got to give him credit. Does keep him in the hunt. Again, on this, Ramos, a little bit, I think, in our difference in our value. And I think I'm trying to read into a little bit on your comments. You seem to have a very much of a value of being a consistent winner is very valuable to you. And I'm okay with that. The question I have is, when you get to the spot of consistent winning, overruling the ability to be an elite team and shooting to be a contending team, right? That's the part where I think we're landing in here, is that if we get too fascinated on this consistent winning thing, we're getting lost in the fact that we're not actually reaching to a contending state. Kind of as I tried to present to you on our recent playoff record, of the fact that it's been 10 years since we've been an elite team. Yeah, you're always in the mix, but it doesn't mean you're anywhere close to being a great team or pushing to be one of the great teams in the NFL. At the end of the day, Ramos, the sport's about trying to go win Super Bowl championships, not about being consistent winners. I don't think for a lot of fans, the consistent winning thing has a whole lot of value to it, when again, it's coming at the cost of true contention. Fumi says, I wasn't arguing over how we beat them. I was just saying we didn't lose to them every year, as you said. Oh, you're speaking to John. Sorry on that. John, Brandon, you should meet Jody Allen. I think you might change your mind about Carroll getting a free ride. I would love to have Jody here. And sit down and come to understand that, John. My thing with it on not getting the free ride with it is that then why is his ways not changing? You know, if I can look at his offense and defense, John, and say over the past 10 years, this offense and defense has remained the same as you've gone through coordinator after coordinator after coordinator. If I can go back to 2 years ago and say, you said yourself you were arrogant and you needed to change your ways. And now we are 2 years, John, into the future of Coach Carroll saying on the offense and defensive side of the ball, we need to change our ways. I've hired this offensive coordinator and this defensive coordinator because we need to change our ways. We need to update. We need to modernize. And then 2 years later, you haven't done that on either side of the ball. How much is that owner then holding that coach to account at that point? You know, and then if she is holding him to the account, how much longer do you give him to operate, you know, doing the same thing, applying the same application of his philosophy and his methodology over and over, year after year after year? That's the hard part for me on that accountability thing with Jody, is that if that's the case, then there comes a point in time. If that's the case, then 2 years should be enough for you to go then, John, at the end of this offseason, for instance. If this holds to true this season, right? And we basically lose out with the exception of the Cardinals and maybe the Titans game. And she comes to Pete and she goes, okay, you said 2 years ago you're going to change, and over 2 years you haven't changed. Well, then isn't that at that point a fireable offense in the NFL from an NFL timeline standpoint, if we are truly holding them to that kind of account and saying that you are held to the standard? 2 years is kind of a long time. And I'm not talking about being successful or being elite, John, necessarily. I'm just saying that you've updated the scheme, that I can look at your scheme on game day and see this scheme doesn't look like what it was in 2017 on both sides of the ball. I can look at it and I can truly say it's not that. And right now I can't say that on either side of the ball. I think it's the opposite. I think it's not that it's exactly the same as it was in 17, but it's much more similar, much more exact to that than it is something in being new or you trying something new. And that's the hard part for me on Jody holding to account on this, is he's doing the same stuff and it continues to not really work. And yet she's gonna, I don't know. I could be wrong on it, John, but it doesn't quite add up in my head. It doesn't feel like he's being held to account there a little bit. Especially when I can go through, John, these other coaches who've had, you know, recent times they've gone and won playoff games, they've been ushered out of town in short order, who've not been given this sort of like 4, 5, 6, 7 year time frame to, you know, find their way. And I do believe, John, too, that if Paul Allen is alive, I don't think that Coach Carroll is still a coach here. I don't think that he gives the time that Jody's given to sort of find his way out here, you know, a little bit. Noob, it felt like he was trying to get ahead of what it was being said on Twitter. Noob, after the last Pete Carroll show, you can't convince me that Pete Carroll isn't writing the questions for them. It felt like he was trying to get ahead of what was being said on Twitter. Maybe so. Maybe so. There is a bit of course, a PR part of the process at play there with him doing those weekly shows like that. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $5 donation. Not to defend Waldy specifically, but many, if not most teams, often go shotgun on 3rd and 4th and short. Any actual evidence that it's a poor strategy? Well, running the ball from shotgun, and running backs will tell you this concurrently. So, Jason, it's not argued amongst running backs. If I have a running back that I'm giving, and I got to have him in short yardage where he's trying to get build-up speed because there's likely to be a real fast collision at the line of scrimmage, having build-up speed and momentum is going to provide him a pathway to get through that collision and get through that contact, especially if he's a hard-nosed runner trying to get inside. When you're going from shotgun and turning it to him, he's going from a complete standstill at that point to getting the ball. And now he's got to get the build-up speed versus when he's able to stand up 7-8 yards behind the line of scrimmage and get the build-up speed, and he's at full speed and he can hammer that A and B gap so much more stronger and harder. I haven't delved too much into the depths of the numbers on this. I don't even know where I could actually look to find those numbers as they would be available. I can only kind of mainly go out of the eye test with this, in my opinion of things. But if you're going to be in shotgun, Jason, that's fine. And if that's effective, that's fine. Run play action if you're in a 3rd and 4th and short then. Don't go in third and 1, 3rd and 2 out of shotgun and then just have the running back run out and run a route where you don't even challenge the defense on a play action, which the team has done a lot of different times this year. That's to me is silly. That's stupid. And that's not a pathway for success on 3rd and short, because now you're now telling the defense, you don't even have to worry about a potential run here. Just eliminate that state of the short passes. So I see it being a little bit with that, but that's what running backs have tended to tell you when they talk about running out of shotgun versus running from behind under center, that they would prefer to be able to run from behind center, especially in 3rd and short moments, because you have that much more build-up speed. You're able to get up to speed where it's really starting from scratch there once you get the ball out of shotgun. Thank you, though, for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. You guys are rolling hard tonight. Well, over 200 people in the chat, 2:30 in the morning. Man, you guys roll, baby. Woo! John says the press here, for the most part, is pretty weak, but a couple of them, like Greg Bell, asked some pretty high-level questions. Man, I don't know, man. I gotta see these questions being asked for me, John. I watch the press conferences every week, and it's pretty soft, underhanded softballs being thrown on a weekly basis. I can't really remember the time that Coach Carroll had a tough question. I can never remember a time in my life that there's been a tough question asked from the likes of a Greg Bell or someone else. Carroll answers it, and then the interviewer goes, John, like good interviewers would do, when you get a sort of a PR response or a political response, then you push back on the answer. And then you go, that's not really an answer to what I was asking there, Coach. This and this and this. Can you think of, John, of a time in your mind of where you can remember a moment of like that happening in a press conference with the Seattle media? Question gets asked, Carroll asks, and then they push back a little bit on that answer. Or does it seem kind of like question gets asked, he answers, on to the next guy? I'm open to being wrong on this, though, but you'll have to kind of present to me on where the Greg Bell tough question was asked from a bit, because I don't know. I've had some direct interactions, John, with Greg Bell. The reason I kind of stymie on this one a bit, John, is I've actually responded to Greg Bell on Twitter saying, hey, can you ask this question of the coaching staff? Can you ask this about this thing, Greg? This is something coming up that's not being asked by the media that I'd kind of like to understand why this is going this way. I got a snappy, flippant response from him, and no, he didn't then ask the question. So, and that's Greg Bell specifically on this one, John, a little bit, where he was a guy that I'm like, all right, dude, why do your job? Why ask a question that I can, and it's not a question I'm inventing just as some dude out here on Twitter. I've got a ton of people in my chat asking me this very same question, or these same questions. Do you think maybe you can present it? It's one of the reasons, John, that I've stopped reaching out to the reporters on Twitter to ask if they can ask these questions, because they just shake a finger at you and it's sort of know your place. I ain't doing none of that. I don't know. I mean, that's just my interactions on it. It's just kind of what I've dealt with and going through it. But it is a little frustrating to me, because I do look at other sports media places across the country, and they are, in some of these interactions, willing, as tough as they sometimes can be. They have the tough interactions because, again, it comes down to truth to power. That's a journalist's job. Speak truth to power. Question power. You're not there to be sycophantic, not to be there and just to be saying, well, it's, you'll get it next week, Coach. Good job, Coach. You got it. It's to kind of press a little bit. But I could be wrong on that. I don't know all of Greg's questions, and I might be missing a couple of them. I have had a couple interactions with him where I've just tried to say, can you maybe ask a little bit about this? This is something that I kind of would wonder about. Grandizer Brandon, oh, wow, that is really a disservice to the fans that those post writers report in that manner. Crazy that each city's media is so different. Thanks for taking my question. Go Hawks. Anytime, Grandizer. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. And we're 7 hours in, so we will start to kind of put a button on this one, folks. So I'm starting to kind of, my eyes are going sideways. I'm getting a little hungry. Vashon King, Corbin Smith told me before that the coach will shut down, not answer. That makes sense. That's part of what I've wondered about the media with it. The fact you get all of them kind of in this way leads me to believe that they've been given a note that they are not to ask Coach Carroll any tough answers or questions. But if that's the reality, that reflects very poorly on Coach Carroll, that he has to sort of soften up the world around him and so he's not pressed too hard. And that's not good, especially for an organization that is having a hard time with accountability. B-Boy Loretto, I don't know if Lockett's going to want to be an offensive coordinator. I think he wants to get into real estate rather than be a coach when he retires. PGZ, thank you for the $2 donation. Your dedication is real. Salute. Thank you, PGZ. Appreciate you for that. And thanks for the donation. Very kind of you. Central Valley Kings, as a 49ers fan, I love Pete because he's a smash mouth and run on offense and let the defense eat. I expect the Niners, Steelers, Cowboys, Giants, Seahawks, and USC to win in the trenches. Amen. He is definitely cut from that cloth. John Russell is having a way better year than Gino. Has always been a wonderful red zone player because his ability to scramble. With our roster, Russell wins 11 games. He might. He's playing like this old style. Sure. John Stillwell, thank you for another $25 donation, John. Thanks for all the donations tonight, man. I appreciate you, brother. Hope you're having a great night out there. Penix will probably sneak into the first round, but his mechanics and footwork are not great. And his age, correcting them will be an issue. At his age, correcting them will be an issue. Yeah, I agreed. It's wild watching him sometimes, John, because he'll throw a ball like this, like where my arm is right now. And like he somehow will snap it off from this arm angle with velocity and accuracy. It's a throwing motion that doesn't make any sense for how he's able to get as much velocity and the accuracy part. Because really that's the whole thing about coming over the top and your arm being under control when you're throwing is that it really does lock in the accuracy. He's able to really still lock it in even with that kind of just wild throwing motion. But you're going to have to take it for what it is at this point. To your point on this, John, the die is cast. You know, this kid is not going to change a whole lot from what he is right now. And that does mean that you're not going to get a lot more development going forward into the future at his age, to your point. I think that's a fair way of putting it. I think if you put Penix in an ideal situation, which would be an offensive line that can pass protect at like a top 7-8 level, and you can give him a couple of playmakers on the outside that can consistently win, I think Penix can be a really good player. And when you talk about, John, to your point on this, him sneaking maybe into the first round, I do have, in my opinion, John, I have a top 20 first round grade, but that's not necessarily that I think he's deserved of being a top 20 guy. Just I'm thinking that he's going to have some team in the top 20 that will fall in love with him in this particular draft with this dearth of options at the quarterback position in the first round, and that will drive him up in the draft. But where it may work best for him, to your point on that, John, is if you have a team that, let's say, is picking at 25, 26, 27, that has, like I say, that offensive line in place, has those playmakers on the outside to throw to, and now he gets to come in there and really he can go and take off and have the parameters put in place for him to find some success. But I think it's going to take that exact kind of ideal spot to land into for him to find that success. And anything short of that, I think he's going to be injured and I think he's going to be struggling on both of those two other aspects of it. So he, more than any other quarterback in this draft, John, any guy taking the second, third, fourth round, Caleb Williams, anybody, he is the guy that is going to be most reliant on where he lands, on where his, where the situation he's going to set him up for potential, success. And it'll be interesting to see how the evaluation process breaks with him with NFL teams. Does there become that team that just falls in love with him so much that they're like, yeah, our offensive line sucks and we don't have any receivers, but God, we love this Penix guy. Let's go. And I'll feel bad for the kid at that point. I'll go, oof, look out. It's going to get a little bit rough. But he's got a great arm. You can make an argument, John, he might have the strongest arm in this draft. Throw for throw, that he might be able to make the most NFL throws at the most competent level of any of the quarterbacks in this draft. But footwork, like you say, mechanics, age, injury, it's not a clean story with Penix. It's going to be a hard evaluation on this one. It's going to be a real hard evaluation. He can just stay healthy, man. John Stillwell says Coach Carroll's gone next year. I love it, man. I love it. I could see it. I could see it going that way, John. Definitely not anything today, John, too, that's about necessarily driving for Pete to be fired, but just about trying to just kind of turn these items over in my mind, trying to see if I'm, like I say, at the top, taking crazy pills a little bit on if these things are really true and I'm seeing it kind of like, and I'm seeing it right, because I can certainly get things wrong. But I think that that's likely the case the way this plays out too, John. I do. Brody 13, do you think Russ comes back if Broncos release him? I think that there's a strange chance that it possibly could happen. Yes. I think it's kind of like a weird thing nobody's really thinking about. I've thought about doing a video on this, Brody. But there's a very open chance here potentially to Russ coming back to Seattle maybe. Broncos release him, re-release Geno. Russ finally goes, okay, I know I can't be paid insane amounts of money anymore. I'll take a little bit less, come back to Seattle. I'll recoup and reclaim my my stuff or whatever and try to go that route. I could see it happen. You've watched someone kidnap Jody Allen and call in when he does the call-in show. Save the Keys. Cam Ward is who you want to draft round 3, young and has a lot of potential. Think Dak Prescott. I love it, Save the Geese. I think that would be a great way to go. I was very impressed with Cam Ward in that game against Washington this past Saturday. I like him a lot. Yeah, 3rd round be great. I'm with it. Braden, Rich Biasha could be a coaching candidate for Seattle. Look what he did with the Raiders as an intern. Surprised he didn't get the job, or maybe Brian Flores. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I would like an offensive-minded coach, Braden. I'm really heavily leaning towards that. Be my preference. I like Brian Flores, I do. I think it's harder with the defensive coach, though. So the Valley Kings, yeah, right. I would hate if the Hawks became a finesse team because I will never want the 49ers to be a finesse team. I get it, man. I like watching the old hard-nosed part of it too, Central Valley Kings. I think too, playing in the stadium that we do, outdoors, in the elements like we do, there's always a little bit of a given requirement that I don't think you can be a pure finesse team at any given time in the future. You're going to have to run the ball to some certain degree and be a bit of a hard-nosed in your level of play because of how many times you'll play in games where there'll be rain and wind and cold all working together. John Stillwell says, John says, I have met Miss Allen and I've worked with many ex-employees of her, and she is one tough cookie. Well, I hope she's that way this offseason, John. I hope she's the way you are, because if I'm her going into this offseason, if I'm built like that, I'm built like this I'm a hard-nosed person on this, then what Coach Carroll has done the past 2 years, if this continues to fit the form, is not a thing that's trending in a good direction and should not be building a lot of confidence in her that he rights the ship. Like you say, there's the bit of the contract and the inevitability of this maybe just being a year thing anyway, where it's just going to play out. But if she's going to be that person of towing that line, and like I said on this, I do believe, John, that if she's taking a page from what her brother's book was, or what he would do in this situation, I don't believe that he would have continued here with Coach Carroll up until this point. I think Paul Allen would have made a move by this point. Which in itself, to me, John, a little bit speaks to maybe her lack of as much of that fire to what Paul Allen had to do what he would do. Not to say she's not a tough cookie or a hard ass. She's probably very much that. But that's the part that makes me wonder about that, John, a little bit, is if she is on that, then where is the holding of the Pete at that point? Where is those feet to the fire as far as really, if he felt that fire so much, why is he so reticent to change anything? I think that he would feel the fire and go, man, it's burning my ass. I better jump up and, start pushing this in a bit of a different direction so I can hope to keep this job, because she will fire my ass. She will take me down that road. But I hope so. I hope you're right on that. Because that means that she will be holding to that kind of account, which I think is required at this point. Oh, Brandon, John, no, so I hope I'm not yelling at you, John. I'm sorry if I did. I'm definitely not trying to yell at all. So, I'm 7 hours in. I gotta put a button on this. I'm probably just getting in that hangry mode a little bit. But chat was cool tonight. We're just kind of rolling with it. But no, I get where you're coming from, man. Play action is nowhere near as effective when the quarterback is in shotgun. Sure I can, John. Brandon, don't yell at me for giving me thought. I wasn't trying to yell to you, John. Sorry if I gave that across. I'm definitely not trying to yell, man. I promise you. I appreciate where you're totally coming from on this. Like I said, I'm probably at 7 hours in a little bit in that eyes going crossed and whatnot. And I'm hoping you're right. I'm just talking with the Allen thing. I'm just, as much as I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just trying to turn over in my own mind to make sense of this. So it may sound like I'm coming to you. I'm just trying to, in my own head, turn and make that make sense a little bit with it. You know what I mean? I totally appreciate where you're coming from, though, brother. I do. John says play action is nowhere near as effective when the quarterback is in shotgun. See, that's what, as I've been able to understand it too on that too. It just doesn't have that effect of the QB turning his back, going to do the play action, setting back up, and then coming back up out of it. You know what I mean? That's not the same thing of, it doesn't cause the same kind of false steps of the linebackers in, buying into the heat of the run game. And then that, can remove that. Then that then doesn't make the play action as deadly as it can be to me under center. It's always felt like to me, it's a much more causes those linebackers to really take John that false step in forward, when you actually have them under center and you're trying to do the play action on it, Ramos says, what does finesse mean? Finesse means that you're not really a hard-nosed team and that you're not really physical. Like you're going to try to essentially, like Miami would be a team that would be kind of considered a little bit finesse in their ability to try to just sort of, pepper the ball all around the field, get the ball to the guy in space and let the guy from a playmaker aspect work it up the field with his speed and his quickness and his elusiveness, rather than it being, that you've got guys out there just mowing guys down in the blocking game and you're just decleating guys across the board, that it being like that. John Stillwell says coaches shut down questions he doesn't like and doesn't reflect well on Coach Carroll. That makes sense. And I totally will give, if it's down to the media, John, if it's with like a guy like Greg Bell or the others where they have been shut down in that way, where they've been told, you ask a tough question, you're not going to be asking many questions here, so don't even try it. I've got to give them maybe a little bit of then apology to them, on that. If that is the case where they've just been informed that way, and it's very much a possibility here to your point on that, John, then, what are they supposed to do at that point? Are they supposed to just get fired to sort of like fall on the sword? Probably not. That's probably not a realistic thing to ask of somebody in that profession in that way. It does really suck if Coach Carroll's taken those steps to do that and shut the media members down in this way to where they don't feel like they can even ask the question. And he's so worried and he's so worried in asking those questions that he, that he decides and goes, don't ask me. I'm not going to ask it. Don't even ask it. It definitely is. It would leave a little tough taste in my mouth if that's the case, but it maybe makes sense. I mean, it adds up. Why would so many media members so uniformly not ask those questions if it wasn't Pete shutting them down, if it wasn't him on their butt, chewing them out on that a little bit? John Robinson says, so that's the thing at the end of the year when the progress reports come out, how are we going to show that they're taking steps forward? They had all their offensive pieces in place. It's the part that I'll have a little bit of a harder time with on this too. That's the part that I'm wondering about, John. That's at the forefront of this show and that I'm going to be watching for as we go forward this year to say, are we making the progress? Are we not from a team standpoint? Or are we going backwards? And it's really, to me, more of, at the end of the day, the schematics on that, as much as anything else, and looking for that to be really good. Jason Tudor, Spencer Rattler looks good. John might like him. I think he might. John Penix is a gamer. That's his best asset. Yeah, you can't deny, John, even though he's even had the dip in the performance in the last, at times, and the offense having a little bit of a rougher road through the first, 5-6 games. But when you've needed to drive, when you've needed to make a big time throw, and a lot of times, high leverage throw and kind of like one of those, John, those, high degree of difficulty throws with the low catch percentage kind of deals. He'll come in and make that when the game is on the line. And that certainly is a great indicator for him into the pros, and that is a guy that doesn't seem like he's going to shrink away from the big moment. I mean, you can certainly take that away at this point now as they played in so many close one-score games here, down the stretch. And you could say, John, if there's a quarterback who could maybe elevate his stock in this postseason college playoff point, that maybe that guy is Michael Penix above anybody else. That he's a guy, if he goes out there and balls out, kind of like we saw with CJ Stroud last year, where CJ went into that game against Georgia and everybody was wondering with CJ whether or not he could actually play off script, if he could actually handle pressure. And he goes out in that Georgia game and he's under a ton of pressure, a deluge of pressure throughout the course of that game. And yet he still excels. He still finds a way to make some just insane throws in that game. Even at times when Marvin Harrison went out, like they lost Marvin after a tough concussion. And he was able, I think, to really cement his stock at that point as a top 5 pick on the back of that playoff performance, even in a game, John, where, he did lose at that point. So maybe there's something there with Penix to where he solidifies him up in that place. That's part of why, too, I think he does get in that top 20 range, even though, like you said, probably more fringe first round talent and where he should go, where really the likely places would be even his best landing place. But he's one of the harder, John, evaluations to have in recent years, because of the fact that he's got the weird delivery, he's got the age, he's got the injury, but then he's also got the 2 great years of production, and he's also got this big time arm. I love the big time arms that can make all the throws in the books. I absolutely do, Says, if I point out the 49er flaws and will not try to hide, and I'll bring up the success. Yeah. You guys got a lot to feel good about. Vashon, we all chip in and buy a front page article written by you with all your viewpoints. There we go. If he's going to be here next year, we're going to be worse than next year because we're losing a bunch of pieces, and this is not going to be able to pay Geno with his performance. There's a good chance it could be that way, John. I think you'll get some bonuses, you'll get some bumps as well from the young guys developing a little bit, kind of offsetting some of it, but how much? I'm not sure. Flag says, the Lions. I don't know where they stand on Hendon Hooker, but good weapons in a line. Yeah, it'll be interesting. And they've got to make a decision with Goff, and I think they're going to have to try to decide to pay him here. And once they pay him, then Hooker just becomes your cheap kind of backup guy there. But Hooker's got an interesting situation if he does get asked to get on the field there with the Lions, because he will have something. He'll have a good offensive coordinator to work with. They'll have, he'll have a lot of stuff on the offense that's going to help him to be successful if he goes out there and plays. But the Lions are going to have to pay Goff. And they're in an interesting situation with where they're going to have to pay him, especially for the QB he is. Not a bad quarterback, but it is a bit of a different stance of when you're talking about then paying the quarterback at that $45, $50 million range, Ramos says BBNG. BBNG D2. Because Al Geno is going to be paid, we're losing a piece. There's no older and puts in more film. Jason Duder, laughing out loud, John wants no part of Russell. That's probably true. I hadn't thought about that, Jason, but that's true that the agent and Russell's agent and John are not the best on the best standing of ground. That's 100%. John says Russ hasn't even started his Broncos contract yet. No, it hasn't even really fully begun, has it, John? They do have that weird thing where a week after the end of the season occurs, he has a roster bonus that then does kick in as part of that new contract. So it's something, I think they sign up for they're signed back into $40 more million or something if they hold on to him a week after the Super Bowl. And that's where I'm wondering, John, if they don't, because it's one thing if you're on the hook on the Russell money and you're like, well, we're on the hook anyway, write it out until we can get out from under the contract, where it's manageable, John, where you're like, well, okay, it's like we didn't want to do it at $38 million dead money, but we'll move him at $26 million dead money. But it's a different kind of case, I think, when you're looking at Russ's deal and you got the contract kicking in, then you also go, but do we want to sign up for more money on Russ? Do we want to kind of even if it's just slightly further embed yourself into the deal? And I wonder if not that the Broncos will go, look, it's not that he's playing bad, but when we got to talk about looking at him through the lens of a $55 million player, is he playing at that spot? Is he up in that area, of things? I don't know what they're going to do there, but my guess would be that they probably move on at that point, John. If it's about you, if I'm in the Broncos situation, I don't want to be signed up for any more money on Russ than I already have to pay as a minimum a little bit. But they could also look at it and go, well, look, he came back around at the end of the year, got hot, and, signed themselves back up for it again, maybe. John says, Brandon, what do you think the reason is we've been passing so much? And why have the passing concepts gotten more and more simplistic? What rationality can you think of? Because I'm stumped. I think the reason you've passed a lot more is because you don't run the ball terribly consistently. Consistently. We got to wrap it here, folks. My mouth's starting to marble mouth a little bit here. You don't run the ball consistently here, John, at all. It's hard to lean on running the ball if you're not going to do it very well. You don't convert third downs. You're one of the worst teams in the NFL at converting third downs. It's very hard then, if you're not going to convert on third down as well, to then be able to go back and run the ball because you're just having so many 3 and outs. I think it's a bit of a combination of those two. I think some of it is that Waldron just kind of goes away from the running game for whatever reason because he just gravitates to wanting to pass a little bit. But some of it is those other two factors really at the forefront. Can't run the ball if my guy's averaging 2.5 yards per carry. Can't run the ball if I'm 1 for 11 on third downs over the course of a game, especially if I'm going to fall behind in that game. So I think it's all of that a little bit. Why the passing concepts are simplistic. My best guess has been that they've been driving back to the old offensive designs. I don't know if it's a good guess, but it's the general guess I have right now a little bit. John says, draft's a long way away. See you next time, Brandon. Everyone, have a great night, John. Sorry if I got a little snippy on you with the gray bell thing. I was having a little bit of a PTSD on my interaction with him where he just jumped on me with it a little bit. So I was like, I just remember, I asked him the most basic question. He was just like, no. It's like, But thank you, man, too, as well. All your donos in the chat, brother. We'll see you on the next one. See you on the next go around. We draft is a good amount of stock away. John says, Williams stock going down. It is a little bit. Boy, I'd be interested to watch the Bears, John, with all of their misery that they've had with the quarterback position and passing on this quarterback or not passing on that quarterback. If they would really pass on Caleb Williams when, it'd be one of those situations where everyone's telling them, you got to take Caleb, but they're like, yeah, but we've got warning signs here. He's going to drop for us a little bit. If that would be enough for them to, at that point, go out on that point. And boy, if they missed on Caleb, John, if they missed on him at that point, because they overthought it, well, everybody else in the consensus was saying you have to take him one. Oh, Chicago would never live that down. They would be just in it. Grandizer, Brandon Kane, we haven't gotten Christopher Walken's thoughts on your topics. It's been a while since you've done impersonation. Yes. I can't do it right. I'm 7.5 hours in, Grandizer. My voice is toast right now. So I'll do it on the next one for sure. And certainly once I start drinking on Thursday night, we'll get a lot of Christopher Walken going. But right now it wouldn't sound like Christopher Walken. It would sound like Christopher Noken. It would be a sad walking right now. We definitely went a little late tonight. Grunk says, good night, y'all. Hope we could pull off a win somehow. Me too, man. Me too. So I'm going to look for his live stream where I come out in the preseason. John says, I did a recording session and came back just in case, and Brand's still here. You know I do, John. You know I do what I do. Probably should have wrapped up a while ago. I like to talk tonight. We were going to a good spot. Fun PS. I fell asleep twice, woke up. You've been on since. Kudos to you, Brando. Thank you, brother. Ramos, I don't got a Twitter. You want my number? Oh, you're speaking to somebody else. Well, Valdez, I read an article yesterday that Pete Carroll was blaming Shane Waldron for the offensive struggles, and they may need to do something drastic. He did say in a press conference he didn't think they were getting the most talent out of what they had out there, which, was a reflection on Waldron and definitely throwing some shade his way. Jamarcus White, do you have a specific streaming time? I always turn on YouTube to go to sleep just to see your stream and stay up for hours with questions and conversations, laughing out loud. Well, thank you, Jamarcus. That's what I'm trying to do, man. I rope you in that way. Usually Sundays are going to be obviously game day. We're going to do play-by-play through the game. I got a Bleacher Report I've been usually doing. We'll see if that continues, as I think that with the team maybe not doing as well, they might not ask me to do as many appearances. But post-game discussion on Sundays. Ideally, Wednesday, when we have a regular week where it's not a Thursday night game and all that, I'll be streaming on Wednesday. So Sundays and Wednesdays, 5 o'clock are usually the times I'm kind of trying to shoot for tentatively. We do the Thursday stream for members only. And then I have the Tuesday and the Thursday, Jamarcus, I do with the B&B show. So it's 7 o'clock on Tuesday and it's 8 o'clock on Thursday, where I do the B&B show streams. And that's kind of the general breakdown. I'm trying to look to expand it as well, but part of the expansion has to be the team doing better, because there has to be the opening for it a little bit. But that's the general stream schedule for the most part. Flag Sabbath, Bo Nix has been sacked 5 times this year. Is he not seeing much pressure? He's not seeing much pressure because the Oregon offensive line pass protects pretty well. The other thing that the Oregon's doing is they're highly structuring the offense for Bo Nix to make it very simplified for him. It's a lot of stuff that's structured up for it to just get the ball out of his hand very quickly. So there's not a lot of him doing stuff where he's sitting back there and spending a lot of time in the pocket ascertaining what he needs to do. It's very, he's got the most, of all the top quarterbacks, he's got the most highly structured offense put together around him, which also then makes it the harder to evaluate him exactly. The worry I have with Bo Nix is playing off script. When the play breaks down, can he improvise at all? I'm a little worried about that part. Jason Tudor says, yeah, it makes no sense for the Broncos to keep Russ, but where does he go? Well, like I said, I know that somebody mentioned above, it was well said, that certainly the agent between Russell and Schneider could maybe never come back together again on that. But I think certainly, especially if you move on from Geno, the first, and Russ got cut, the first place that the national media would go would say, Russ heading back to Seattle, question mark. And so that would be something that certainly would be connected. If it wasn't Russ coming back to Seattle, where would be a likely scenario? I think Washington could make some sense. The Raiders could make some sense. I don't think there's a lot of landing spots for him, especially if it's about for him to be a starting quarterback, but something like that. Fun me, we passed because we missed Chris Carson's next to automatic first downs. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, go to bed, save it for Thursday. We will be wrapping up on this note here, man. You're right. We got to call it here. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you. Flag Sabbath, I've been at work for 3 hours. I love this shit. Let's go, Flag. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, bro, you're still live? I don't know how to quit you guys. What can I say? I don't know. Grandizer, Brandon, it's all good on the walking impersonation. Great stream. You have a great day and a rest well. Just in case I missed your outro, catch you on the flip side. Say it. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. I told you, Grandizer, my walking's not good now at all. It just sounds sad, really. A little bit like the team and its offensive structure. Offensively, defensively, I'm looking. I don't see it. Might as well go to 6 a.m. Yeah, you guys would let me go with that. Oh, shoot. Russ goes to the Jets, maybe. I think that they're still buried to Aaron into the future with that contract. I think Aaron comes back. Flag Sabbath, I don't think Cam Ward comes out after this year. You could make an argument to Cam that maybe in his best interest to give it a year with all of the quarterbacks coming out into this particular draft. Give it a season and let it play out, These guys trigger the walking. You trigger the walking. Look at you now. Why? You're going to do that to me. Makes no sense. Sense at all. Well, I thank you guys I think we'll wrap it up on that note. I want to appreciate all the folks from Jason Tudor, John Stillwell, Randall McDaniel, Danny McCormick, Garth Knight, Ski Nation, PGZ, Jason Tudor, Save the Geese, Silas, Danny McCormick, Garth Knight, Robert Jimenez, Ohms, Frederick McGuy. You guys, as always, were absolutely amazing on this stream in the donation side of things. Thank you so very much, as you guys always do show that support. I went 7 hours today thinking we might only be a couple hours on this show because I thought that the topic might be just a little bit too hot. But you guys, as always, impressed me in your ability to turn over these hard topics, understand that there's no bad intentions here on my part or our part in having these discussions. We're just trying to find answers and solutions to a team that finds itself struggling and backtracking and regressing to a large degree. And where are the solutions to be found here? Where are the answers to be found here? And I think we've got a good chance tonight to turn these over in a variety of ways and look at this from a variety of different angles. And I thank you guys all for allowing this to go down like this. That's why it went so long tonight, is you guys kept the conversation and kept this going, as you guys always do in this way. And I didn't expect it. I'm glad to see my fellow 12s are able to have some of these hard conversations and put them in the proper perspective, even for those folks out there that might have some disagreement and not be looking to see, not be feeling like there is some change, and that's all right too. But just that we can turn the topics over without it getting too much into a place of too much emotionality. I got a little hangry at the end, so I'm probably guilty of that as much as anybody today on the stream myself. But thank you guys. Do me a favor on the way out the door. Please do hit the like button. I want to thank one more time to the sponsor of this show. The sponsor of this show is Underdog Fantasy. They're going to be sponsoring this show throughout the course of this year. They've been very kind to do so. And you can take advantage right now of a unique code, which will put $100 in your pocket on the Hawks Nest. So all you got to do is click down the top link in the top description section below. When you're creating your account for the first time, up to $100, your first deposit, they will match when you use my code. Click that link, or NEST, Nest is the code. They'll match you up to $100 to get $100 in your pocket on the Nest, and you support the channel at the same point in time. Restrictions do apply in the state of Washington, as you have to be in basically a casino to use the app in the state of Washington, but you're outside the state of Washington. It's mostly full go across the board, and you can get into a lot of great contests throughout the course of this year, including being able to win up to $200,000 a week in various contests that they have going on. Any kind of little matchup you want to get into, any kind of little prop situation you want to get into, you can get into on that app. It's a great little one to utilize. I want to thank them for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this season. We will be back probably either tomorrow or Tuesday here with the B&B show. It's a little bit of a truncated week as far as the timeline goes. So look forward to either be tomorrow or the next day. I'll let you guys, you'll see the note on the show for that tomorrow early, if it does turn to be that. I thank you guys for allowing the conversation to be steered in a real fruitful way in this way, and that's to be able to have these topics go out in this way. I really want to be able to cover everything when it comes to this team. And most of what I cover with this team will be positive and good and on the optimistic side of things, because a lot of what this team does, I feel really, truly optimistic about. But when there are things that I'm a little bit reticent about, I really want to be able to bring in these topics to play and have us turn it over and discuss it, and be able to do it in a way where we don't have people freaking out or losing their minds if that goes down that way. And I don't think that we did tonight. So really, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you guys all for allowing this to go the way it went tonight. It was a great stream. We'll be back this week. We'll see if our Hawks can find some answers. The season is not over yet. You are still in play here. It is looking a little bit bleak recently. And yeah, the schedule is going to get damn hard through the rest of the season. But that doesn't mean that we don't have some opportunities here to still make some hay, to still turn this around, especially if we can finally start to exert some adjustments on both sides of the ball that are in very much dire order. So we'll see what they can do. We'll see what they can pull off in that respect of things. I'm very hopeful, but now we just got to watch how it all plays out. I'll be back in a couple of days, my fellow Hawk fans, and I know a few of you are a little bit down right now with the season that's been put into play, but I don't want you to forget. I want you to keep at the forefront that we're Hawk fans and we're for this team, and we want to see the best happening, and it ain't over yet. And until it's over, until the fat ladies sing, we're still fighting. We're still going. We just got to see how it plays off. So please, my fellow Seahawks faithful, do not you ever forget. Go Hawks.